Sure. Whatever. Okay. Wait, so it's saying I'm live. Hold on. Me on a stream? Okay, cool. Now what? Oh, yes, right. Now I want to look at YouTube. Just check that that's going well as well. Okay. How do I do this thing again? I think I'm already live, so it should work. Yes. Perfect. What is it I want to do? Okay, right. The last thing I want to do then is something. Oh yeah, first I want to edit this. Now it's Odin Compiler Dev number 1. First stream for Odin Compiler Dev. I really should have done this beforehand. Might be. Okay. Still learning as I go along. Okay, how do I change the title? There we go. Okay, so not that, but the same thing essentially. Odin Compiler Dev number 1. And I want the same description as well. If I can. Yes. Save. Perfect. Now what? Oh yeah, I think there was like something... Like if I go to OBS Studio, do they have chat popped out? Like I thought before I used to have like chat and then and like the settings over there popped out before. But now I want to be able to like pop out the chat window if I can. Just so that I can see all a bit better. So go to Twitch. Do I want to go to Twitch? Nah. Wait, yes? Yes, I do. I want to go to my Twitch and I want to go to my channel and let me mute myself because that is really weird to hear myself. Now, what was it? There was like an option to pop it out somehow, right? I was attempting to research this a little bit beforehand, but I was not successful. Twitch. Pop out chat? Yes. Okay. Chat settings, the gear automatically puts you in moderator settings. Now, if you scroll to the bottom, there should be a link to return you to non-moderator settings. In the non-mod settings, there's an option to opt out the chat. So here, switch to non-mod settings. Pop out chat. Perfect. Okay. Fantastic. So I can put you all to the side. And maybe not quite like that, but I can put it like that. And am I missing something? I should be overall ready. Okay. So what we can do is pull up a shell and then and then I want to now post my stream links here. Yep. And I want to do the same for YouTube. I think YouTube always has like a different link or something. It's weird. Is there like a link I can do to just say please watch it live? Please watch me live or something? No, I think the link always changes. Maybe? I think at the very least I can... Wait, can I? I actually don't know. If I can copy the link that I just had. I'm brain farting, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. I might create a timestamp later so that people don't have to waste time with me just doing whatever. Okay. It's not a webcam. Do I want to pop out chat? Can I pop out chat? Yes, I can pop out YouTube chat as well. That's crazy. Okay. Nothing to see here. We popped out. Okay, that's fair. Am I trying to do? Oh, right. I literally just want to give people a link. How do I give people a link? Can I give people a link? That'd be nice. Can I see the link in here? No? I should not be as lost as I am. It's a skill issue on my part, probably, to be honest. Okay. I think this should work. Hopefully, someone will complain about it, I'm sure. And I think that's all I really need to do right now. Maybe, possibly. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Okay. So first thing I want to do is actually, okay. First thing I really want to do is put these around here, 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 and I want to look at issues. Let me close Windows. It's getting to be a lot, so. What was over here? Yeah, okay. Okay. So, right. So GitHub. What a fantastic view of my history right off the bat. Oh, did I accidentally? I did close out the pop-outs. We're definitely doing this live, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, let me go to twitch.tv. Let me go to my channel. Let me pop this out. Okay, so I have that for YouTube, for Twitch. Let me go to YouTube. Okay, what is it? I think I can go to like my live stream settings. Okay, live. I think I should be able to pop out chat here too. Settings, pop out, great. Here, fantastic. Okay, now let's look up issues. Okay. So primarily what I wanted to do here is I wanted to look at various issues in Odin Lang, see what looks good, and try to actually figure out like why there are issues and what the fixes are there. So that should be fun. Also, it would probably be fun if I joined The voice channel. Okay. Testing, test. Okay, cool. I think I also don't have notifications, so it'll be a surprise when people come in. Yeah. I can also share my screen, to be fair. Sure, let's do that. Okay. Great. Perfect. Yes. So, what issues do we want to tackle today? I primarily want to do bugs, so I'll just, to narrow it down, I'll look up bugs. Is bug. Wait, did that actually work? Oh, label bug, sure. Font stash tries to write Alice texture for resizing it. Da, 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 da. Oh, what is this? This is interesting. So 2E. Oh, yeah, that's strange. So what makes it do that? Aya! Is that Vladis? Yes! Hi, Vladis. No, it's just, so I have an alt account and it's Flareon, so I've heard you before, so. Yeah. Yeah. I'm good. How are you? Yeah. Right, it's... What'd you say? Big text? Yes. I also raised your volume, so that works.
What is it? The spatial whatever that makes everything away from the microphone get very, very quiet.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yes, right.
You can probably not hear me type or anything, but if I... Okay, let me get my microphone a little bit further away, otherwise your ears will bleed, so... Okay, deactivated it. You can probably hear me still, but I'm very far from the microphone now.
Yes.
Yeah. There we go. Yeah, I said I'm working on my conlang on Tribulati. I'm trying to translate some huge text. It's actually a very useful thing to do for creating conlangs, speaking like some texts and fully translating them. You're live right now, I see in your channel.
Yes.
There we go. You're coding something today?
Not coding something, but I was looking at the Odin Compiler issues and I wanted to fix a couple of issues, maybe.
Oh, that sounds good. That sounds very good.
So this one seems interesting where like this 2E1 here gets parsed as 10.
Okay.
Which is kind of an odd one.
Enter your...
This is... Oh, replicated as not like it's a duplicate, but they're able to actually replicate it locally. Okay. Am I able to replicate it locally? That's a good question.
Funny enough for me, Odin, like, maybe an illusion, but it seems very stable because I only got any bug at all twice, and both times they had already been solved, and I just had not updated my Odin version, and I still had them. So like, I don't know. My impression is that they either don't exist, and when they do, they get very quickly solved or something. It's kind of what it looks like.
It's actually fantastic, yeah.
So what is this bug doing? It's turning 2.2E1. I don't get it. What is it doing? 10? Oh, it's turning 2E1 into 10? Is that the problem? Seems to
Yes.
be.
Very weird.
Okay.
So let's try to reproduce this now. I think you also need a package up there. Yeah, package.
Yeah. Obligatory package.
Mm-hmm. So what is it? Odin build main.odin dash file. I always put dash file like beforehand.
I was just gonna say that I do the exact same thing always, and I get the message telling me to do the opposite, and then I do it. Okay. Oh, what? Oh, printf ln. Is it not?
Maybe it's in
what?
Let me see. I think I have like a personal thing. Let's see.
Okay.
It might be a new feature. Yeah, because I have like my stable compiler is like an older one, so I might need to update that.
Oh, okay, I see.
My development compiler, yes, is more up to date. Yeah, that's fun.
No, yeah, it's reproducible. 2E1 is getting us 10.
Yes.
Now to wonder why.
So what? I can do RadDBG here, right? Yep. So what I like to do is pull up RadDBG and see if I can maybe get the specific token here or something, or like the value in general. I think what I'd also like to do.
Suppose.
Otherwise, git bash. So I'd like to. Actually, probably what would be better is I have the PSF tools installed, so that will definitely have cl.exe, which I need to use to build the compiler.
Yeah. Probably something in the parsing of the literal is what I would guess. I don't think it would be a problem with the FMT thing.
It's up to date. I think there's like a special thing where like GitHub has like a way to sync the forks. There should be one on the command line too. I just always forget it. I think I can do git pull upstream.
Sync the forks.
Yes.
I don't know.
You asked?
Okay. I usually do git fetch nowadays. I rarely do git pull, surprisingly.
That makes sense. Okay, so that's
I do fetch and then I pull whatever I need to when I do. Sorry, I merge whatever I need to when I need to update it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yes, so that should be up to date. Don't want to rebuild the compiler real quick. What is it? I think it's literally just like build.bat. Oh, it's literally just build.bat, right?
Yeah, I think there are two versions of the build batch file. There's one for release and another one for like normal build, I guess.
Or do they also say like you can run build.bat release if you want a faster release mode compiler?
Oh yeah. That would make sense.
Which I definitely don't want right now. Like I want to actually be able to debug the compiler. So obviously,
that's no go. Of course. The default does the default one like without the release keyword build debug symbols for it or? Yes. Oh, I see.
So like actually say like a debug compiler is built. So.
Oh.
Yes.
I see. That makes sense. Yeah.
So let me close out some previous tabs I had. Like, okay, let's say I'll definitely have like be able to put a breakpoint on the procedure or something. So let's say I run it. Wait. Oh no, because I don't have command line options. I think so. I need to put that right now. Where's that? Oh, I think this was a previous one. Yes, this was a previous one right now. What is going on here? How did that happen?
C.users is a new one.
Yeah. Okay, I'll just trash those settings right now. And let's see. I want to be able to actually get the example. Now, cool. Should I keep in POCs? think it's 481 right now. Yes. Wrong one. Okay. There we go. So argument, right. So I feel like there was a way to get the real fact. I guess it doesn't really matter. I can just copy and paste this. Main.exe. So that's run dash file. Or maybe.
Wouldn't you have to use the? Oh, okay. You had to use the Odin file, not the executable, right?
You're right. Thank you for catching that.
Yeah, I was thinking here. I was like, wait, well, is that correct? I always second guess obvious stuff.
Yeah, for real. I could have also changed the working directory, which might have made that easier. Actually, yeah.
Yep.
In fact, I probably will do that.
Yep. That sounds. I was about to say that sounds better.
I think.
Damn, Red Debugger is really cool. I like it a lot.
Yes.
I think I like it for like visualizing stuff and running things with arguments like that, and I preferred what is it called, Remedy for like inspecting data, because the formatting stuff they have is pretty good.
Interesting. Yeah, I haven't actually tried Remedy yet, but yes, I heard it was really good, especially from like Casey. I remember Casey did promotional stuff with Remedy DVG. Remedy VG? Yes. Remedy
Yes.
VG.
Yeah, Remedy VG. It's pretty good. It's pretty good, honestly. It's very complete. You can do a lot of stuff for visualizing data as like text or matrices and stuff, and it's very cool. Very cool.
Yes.
I'm getting into graphics programming now, and it's being very useful for inspecting that kind of stuff. Like, how is data laid out here or there? Pretty cool.
For sure. Sorry, my mind's blanking. There we go. Error starting process. Okay. Oops. Do I still have to do forward slashes? I don't think so, but let me see if that works. No, that's still.
Our starting process. Isn't this an error to do with the executable itself rather than like the working directory?
Maybe. I don't know, because the previous working directory worked before. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So this should. No, that worked. Okay.
Oh. Okay, that's
or I can
surprising.
just browse it. That makes it easier as well.
Yeah.
So, okay, hopefully that works. Yes, it does. That is weird. I don't know what happened there.
No idea, too.
But yes, I can actually put a breakpoint right here because, of course, there was
Great.
one procedure there. And I can expect.
You just answered a question that I had like a week ago without saying a word. I was looking for that scheduler screen and I couldn't find which window it was. It's called scheduler. Now I know. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Good to know.
Yes, I forgot where it was. Is it? Oh yeah, so you view scheduler and then that pops out literally in the window. So this is a really nice one. You can definitely get pretty much basically anything you want with this.
Yeah.
So yeah, play it. That's the scheduler. You can see all that. Where else? Oh, this is also the scheduler. I don't want the scheduler. Oh, wait, I didn't remove the scheduler. That removes the scheduler. I just basically stopped the process. That's why that looked weird. Okay, but yes, I can sort of inspect certain stuff about this, and I think. Wait, can I see the string? Yes. So you can see like the string kind of looks weird because yeah, it just hasn't really caught up. Like debuggers haven't really caught up with the fact that a lot of programs use character pointers.
UTF-8?
And length. Yeah, character pointers and length.
Yeah, rather than no terminated shit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So it kind of looks weird, but it gives you like at least a good idea about where you kind of are.
Yeah, yeah. In Remedy BG, you can one thing that's helpful is that in Remedy BG you can do that for strings. Like you can specify a string and then whatever variable you want to identify the length of it, and it uses that as the length of it. And
Mm-hmm.
so because of how strings internally behave, if you have some string str, you can do like str.data, comma str.len, and that gives you a properly sized string.
Oh, that's so
Which is pretty useful.
nice.
Yeah, yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Ah, bless. Yeah, I'll definitely.
But yeah.
I'm kind of sold at this point right now. I definitely have to try it sometime.
Honestly, I'm not used to buying things for coding,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because Remedy BG is a paid thing, and like I bought it because I was sold due to Casey's video, and
Mm-hmm.
I was like, man, what did I do? It's so not worth it to buy this thing.
Mm.
And then I spent some time using it, and I'm like, well, yeah, it's totally worth it actually.
Totally work.
Yeah, I would pay double the money I paid for it.
Mm.
Pretty good.
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah, just now I remember I had some pop outs that because I'm full screen. Oh, Hardcore Bob!
The
Hello.
legend himself. Hardcore Bob is a legend amongst these lands.
I know. Hmm.
Watching his stream, I actually considered using the number at the start to identify amount of um, indentation. Why y'all say that? It's because you're so unique. I don't know. We've never seen someone code like you before.
That is true.
So
That is
I
true.
guess, yeah, I guess it catches a lot of attention because it's so different.
Yeah.
It's painful. LOL. Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks fun though. Looks interesting.
For sure. Let's see. So I was gonna do. I don't know actually what type of. Maybe it's a constant. That could be possible. Um.
Could be.
Yeah. Um,
Is there something specifically for literals? Maybe. I'm not entirely sure. Not very familiar with the compiler internals.
Me neither. We're just exploring here. It's gonna be fun.
I see. Yeah.
um. So I want to see what the file is now. What I might be able to do is like tokens have a certain line number and a column number, of course. So
Okay.
that's
Yes.
a really easy way to like really specify something that you want very quickly.
Yes.
It's a conditional breakpoint and it gets hit a lot, so it's kind of slow, but it does the job just fine.
Yeah.
Okay. So what is it? So this is line 4 and column 11. So I want to put a condition here. First of all, I forgot what the token structure is. So there's a position, and there's an offset, a line, and a column. Yes, I want line and column. So what I want is to put a condition here where token dot pause dot line is equivalent to 1, 2,
4?
3, 4. Oh yes, 4. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm reading it from the bottom right of the Vim prompt.
Oh,
Which
yeah, that's
tells you.
fair.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's just do 4. It shouldn't be hit that many times, so maybe we can sort of see what
Yep.
we're having here. So token dot pop. Yep. Where's the string? There. That.
Column 1.
Yes. And we can keep going with this. Old memory. Wait, do I still have a breakpoint on procedure?
Yeah,
Yes.
you have 2 breakpoints. Happens.
Let's see. So now the string here. I think because I'm importing a lot of things, it uh, might be a lot of.
Might be happening, yeah. Because it's also looking for line 4 of whatever files it's parsing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, if you knew the file ID of the specific file you're looking at, you could filter that, but I don't know how to get that.
Probably when it opens the file or something like it. Yeah, I haven't looked at that closely yet.
Hardcore Bob asked, "What are we debugging?"
The Odin Compiler itself. So that's fun.
Yeah, I have no idea how to pronounce your name, Misomosi.
Like Misomosi. Like it's like the spy protocol, where there's an MISO and then an MOSI, which I think is Miso then Mosi. Yeah, I don't think
Okay.
I've ever heard anyone like actually physically pronounce it, but that's how I imagine it in my head.
People have only telepathically said my name before. That's what I got, Misomosi. Yeah, Hardcore Bob seems to agree, therefore it's true.
Yes. Oh no, my keyboard. Sometimes this happens.
What, your keyboard disconnects or something?
It's a perfectly great operating system. I don't know. I don't know why this happens. I don't know how this happens.
It just starts like spamming the key or freezes. I see.
Yeah, it's like it freezes. Like I press it and then it like cuts out.
Yeah.
So
Unlock entity.
Yes. So what I would like to do, does the token get in? Yes. So actually, what I'd like to do is put my breakpoint in here, because it's that's more general. Token pause line. So what is it? It's still 4. Token pause colon. I think that was 8. That was 11. Yes, that's 11.
It was 11, yes.
Wait, is it 11? Oh, because I was wondering why the right side was like that, but it's because one of them is tabs and one of them is spaces, like practically how many spaces it would have been. So it's actually 11.
Yeah.
Okay.
It should work.
Restart. Kill. Detach. That's strange. Okay.
It just doesn't want to obey you.
Yeah, basically.
Is it because the find text is open? It's just a hunch.
Oh, you know what? Maybe.
If it is, that will be very cringe. Okay, it isn't. Oh damn, that's weird.
Yeah, it's kind of been happening actually a number of times, which is weird. I haven't diagnosed why this happens.
That's weird. Can you stop from the disassembly / what is it called? ASM thingy? Because I think it also has pause and whatever buttons. Because it has breakpoints and stuff.
Frontal line.
Try now. That's very weird. Why doesn't it work?
I don't know. Cannot run with all threads frozen. Wait, but then I can't see the scheduler. Let's see. Can I really not just like literally stop the target? That's weird. Yeah. Yeah, but I can quit that and then start it again, and I still have the breakpoint anyways. So, right? I still have my condition. Wait, what? Oh, did I accidentally? I deleted it.
Happens.
We're doing this live.
Yeah. Hardcore Bob said Rad ARE2 is really good too. I have no idea what that is.
I think I've mostly seen it as like a reverse engineering tool because I work in cybersecurity.
Oh. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yes, it does have a debugger, I remember.
Yeah, it says free reverse in toolkit.
Okay.
It's a debugger, I see.
Yes. So we can do this. Wait, did it not save my target? That's sad. Okay. So
Gotta say, I love this file search from Red Debugger. I think
Oh
it's the
yeah,
best
it's
I've
really
seen.
good. Yeah,
It's
I
very
think it
responsive,
even like
very
auto
fast.
completes. It's crazy. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
it's
it's
so nice.
terrifically good.
Oh wait, I did. Okay, right. One of my targets is not the actual Odin file itself. It's the repos Odin. Wait, not that one. I want my Odin. There we go. And then my working directory. Build game.odin -5. Still have my breakpoint, maybe? I don't think so, but we'll see. Yeah, I still have my breakpoint. Yes. Run it. And so my computer's revving up right now because conditional breakpoints are apparently excruciating.
Yeah.
And we'll see if that actually gives us anything. Or maybe it's just going to take too long for me to be patient with it. I don't have no idea.
Okay, whichever one comes first.
Yeah, whichever one comes first.
Mm. Yeah, it depends because I don't know how. I don't know how Odin stores these things. Cause like in NeoVim, well Vim, I don't know which one you're using, but they use the same scheme. Line is 1 based and column is 0 based, so it's byte offset. But like line is 1 based. So what is line 4 for Vim could be line 3 for the debugger for how Odin parses things. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah. By the way, I just noticed this. This might actually be helpful. Because it actually gets you the file from the file ID.
Oh, yeah, that's helpful.
At least that's what I'm assuming. I want to actually confirm and make sure.
Hardcore Bob said, "This is my first Twitch stream participation ever."
Yes!
There you go. Marvelous.
Welcome. You picked a good stream to participate in.
Yeah. Could be one of the bathtub girl streamers, but you're here.
Yes! I'm brainparting right now. Okay, right, source. And then I think it's entity.h, wherever that is. Or I thought it would be. Maybe it's HPP. Or it should be alphabetical, right? Wait, so it's entity.cpp.
Seems like it.
Or, right, I can just look it up. .hpp? What are all the HPP things? Okay, there's actually not a lot of them.
That moment when you remember the tool you're using is actually good.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna go into the source and I'm gonna grab for it, honestly. What is it? I think it's struct entity or something. I think that should work. Yes. Oh, it is an entity.cpp. Struct entity. Yeah, so... Oh, so file is an AST file, which... Let me look for that right now. AST file. It's not entity.http. That's right. AST file. So that's the... Yes, there we go. Which should have... Oh yeah, it has like file names and directories and full paths. So we could do that. Yeah. And that would narrow things down quite a bit.
Would.
I think... I don't know how in rad debugger you actually like compare against a string. I don't know if I put it in like a condition that it's like, if it's equivalent to the string, that it'll actually work rather than just like, oh, obviously you compare 2 pointers, which that's not what I want to do.
Yeah, I have no idea either. I've never attempted to do that in a rad.
Mm-hmm. I think I can make a new target because I think I should have main.exe. Yeah, main.exe and so new target. Wait, where is it? Okay. Wait, no, it's in the VLCs. Okay. 481. So I can make that my new target, and similarly, I can open this file, put a breakpoint. Yeah, I'll stop it for now. I should be able to stop it for now. Is this still running? How is this still running? Okay. I thought it stopped. It's weird. Oh, can I select this one instead? Can I play this one? Can I...
That moment when...
I'm not buying this. So that one's Odin.exe. Oh, did I just do that again? Stop. Okay. Yes, I want this file instead. Which I thought would have worked, but it... Yeah, it should be running. It is running that. I'm like seeing briefly that that's running, but it's not breaking where I want it to. Oh, because I don't have debug symbols.
That makes sense.
Yes. So let me delete this breakpoint now, and I'm gonna add some flags. -o debug wait, no, it's -o minimal -debug. Yes. So now that should then give me something promising. Nope. Okay. Oh wait, now it ran. Okay, great. So now this should be breaking. Oh, it's because I'm still on the Odin compiler. Well, now this should... Yes, so it breaks there. Okay. So I've been noticing that I don't remember how to like make rad debugger like not kill the process automatically when it ends, because there's like console output that I would like to see, but I guess I can just put it here and that's practically the same thing, maybe. Oh, I guess it's not practically the same thing. I guess I can put a breakpoint here and then I forgot how to step. It's like F10 or F11. Yes, F10.
Yeah, probably want to step over and then see if it does something. Doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, for real. Wait. Oh, maybe it's too up. Okay, there we go.
Oh.
Okay, so it did something. I'm wondering. Well, I was gonna say I'm wondering if like it would print the wrong thing at the debug window also, but of course it does. Of course it would, because it like reads memory. That's how debuggers work.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm curious if I put a colon here. Right, that's not an actual editable window. I'm curious if I put a colon here if that changes anything, because that might narrow down some things. No. Where? Oh, C build. Nope. Yeah, it's something to do with like this parsing, or the actual parsing of the constant itself, rather than yet. Okay. What am I thinking? I'm thinking nothing. Head empty. No thoughts. Checking.
Can anyone enter? Yes.
Yeah.
Trakot02 has entered our voice chat.
Oh.
It's just a joke. It's because I said like, hi. It's because I said the voice and stream gates have been opened. It's kind of a joke because usually no one enters unless I do, and then nobody special does.
Yeah.
Hardcore Bob says hello to Trakot02 as well.
I think. Yeah, let me just put a breakpoint here, and then I want to run this again, and I want to take a look at entity file now. So entity file. It is absolutely null. Okay. Well, is file ID a thing? Because it definitely did, like, if it's doing a check for file ID, so that might not be.
Yes.
Here. Oh yeah, it's actually not there. Okay. If I keep going, okay. Here's a novel idea. Token.pause.file. Like does not equal 0. There you go. Wait, not running. Okay. What?
Hi, Botvid.
Someone new enter. Oh yes, Botvid did enter. Hello, Botvid.
Yeah.
I need to turn on notifications. Like I have them like turned off right now, so I literally don't know when someone enters the room or not.
Don't worry, I'm your stream manager.
Oh yes, of course.
It's because I actually wanted to like stream full time at some point, so I have a full setup going on here.
Yeah.
I just don't use because I have too much work to do, and I'm currently at the final moments of university, so I have to focus on that. Unfortunately.
I didn't know you were in uni actually.
Yeah, I am. It's my final year.
Nice.
4th year of computer science.
Yeah. Congratulations on that.
Thanks. I'm laughing because Trackout02 said, "Can anyone enter?" And he was talking about the chat, the voice chat. Then Cluster2 said, "Enter what?" And he said, "I have a really bad joke, but I'm not gonna say it."
Only bad jokes are allowed here. We can't have good jokes.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Uh-huh. Okay. So, where is it? File name. Yes. So the file name is here.
There we go.
Let's see. I might be able to just get away with the comparison from it. So let me see if I can. Now instead of here, how about entity file is equivalent to, because there's technically the length field here, but I might be able, it like is null terminated here, so I might be able to just get away with not doing that.
Yeah, it has to be file and then file name, no?
Mm-hmm. File, oh, you're so right, thank you.
Oh, it actually it's even bigger. I think it's file name and then text.
Oh,
because it's
yeah.
a string.
Okay.
Yeah, it's an Odin string, so it takes 2 fields.
Okay. Let's see how that goes. file text. Maybe it doesn't.
While you're doing this, let me search about this red debugger string comparison
Oh yeah.
conditional.
It would have been smart for me to actually look up. Yeah.
There seems to be nothing about it. For instance, whatever blah blah, the condition blah blah. Yeah, actually, there's nothing about that. So I don't think that will work, unfortunately.
Yeah. Yep. I would like to go to this definition though. Oh, can I not just open it there? Okay, that's fine. I can go for it. And I want to look at all the files. Oh, because I have to go to source. Yes, and it's in error.cpp. That's an interesting place to put that.
Yeah.
Thread, save, get. I mean, I guess you need to get the AST file in order to print the error. That makes sense.
Yeah.
So there's global files. So let me remove this condition actually, which, okay, so that worked. And let me see if I can just say global files right now. Yep, I can say global files and it's just, yeah, it's an array. And I can look at its data and it's pointer of AST files. Okay. And I forgot if in RavDBT you can actually look at like a series of things. Because I definitely, so I can I resume all the process? Because there's this data, okay. Now if I say global files dot data?
Trackit asked the same question as Bob had asked before. What are you debugging? Miso mostly is debugging the Odin compiler.
Yes.
He's looking into a bug regarding what is it called? It's a standard notation. I don't know, the thing with the E in it that physics usually uses.
Yes.
I forgot the name. It's when you have literals using standard unit system or something like that. Like 2.4E1 is like 24, and so the bug is that 2E1, which should be 20, is actually 10. Scientific notation? I'm not entirely sure. Maybe I believe that's it. Yeah, I believe that's it.
Yes.
Scientific notation. Yes.
Also, Hardcore Bob said to Vladis, wrapping up, it was about university.
Yeah.
Wrapping up such a commitment to yourself is no small feat. We're very fortunate, and I do wish. Okay, yeah, these things blocked it. And I do wish you do end your school with much openness for the future, because you were just at the beginning of learning. We never stop learning. School never really ends. Be grateful for many never get the chance of that kind of experience.
Thanks, Bob. That's really cool of you to say. I'm really grateful for the position I'm in. But we're getting an event going on here. I can hear it in your voice. Yeah. We fought hard to be here.
Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you.
Thank you, Hardcore Bob. You sound like a very, very good
Yeah.
guy. Very genuine person. It was so funny when Hardcore Bob joined the server. By the way, it was like, who was it? I think it was it's not Ian. Was it Ian? I don't know. Someone was like, well, this sounds like a troll. Are you trolling or are you real? I'm not entirely sure.
Mm.
I think it was Ian. Yeah, it was Enz and Ian. He was like, are you trolling? What do you mean by this? This sounds like malware. I remember that. That was funny as hell. Oh, yeah, he just said it. He said, yeah, they thought it was malware. Your daughter is 19, so you're 40. Yeah, I see.
Right, so. I actually don't know. I think there might be. Is there a constant? There might be something for just like constants. I guess it's kind of hard to go for it. Is the thing.
Can I help debug?
Yes, absolutely.
Of course.
If you could solve this problem for me, that'd be great. I always like less work.
Git clone the repo. Yeah, the Odin repo. Yep. It has instructions. I don't know. I believe you're running Windows. No, you're not. You're not from the stream you made last time. I think you're running some distro from Linux.
Yes.
I don't know how you build there, because there's a batch file for building. Does it like Debian? I see. Or Debian. Is Debian actually different from Debian, or did you try to say Debian? I'm not entirely sure. Not very versed in Linux distros. Systemd free. I see. A flavor of Debian. Oh yeah, I see. Yeah, I guess. Does build.bat work for building Odin? I'm not entirely sure. I don't know how you build it in Linux. I know you build it in Windows.
I may or may not have found like the exact place I just wanted it.
Yeah.
I
did build Odin.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yes.
Did build Odin with yeah, you can do that, yeah. Because he uses a LVM for now. Hopefully not for too long.
Oh yeah, because compile time shoot up. Yeah, compile time shoot up. Whereas I think
it's terrible. It's terrible. Another reason why I say for now is because Ginger Bill expressly hates it, I guess.
Yes, I remember that too.
So, yeah. Let me see if I can get the specific bug number for him, the issue.
Yes.
So it's Odin
4481. Because I actually label my directories as like issue numbers.
Yeah, I was questioning why you have so many weird numbers there, and I was like, oh yeah, that's probably a GitHub issue.
Yep.
By the length of it.
Mm-hmm. Makes it really easy
so
to remember that. Actually, it makes it so that I don't even have to remember that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
It's 44. What is it?
4481.
Okay, I'll link it in the chat so it's easier to grab.
Oh sure.
Here.
Yes.
Wait, is that it? Wait, it seems like a different thing. Issue 4481. Inconsistent typing with config, string versus integer. Is that it? I don't think that's it. It seems like a different bug.
Wait, did I actually do... Shoot, 4485. My bad.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, this is the correct one. I'll send another link. There we go. That's the right one.
I don't know.
Just checked.
Oh, because it was originally mentioned in 448.
Oh, I see. I would make that mistake as well.
That's funny.
I would absolutely make the mistake. No question about it.
processors. I want to see the parser. Yes, I want to see the parser. You popped it down there? Okay, right, DVG. Whatever you say. Exact value from token. Yes. So I want this, and maybe over here, I'm gonna say token.kind is token underscore float. Token.kind. Yes. Okay. So now everything's killed. And then I don't want this breakpoint anymore. Keep going. Should eventually get it. Hopefully. There's also the string itself. That might actually be better to that. Really? There wasn't anything there. Okay. Wait, it's still running? It's saying it's still running. I'm not sure if it actually is still running. Because everything just kind of dead.
No, I have to make up a new word. Sorry.
Hi, Bob. Oh, hi, Treco. Okay.
I'm everywhere. Bro's here in the voice chat, bro's in the stream, bro's in your house. Be careful, he may be in your walls, man.
Honestly, he shows up in my dreams.
Yeah, he's that. What is that joke? It's the. Have you dreamed about this man? With the face of that random ass guy. I'm indeed in your walls.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
The best reaction to that sentence I've seen before is need a blanket. Which makes sense. Must be cold within the walls.
Yeah. It's gotta hit at least one time, right? Unless I'm misinterpreting it, of course, but it seems like something that would be.
Seems like it. I need a word for morning. Fuck. I don't have words for moments of the day. Men ag felir lensatic. Okay, that makes sense by itself. Sorry if I say random jumble.
I know the language.
Translating text. Yeah, I'm translating text into a fictional language.
So I'm running. Yes, Pilatus actually is making a spoken language right now.
Oh, sorry, Mama's here. Oh, you built a spoken language. Nice. Yes. I'm building a fictional language called Tribulari. And I'm trying to translate a big wall of text. And I have to translate a sentence that goes, the morning brings bad news. But I don't have a word for morning yet. I'm thinking of having a base word, which means moment of the day, and having about 4 or 5 variations of it that mean moments of the day with suffixes. Not entirely sure. Probably do that.
Yeah, I think maybe not necessarily that. Hmm. Yeah, again, I'm not really sure what's going on with bad DBG. If it gets bad enough, I think I'll just switch over to using the Visual Studio debugger, even though it's kind of
Yeah, the
sluggish and slow and makes me want to pull my hair out. That's fine.
you know what's funny? I've never heard anyone say anything good about it. Never, ever. No one that uses it says, "Hey, that's actually a pretty good product." No one. Everyone's just like, "I want to kill whoever wrote this shit."
And yet
It's
it's
just a
one of the
general
best
reaction.
debuggers out.
Yeah,
It's just, like,
that's
so
what's,
fully
what's crazy.
featured.
Yeah.
It's also the same case with like WinDBG. It's like WinDBG is also a very good debugger. In fact, it's like a lot better than Visual Studio's debugger, but it it's excruciating.
Yeah.
I think Casey also like mentioned this in like oh yeah, he was like doing a Visual Studio rant.
Yeah, he did multiple of those, honestly.
Yeah. And one of the debuggers he mentioned was like WinDebugger or like WinDBG. And he was like, yeah, it's a really good debugger when I really, when you really want to do like kernel level debugging and all this stuff, like you use that debugger. But most of the time you don't want to do that. Because it's excruciating otherwise.
Yeah, you were complaining about something, like, not complaining, but you talked about something before, which he also talks about, which is like how slow conditional breakpoints are. And that's a point he makes. Like, it shouldn't be that slow. And according to him, I've never used them extensively, but according to Casey, they are way faster in RemediBG. I'm not entirely sure if that's true. But maybe I'll test it out. Yeah, maybe I'll test it out and tell you. I don't know.
Yeah. Part of the thing I actually... how, like, the Linux kernel has, like, BPF filters, and you can, like, actually do kind of specific expressions in order to, like, filter things out. I kind of wish debuggers actually had that so that, you don't have to interrupt with the breakpoint, the debugger every time, and then have it check the thing. Like, for simple things, you can just be like, oh, yeah, check if this is a thing, and check if this is a thing, and check if this is a thing.
Yeah.
Otherwise, don't interrupt me, please. Keep going.
That's it.
Yeah. Like, if I think about it, like, it, like, goes into kernel mode, and then it does stuff in kernel mode, but then it wouldn't, like, have to switch to user mode every time, and then, of course, the user mode process has to, like, actually read memory, and that's a kernel call itself. So, that has to be... I feel like that would be, like, somewhat faster.
Yes.
Like, at least noticeably, if not, like, extremely. Yeah, so I sort of wish kernels had something like that, but they don't.
How many... Sorry for switching topics so abruptly, but how many different moment of the day specifiers does English have? It seems like it has 4. Morning, afternoon, evening, and night.
Morning, afternoon, evening, night. Yeah, that about checks out. I'm thinking if there are other things.
Sounds like... There are others that, rather than specifying a period, specify like a specific moment, like noon and midnight and midday.
Yes, noon, midnight, midday. Yeah. I don't even think midday specifies like a specific... Maybe like noon. It's similar to noon.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna have... I need one for when the day starts. I need one for... when the day ends, which is the equivalent of night.
Yep.
I'm not entirely sure if I'll divide middle of the day into 2 things like English does. Yeah. In Portuguese, you don't do that. We just say, it's like, I don't know how to explain it. You say like noon, and then you have start of the noon and end of the noon, rather than afternoon and evening.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Also in English, there's like various times based on the sun itself. So you have like sunset and sunrise and twilight and things like that.
Oh yes, that's true. Thanks for reminding me of that. I forgot about this.
If I do value.kind is equivalent to exact value or what is it? Exact value. I think it would be underscore float. Yes. Underscore float and value dot something. Value dot value underscore float is equivalent to, I think, right, we're getting 10. So that would be a surefire way to get that.
Okay. I have for periods too. I have start of the day, time of hunt, and end of the day.
Should at least be hitting this, right? Yes, I do hit that at least. Now if I look at value, so exact value integer, so that should give me, just so I can visualize it, it is, wait, did they actually use big integers now? Okay, oh yeah, they do use big integers, that's cool. Value. So exact value string. Yep. So now we have strings. Oh, I had an exact value before. So I should be able to then put a condition here. Value dot find is equivalent to exact value float. This should hit at least once. I would hope.
Trekket said midnight, or is it considered an hour? Italian does a similar thing. I suppose you're talking about the, like, noon, early noon. Oh, night, late night. I see. Yeah, I sat with, basically I'll have a word that means moment of the day, pronounced blir, and then it's suffixed by one of 4 suffixes that mean a specific moment of the day. I have on for start of the day, on for time of hunt, which is early noon or afternoon, oz, which means end of hunt, which is late noon or evening, and es, which means end of the day or late night, such that bliron means morning and bliros means evening. That's basically what I'm doing. Hey, says Hardcore Bob. I got 20. You got 20? What does that mean? Oh, okay. When trying to reproduce the bug, I suppose. It worked?
Oh, huh.
Thing 1. Oh, you use 2.e1. What if you don't use the dot?
Yeah,
that may give us very important information, actually. If that changes something, that's important. He missed the period.
I don't think.
But I mean, even if
period,
yeah, I mean, even if you miss the period, it should work, I suppose. Right? Like if you do 2e4, that should make what? Not 2,000, 20,000 for zeros. It would be fun to have a fictional language inside a game with a real structure behind it. Players could decrypt it. I plan on using that for some game. I'm not entirely sure which one. I plan on using Tribulati for a lot of things, but mainly my RPG campaigns for now. But yeah, it would be very cool. Tribulati is very simple as well. Like, in some cases, it's just like if you take Skyrim for instance, or the other Elder Scrolls series, they have their own language, which is Daedric, but it's not really a conlang. It's what we call a conscript or a constructed script. They just created a symbol for each letter in the English alphabet, and they just write in English, but with a different set of glyphs. You know, so study Sanskrit. Sanskrit sounds like a very interesting language. A lot of linguistic ideas comes from Sanskrit. It's very deep. It's what I've heard about it. Sounds very, very interesting. But yeah, in Skyrim they just use that. So like if you use something like a thunder rune in the ground, sorry, lightning rune in the ground, what's written, like there's a little symbol in the center of the rune that's left behind. It's just letter L for lightning. Like it's nothing complex. Once you learn it, it's very boring. Mm. Okay, we got 5 viewers now. Apparently. There's a language have a specific alphabet or uses the English one. It has a specific alphabet. I have a Romanized version, which uses, the common alphabet and some diacritics and stuff. But I have my own alphabet, which is the 7th iteration of an alphabet I've done about now, I guess. But yeah, I have my own thing, yes. I have multiple versions of it as well. Scoriana says hi to the stream.
Hey. First time. Nice. Okay, I've been replying PogChamps to like literally all of them. I want a different one though. Let's see.
I have no experience with Twitch emotes. Some channels have like a billion of them.
There we go.
I don't know. Okay, that's one reaction you can have to that information, I guess.
My honest reaction to that information.
Are you sure that's how you want to react to that information?
Yes. I've never been more sure of anything in my entire life.
Well, if you say so.
I know so. Okay, let's add a condition. Let's say and value dot. What was it? Oh, value float. Yeah. Is equivalent to, what was it? So now I want 10. Hopefully that works. I think I should be getting that something is 10.
Adjectives can be pronounced.
So
yeah, Hardcore Bob asked an interesting question. So we don't want the what did he say? So we don't want the parser to need the period 2.e1. So we want 2e1, right? Is that a huge deal? Not. I don't think it's a huge deal because it's a very specific case. But having bugs in the compiler is never good, and when it comes to something fundamental as parsing a literal, it usually people usually assume literals work very well. So they will probably look for the bug elsewhere, and that will lead to them like going crazy for hours instead of finding the actual source, which is a bug in the compiler. And I think let me see if the overview talks about this.
Maybe it actually is exactly 20 somehow? And something else is screwing up. I guess I should have also debugged like the main.odin to see like if it was actually 20 or format.println is screwing something up. That could have been possible as well. Still not getting that though. Whether it's 10 or 20. Strange. So let me modify the condition.
Oh, found numbers.
What about if I do token.fonts.line as implement 4? That should be a lot more specific as well.
I was looking at the overview too. Yeah, it only seems to mention one example, which is 1.0e9, referring to 1 million. I think it's designed to be explicitly 2.0e1. I mean, I think we have a bug either way. Because if it's not supposed to take integers, it should error. Right?
Yes.
And if it doesn't error, then it should do something, and I don't expect it to convert the number 2 to 10 in any way. If it was maybe, I don't know, if it was maybe 0.2, that would make more sense than 10. Trekit asks, have you an idea where the problem lies? I don't know how the compiler works, but if it has different phases, have you found which one?
That's what I'm trying to find. Like I thought it would be like when it parses this into a value, but maybe it's not. I don't really know.
Did it parse correctly? I wasn't watching for the last like 2 minutes.
Yeah. So yeah, I just tested out the recent change. Yeah, 2.E1 actually does work, and 2.0E1 probably works too. But yeah, that's interesting. So it's specifically, maybe it's overshooting. I don't know.
Mesm. No, that's weird.
Okay, exact value from basic. Maybe. So here, maybe I would like to actually look at this one instead. The exact value float from string.
Maybe it's the E part. If it encounters E, it also needs the period. Trekit says maybe during the
parsing this.
Trekit says maybe during the matching of the token. Yeah, literal parsing. Yeah, that was my initial guess as well.
Wait. If it overshoots by 1, I don't think E1 should work, but that would be funny. No. Yeah, I don't know. And then this should, yep. That would be funny, yes.
Yeah, I would.
So that's hexadecimal floats, and this so exact value treat as okay. So string contains char string dot, which it does, and and not string contains char string that. Then return exact value from string. This. Oh, that's if it doesn't contain a dot. Yes, correct.
Yeah.
Flow from string. Float.
Isn't that what we want to see?
Yeah, I think so. Okay.
The case where it doesn't have the dot.
Yes, exactly.
It's actually readable. Hardcore Bob sent what is it? What how does it he call it? Odish. Yes, he sent a line of code in Odish.
uh,
It's actually readable. In addition, level one variable t thing one type integer value oe1. That makes sense.
yeah.
Yeah, he said try 0. O.oe1 equals 0, oe1 equals 10. Wait, oe1, I think oe1, is it equal 10? That's another bug too,
Uh-huh.
right?
That's
'Cause-
funny. Okay. Yeah.
What happened? What happened? Oh, oe1 is 10?
Yes, OE1 is 10.
Small question. Try 9. 91. Does any integer preceding e1 just give 10?
It might, yeah. That's what I'm thinking right now. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Glad I'm helping. Yeah, you are.
Okay. So
Yeah,
what
it seems any integer. It just goes like, fuck it. I guess it's 10.
Yeah.
Float from string. Is it float from string? Isn't it the other thing?
I would think it's flow from string. I think this is what it uses. Removes the.
It
so
moves
what
the one.
happens- So string text, if it's underscore that, if it's E, make it an E. Buff n plus plus cast char C. I forgot that Bill like made a macro so that it actually kind of looks similar to Odin.
Yeah, I was just like looking at the cast thing and I was like, what is this doing?
Yeah. So then there's a stir font. Stir 2D. Is it really just stir 2?
Yeah, I'm thinking it doesn't fall into float from string because it doesn't find the dot. Like I don't know if I'm crazy, but like you know the procedure you were in before.
Wait, maybe. Yes. So there is.
Yeah,
no
I
dot,
think
that's
yeah it
true.
does. Yeah, there's no dot and there is no dash, so it falls into exact value integer from string. No.
Yes, I think you are correct on that. Wait, so it doesn't. Yes, it doesn't contain a dot and it doesn't contain a dash, so it's exact value integer from string. Yes, that is correct.
Yeah, that's probably where the bug is.
Value integer from string.
String. There we go.
Big int from string.
And I think you can press star while hovering a word to search for it. By the way, if that helps,
Oh, wait.
instead of like having to type it in.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you. That's a hot trick. That's a hot trick.
Yeah,
No.
that's very nice.
So exactly.
Add the condition if it contains any of the two e. So give a condition if there is a period or none.
Yeah. This is cool.
So here we are. Results.
So big int. So it's doing big int from string, which I don't know if big int can like parse the 9 correctly. I don't know how it's parsing that actually.
Same. It does. It creates a result which is okay. The only thing it does with the string is call big int from string. So I don't know if it gets any value off the string, it has to be in that function.
So wait, it's returning exact value integer from string.
Yeah. Oh, that's wait. What? Isn't that another function?
Wait. Okay. Exact value. Wait. What is it? Oh, flow from string. Okay.
From string. Is it? Oh yeah. That's it.
Oh, so it's allowed to be an integer as well. That works.
Yeah. And so it falls there, and then this, I think, exact value from string calls the big int thing. Maybe that it's a problem with the big int conversion
Yeah, that's what I would.
in
think.
some way.
Yeah. So I could.
This is fun. It is.
Yes, it's very fun. I like this a lot.
I write bugs on purpose, so I have to debug them because it's fun.
Nice.
Yeah, keep believing that.
Yeah. If only you could forget about the bug afterwards. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what is this exact?
If only I could sleep at night without being haunted by my bugs.
Exact value to wave from string. So I want to do a real hypothesis. I want to test a hypothesis here. Okay. I think this should be it, but I want to do string dot value dot something. Is it string dot value or string dot text? I forget what the structure of the string is. I guess if I just do a breakpoint here. Yes, so now I can actually look at strings. We already got an example. Let's go.
Nice.
I did. That's really funny. I didn't even have to set like. What was it? Oh, like a condition here. It just
The condition?
gave
Yeah.
what I wanted.
That's marvelous. Okay. So you got 9E1. It knows the length properly, etc. Yeah, like looking at this, my guess would be that the bug is in begin from string.
Yeah. I mean, it shouldn't even reach this spot. Supposedly. I think. I actually don't know how to read this. It says. So it says like 10 here. Yeah, it's just 10 here.
Oh yeah, that's a problem. Yeah, I think the problem is in the conversion, no? In the
Yeah. Like it
begin
should-
from string.
Yeah.
Because it modifies success and... Yeah, I don't know what that
No.
function is.
So we know that.
Wait, you said something. It shouldn't reach the begin thing?
Yeah. Like I think we want to do like E here. Yeah. I think capital E also works, so I need to check that as well. Does that-
OE1, this also returns 10. Okay, so capital E also returns
Yes.
10.
Uh,
Oh, so you'd have to check for capital E as well?
Yep. I'm gonna split that into 2 lines right now. Okay. So we save that. Yes, please load the file again. I also want to build the compiler again. Which I should be able to do with the, okay, I don't want the inventory now. Build.
I forgot about the past participle. Fuck you, past participle.
Oh, because I'm running it right now. Duh. Okay. Okay, fantastic. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put out of this. I think I can copy. Yep. And then yes. $90? Yes, perfect. Am I already editing it somewhere? Oh, I am, yes. So one. Okay, sure. So. Oh, right, I was working on another issue. So there's other dips there. There was a weird thing where like Max Field Align like didn't pack it correctly or something, so I'm gonna look at that at some point.
Okay.
I think it seemed like a more involved change, so I've kind of been procrastinating it.
I see.
Yeah. So
But did it change the outcome of the the parsing, adding the conditions. I say.
Yes, yes. It like actually, I think it like makes it actually enter like the double thing.
Mm.
So wait, but I'm actually interested in just like the overall thing. So there was exact value flow from string. So like there's like a section here that does the hexadecimal stuff. Oh, because you can actually do that simpler. That makes sense. Whereas where is it? Yeah, the flow from string stuff. That can I just noticed this giant comment right here. Let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah, whereas the decimal stuff, it's straightforward, or it's at least different. Yeah.
Hardcore Bob is finding out some very interesting things.
One.
If you do 1 and 100 E's and 1, it returns 1. That's funny.
That is very funny.
I'm surprised it doesn't error. It should error, no? In my head, it should.
I have no idea what big N2 string is doing. It's wild.
Yeah.
Actually, wait,
Same.
maybe let me run it through. You said it returns 1, right? Okay, so some of them. Wait, what did I pin? Oh, shoot. Yeah, I didn't want to pin that. Unpin. Okay. I do want to pin this one, though. Because that one's a chef kiss, yeah. Sure, so I can just do a git stash push. Git check out LF will be replaced by CRLF. Next time git touches. I have no idea how that's going to turn out. I forgot what settings I had for CRLF and LF and all that jazz. We'll figure it out. So I want to git check out master now and then git check out dash B. Let's see, so it's not 4481, it's 4485. Fix exact value. Git stash pop. I don't know if Git actually handles the backslash gracefully. I guess it does. Or wait,
If it handles what?
the backslash gracefully, which I think it did there.
I think it does, because actually your shell is the one that does that, I guess. Expands it in there.
Is it? Because I'm using like command prompt, or yeah, command prompt in dev env right now.
Yeah, I think it does. I think it does. It does.
Oh,
Yes.
nice. Okay. Oh right, maybe like I think right. Git has to like go through like msys or mingw or something like that. Yeah, I think that's what does it.
Okay.
Let's see. So yes. So what was the actual bug here? Oh yeah.
Can we use T thing 1 and 8? 1 returns 1. Oops. I8 or I128. They all give 1. Yeah, no matter which one you use, they all give 1. Hi, Cole.
Hi.
Damn, bro's depressed. You okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Oh, that's fine then. You sounded tired. Yeah.
Yeah, I was a bit tired.
I wish I had voice on. Well, don't have a mic. Once you do, hit us up. Oh, that's very awesome. I just noticed I translated all of my sentences incorrectly before this one. That's very cool.
Did create a new branch, right? Yeah. Okay, yeah. We do a push. Great, fantastic. Go back here. Do I have the, yes, I do have the option to do a bulge test. Great. And then I need to pray now, so I'm gonna be out 13 minutes and then BRB.
It's fine. Suffix for how about hacks? Does this fix work well with OX2E1? Good question. I think it falls into. I think it's gonna fall into the same thing because there's a part of the code that handles. I don't think using hacks in scientific notation is a thing, is it? Not entirely sure, but I think it's something you can do, because before the part of the compiler that treats the E, the scientific notation thing, there's one that parses the number as like something as I28, I whatever, and I think there's hacks in it. I haven't tested, I'm just saying, assuming from what I've seen in the code Misomosi was looking at.
Are you talking with Trakot?
I'm talking to Hardcore Bob, is in Misomosi stream chat.
Oh, okay.
If you don't put a dot, how E is interpreted? As hex or as exponent? If you don't put a dot, it's just integer. Like, that's the idea, that's what it should be doing. I don't know if you're asking in terms of what the theory behind it is or what it actually does. But supposedly it's supposed to be an integer, because like en is just times 10 to the power of n, right? So like 2e4 is basically 2 times 10 to the power of 4, which is what is it, 2000, I guess, 20,000 actually. Wait, it's 2,000, my bad. Is it? I'm not entirely sure. I don't know. I have no idea. Yeah, it is 20,000. And here I am. Here we are.
Yes, here I am.
And if you put the dot, I mean, in theory, putting the dot after the 2 shouldn't make a difference. Like 2e10, I'm saying 10, 2e, I don't know, 4 and 2 dot e4 should mean the same thing, supposedly. They don't currently, which is the bug here. Which is different from dot to e something. Because, you know. To make an example, what does ox2.1e negative 1 mean to the compiler? I mean, in theory, I'm saying this word over and over again because we're treating a bug where it doesn't work, right? But in theory, that would mean ox2, okay, Bob, that would mean ox2.1. Wait, I don't think the form ox2.1 works. Not sure, but does it? I remember seeing something about floating point hexadecimal stuff. I don't know if it was in Odin or in another language. Let me search hacks. Let me see. Yeah, it doesn't seem to say anything about it. I don't know if you can do that even. Because if you don't have a float in hacks, E doesn't become ambiguous. Oh, that's true. That makes sense. If you had hacks, E would be ambiguous. That makes sense. Yes. Oh yeah, that's true. My bad. I don't know. I don't know how he handles this case. I mean, the dot would make it unambiguous. Sure. I don't know, it doesn't sound like something the compiler should allow, though. Sounds very weird. Okay. So Bob tried. Basically, T is thing 1 type F32 equal to OX1AE negative 1 returns 429. Yeah, I suppose it did 1AE minus 1 as an operation, right? What is 1AE? Is 430? I'll check real quick. Programmer, calculator, hexadecimal, 1AE. Yeah, 1AE is 430. So you just did 430 minus 1, which is 429. I've seen that be handled somewhere else with E as hex value and P as para/exponent. With E as hex value and P as... Oh, okay, I see. So you did like hexadecimal, blah, blah, and then P4, which is the equivalent of doing like number E4 usually. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I see how that works. According to the perspective. Oh, damn. So OX2.1 EP-1 is not ambiguous. Yes, that sounds like a good solution. Hardcore Bob is with us. There we go.
Yeah, this works.
Hey, works. I can hear you.
Hooray.
Mm-mm-mm.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Oh, then the Sanskrit alphabet is really crazy. Very interesting. That case should become a good unit test. Yeah. Usually it's what people do. When bugs are found in the Odin compiler, they're added as tests to the compiler. Regression tests, exactly. What did I say? Exactly.
Yo, what's going on in here?
Long story short, Mr. Mosey opened the stream, entered the chat, started solving a bug in the Odin compiler. He's streaming over at Twitch. That's basically it.
And I'm
It's not a
listening.
long story.
Excellent. Now I can hear you guys perfectly.
Oh, nice. Exactly. Did I say that? My bad. I was thinking about language way too much.
Dude, if you keep learning those other languages, you're gonna forget English.
I didn't think so.
Who's,
Like learning other.
who's that? It sounds like...
Yeah.
What? That could become a real word. Yeah. I don't know. I didn't forget JS because I learned other better languages. But it made me realize how terrible JS is. So maybe that's what will happen to English. I mean, it's already happening. If I'm gonna be 100% honest.
English is like
Excellent.
JS. It's used
That's
everywhere,
what
but
I've
it's a
been
terrible
saying.
language.
That's what I've been saying. English is JS. SQL is Rust.
Español
Over
es
and
mejor.
hard as
Okay, I need to
hell.
go learn whatever that is.
Oh, it's a
Español.
constructed language. Español. ¿Hablas español? I don't speak Spanish,
Sí,
honestly. I speak Portuguese.
Español es mejor.
I learned Spanish a long time ago, and I've completely forgot it because I don't use
Damn.
it.
I don't need
Puedes
to remember
practicar
it, so...
conmigo si quieres.
I see. I mean,
I said-
I know a
I
bunch
said you can
about...
practice with me if you want.
Yeah. I only know Spanish well because I'm Portuguese. Scorianes is also Portuguese. Are you European or American Portuguese?
I think it's the same or no? Portugal and South America speak the same Portuguese.
Yeah, we have a unified standard. Yeah, he's Brazilian. Yeah, he's American Portuguese. We have
Okay,
we have a
okay.
unified standard, but the way we speak is a little different. Well,
Copy,
actually,
I
it's a
didn't
lot different. Yeah, like a Brazilian, but I don't know. Let me try to see an example sentence.
What other language you speak?
I speak English, Portuguese, Spanish, and I am like somewhat starting to speak Latin because I learned how to read it first. That's it, I guess, for like natural languages. The one I'm gonna take next is probably German. Not entirely sure yet.
Nice. I only speak English and Spanish and a little Sanskrit, but Sanskrit's not spoken; it's sung. So
It's sung? That's very interesting. I didn't know.
yeah, Sanskrit's meter. It was because you're supposed to memorize it. People remember songs, tunes, dun, 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 dun. So Sanskrit being the original language, it's sung because it was an oral tradition.
Oh.
It was you were supposed to learn source code, meaning the Vedanta Sutra or whatever, through memorization. So it was sung to you, and then you would repeat it, and Sanskrit's
That makes
context free as
sense.
well. Sanskrit is also context free, and it also has checksum.
That's crazy. I didn't know. Since
Yeah,
it's
I know.
way more
Nobody-
interesting than I thought.
People thought checksum was invented now in the 60s and 30s or whatever. Mathematicians, they thought it was invented now. It was actually invented thousands, millions of years ago.
I see.
Because it's embedded in the language. So if you change, yeah, Sanskrit's pretty awesome, dude. I mean, you need to look into it. It's very, like I told you earlier, it's very deep.
I'm gonna look into it. I learn languages more because I'm interested in them rather than them being useful to me. So yeah.
Cool.
But yeah, a Brazilian Portuguese would say the things as as coisas, whereas Portuguese would say as coisas. So it's a bit different. Tracket says Pax Tibi. Out of nowhere. Yeah, peace be with you as well.
Oh, that's what is Paz
Yeah,
Contigo.
peace to you.
Paz TV. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Oh, in Latin.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, that's where it comes from, yes. Spanish is another Latin root language. It's less Latin than Portuguese, but it's very Latin as well.
Yeah, I love Spanish. I
Spanish
should,
also.
right? I was from Puerto Rico.
Oh, I see. So you were born there?
No, I was born in New York.
Oh, okay.
In
you
Sanskrit,
learned
it's
it?
Santi. Well, my parents taught me English first, and when I was 5, I learned Spanish in school.
Oh, okay, I get it. That makes sense.
Yeah. So I'm fully bilingual.
That's very nice. Does anyone know some Italian? I mean, I can try
Vaffanculo.
because I don't suppose this is a. Yeah, I mean, Italian is. I consider it a derivative of Latin. Like, it's the strongest derivative of Latin there is in the world currently. So I can understand a lot of it. Also, because I speak Portuguese, a lot of the words are very, very similar. But I don't speak Italian at all.
Oh man, this guy says that was awesome. It's because of that movie, Boondock Saints.
Yeah.
Yeah, arrivederci, arrivederci. I know that one. What else? In Italian, couple things. Depends if there was an Italian female asking me at the spot right now in front of me, I would probably come up with some Italian. But that's
I
just
see.
that's because
valid,
of the
that's
Riz.
valid.
It's the Riz, yeah, because I'm on the spot. But right now, this is my first time I'm online talking to other hackers.
I see. Welcome to the space here.
Thank you.
Voice
You are
chat.
lucky.
Yeah, probably. Same
Yes.
thing.
I'll
And
say,
voice, yes.
I'll say you're lucky because you're here rather than being, I don't know, in the Rust Discord server.
Hey,
What's wrong with them?
hey.
Nothing's
No
wrong with
problem with
nothing. Nah, nope.
What?
Oh, everybody said that there's no problem with Rust. We were just making sure.
Yeah, I mean,
Every language is very interesting. I mean, it takes a very interesting amount of knowledge, passion, energy, all kinds of shit. I mean, think about it. Look at this guy going right now in the terminal. I do the same thing. I mean, I'm the same way.
yeah.
That just happens with, honestly, it's bigger communities. Like, usually the Discords get more like, the bigger a Discord gets, the more weird people there are on it.
Yeah.
That's just how it is.
absolutely true. That happens generally for communities, like gaming communities and stuff. It happens, but even though that's true, when you have someone giving directions, the filter is usually way harder to surpass. If that makes any sense. Like, if you go to open communities where like Rust, you have a committee of people or whatever, and you cannot point to a person and say that guy owns Rust, right? Like a single guy,
Right.
and he has all the power in the world. But when you go to like Odin, there's Ginger Bill, and he's there, right? And so if he says no, it's
Just
no.
watching.
And having that kind of control and having a person representing the thing really helps.
Oh, I
control
see where you're
what, like,
coming
direction
from.
takes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see, I just never gotten so involved with the drama because there's so much of it. There's so much human
Yeah.
interaction between computers. I keep it really pure, like very like machine. Like the machine and I is one thing, and the whole politics behind languages, which are just silly things that we've created in this universe to produce objects that don't exist, that just please our sensation of creation. We shouldn't be having fights and arguments. People shouldn't be taking this shit as serious as they take it. But that's just my.
Yeah, I agree.
That's just
I think,
because I've never been able to speak my mind, and I've been online since I was 12 years old. Since '96, I started programming out with Perl, and I'm not a programmer. I'm more of a what you're doing, tester, debugger, super user type thing. I really don't know how to code. I kind of just like copy paste and kind of glue shit together to see if it works. If it does, oh hooray!
Yeah.
But I've never really tried to pay too much attention to the stuff that people fight over, because it's just honestly, it's all good, man. Honestly, in the end, it's all good. I mean, look at this great shit that we're doing right now.
Yeah, honestly, some people just blow it out. Like, you go on social media, it's just, everybody blows it up, like, way more than it was actually a problem.
In default context is a procedure you need to run it.
Exactly. I think just. I mean, one of the problems is that politics, if they just didn't mess with things, that would be better, but they usually do, unfortunately. So, like, at some point, I don't know, I'll give you a random example. Like, Minecraft has mods, and there are some mods that like get split up into different mods because like the people working on it had a random ass argument about politics. It has happened with at least 7 mods I know. So like sometimes it affects things it shouldn't, in my opinion, of course. But
Absolutely.
I told you
Yeah,
it was a procedure. Why didn't you run it?
It's just programming communities.
I'm
Yeah.
I'm talking to him, Samusi.
Oh, wait.
But I
did you
think
tell
there
me-
are
wait,
different
shit,
kinds.
sorry.
Yeah, I told you.
Oh,
He said it was context-less, something like that.
didn't like
What
those-
was
like
it?
the way it looks. Yeah.
Oh, there's stuff going on the page too.
To be honest, I don't think I agree with you guys in that sense. Like, it doesn't matter because I mean, I get it doesn't matter to you, but at the same time, I also understand why some people care more about stuff and want to vent about it on social media. That's perfectly fine human behavior to me.
I mean,
Of course,
I guess
yes.
it does
I'm not-
matter.
I don't. Yeah.
I don't
agree
think
with
it's
you
that black
too.
and white. I just think it's like
Yeah.
sometimes it gets extremely overblown.
Yeah, it gets stupid. I mean, that's-
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Like
No,
it does
I know
matter.
what you're
It
saying,
shouldn't
too.
matter as much.
Right. Because in the end, in the end, we all just got each other. Honestly, these things will. I mean, if the magnetic system of the universe decides to kaput, like all the scientists talk about, we're so lucky to be millimeters from the sun. If anything outside of us does change, then all our universe in this digital world cease to exist. So at the end, all we have is each other. Honestly. So yeah, I agree with that statement. Whoever said it, I can't keep track of who said. The gentleman with the heavy accent. He said that it does matter because he thinks it's
Coca-Cola.
human behavior. Yeah, that's great. That's good to say. That's good to say because it's very natural for us to have this ability to express ourselves, and we take advantage of it. We have to because it's part of the human condition, for sure. To be able to express each other, to have a platform to do that, be heard. There's nothing better than someone hearing you out.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, that makes sense. I think the wrong dots connect sometimes. Like very often, you have like someone that has their personal issues, which is okay. Everyone has it, and it leads to them going some way or some other way or believing certain things, and that's okay. But then they try to push those things into other things that maybe shouldn't be connected. Like sometimes that doesn't hurt, but a lot of the times it does. Like imagine if I created some programming language and then people started using it, but like I'm Catholic myself, and I was like, if you're not Catholic, you cannot use my language. I'll ban everyone who isn't Catholic. Like at that point, that's kind of crazy. Which I see that kind of thing happening sometimes with the LGBTQ group. I don't know how to identify group, or I don't know, whatever. I would say group, because sometimes that happens. In I've seen that in at least 3 servers, which were supposedly about programming. So yeah.
That's interesting. I haven't actually experienced that, so.
LGBT
No, I-
bucket lol. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I haven't experienced it myself. I've never been like banned from servers for doing whatever, but I've seen people do that. I mean, be banned, and I've had friends be banned from servers for saying whatever. Like, one of them were banned from a modding group over what was the game? Used Lua. I think it is a car game. I don't know what the name of it is, because he. I'm not entirely sure if it is. I don't know how to mod Trackmania. I don't know if he used Lua. That's all I know.
Okay, sure.
But he was banned because he was basically banned because he had something saying he's Christian in his profile, and then people started questioning him like out of nowhere. He was not talking about it. They just at him in one of the open chats and asked like, "What do you think of gay people?" or whatever. And you can think of how that went down, and then he was eventually banned because of what he said. because basically he didn't give them the answer they wanted. So goodbye. So yeah, I think like that there's no problem believing certain things, but I think you need to not connect everything all the time, I guess. You know, like I know Ginger Bill has certain beliefs from what I've talked to him before and stuff he has said, which I will not talk about now because I don't think it's appropriate. But
Sure.
you know, I don't see Bill bringing it to here. Like he never talks about that sort of stuff around here in the Discord server, for instance. You know, he knows how
Well,
to
you
keep
know,
things separate.
yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, exactly what I was gonna say. You know, keep things separate. And you know, honestly, I'm not part of any other Discord at the moment because every time I've shown up to a Discord channel and be myself, I can tell and feel the vibes there somehow or other through the computer, through the telephone. I feel vibes. Period. That's just how I am. And it's just kind of weird. I went into the Python Discord channel to kind of talk about what I did with what I call Odish or whatever, the shell. I love Bash, I love shell, and I don't want to write all the syntax. I don't know how you guys do it. I watch you in surprise how you constantly look at all these colors and all this stuff. My eyes glaze over. I think of code in a different way. So I created this thing to shorten Python coding, because when you code, like, say, user interface with tkinter in Python, there's a lot of repetition. So I figured, okay, I can make a language that'll just shorten my time typing. So I created this thing called whatever, with the definitions of functions and shit like that. So, and I got a lot. I didn't get any love. Just like when I showed up to this server, you guys are like, someone was like, wow, this is malware, you're a troll, this is, you know what I'm saying? I didn't get, and I'm an older guy, I'm 84, baby, so I'm 40 years old. I'm not, and there's so many young people on the internet, you know what I'm saying? So it's really hard sometimes to kind of connect with others, like you were saying, connect the dots. It's hard to connect with others because, everyone's so different now because of the internet itself. I saw kids 12, 15, 20 years ago. When I was 20, they were 2, 3 years old. They had a screen in their face. They grew up with a phone or a tablet, and that's all they know. And a lot of people are like that nowadays. So it's it makes a different kind of human. They don't necessarily know how to connect with each other like in a social setting per se. What they know is the internet, social connection. You know what I'm saying? The short texting, the quick chatting, all that kind of stuff. So, but everyone's different, man. It's cool. So I'm glad that this spot to finish this Odin language. I've been looking at it for a minute. I realized that I wanted to do the same thing for Odin because it's a lower level language instead of Python, which is higher level, and there's really no coming out of scope. It's just indentation. So I was really surprised, and I'm really grateful, and hopefully Mr. Bill gets the news that he's got a great thing going. He should keep it up, and not to bend the knee to break his principles to any kind of There's going to be people who's going to say shit, always. People always going to say shit. You feel me? So, like you were saying, it's very good that he is the king of the language, because that way he can, just like Linus, whatever, right? He's the master of the kernel of Linux, and when someone tries to bring something, he's like, no, we're not doing that. So so it's pretty cool. I love it. I've never done any game programming, and just being able to get a couple of things working so far with my stupid little shortcut tool that I use to do code, it's really cool. So now I got to learn how to code in low level because I really don't know. So
I see.
I feel like it's worked out pretty well for Odin, but like you look at Zig and it's like, I'm good.
What's that? That looks like some spam came into the channel. Is it? Is
Yep.
it?
That's why I don't
It's some spam.
Yeah, it's
No one click on that link.
Oh, okay.
Clicking on it.
It's a
Not even make someone else happy,
Dude, you could buy some viewers. Oh my god, this is awesome.
Ah,
Cheap viewers, Lord have mercy. Yeah, everyone's greedy, so they gotta try to snag you.
yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
You know, like, hey.
Wait, I have mods.
Oh yeah, Treka02 said something important as well. He said every community
Yeah, what was it,
reflects the
sir?
head of the group.
I see. He's in the Discord channel.
Yeah, right now we're the head of Odin, actually.
That's
There we
cool.
go.
I mean,
Let's ditch Bill. Fuck Bill. It's our language now.
Yes.
oh no. Oh lord.
Not just kidding. I like Bill.
He loves George.
Let Bill do it. But yeah, talking about the demographic you were talking about, like it's usually younger people and stuff. That's one thing this server has that's different. I've noticed the average age of the people around here is
Yeah.
older than the average age of people in other servers.
Okay,
Nice.
there we go.
One last spammer.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a bot account, but
And then
still good that it's not here anymore.
right
That'd be
now
pretty
we're
cool.
gonna ban hardcore Bob.
Why? Why did he
For
do?
being too cool. Yeah. Okay.
Get back to work.
Poor guy. Can't even be cool anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, right now I'm just fleshing out my little game engine so I can do Carl's game jam.
Oh, nice. Wait, who's game?
Oh yeah,
Uh,
Carl.
yeah, Carl's
The
done
guy
an
who does
Odin
the
game
Odin
jam.
book.
Oh, right. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's
Man,
like a little
I just
game
added
jam.
audio, so I think it's basically done. It's a game engine.
What do you use for rendering? Vulkan?
Yeah, it's using Vulkan. It's got well, I could just stream it. Show you what I got.
Sure.
Okay, but my internet's actually trash, so I have no idea if this even will look good. But yeah, pretty fancy.
Quick look at it.
Got skin meshes.
Oh, nice.
Got hot reloading.
Oh, I remember you showcasing that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Oh, that engine's pretty cool. One thing that got my attention, I don't know if I'm mixing things here. Does your engine have some camera movement things when you move around? I don't know. I think I had something like this in mind.
It had some
Like-
tilt, although it's probably hard to see.
Oh yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's your engine.
You just-
then yes.
Yeah. And we can show off the hot reload.
I'm back.
Yeah, there you go. It's hot reloaded.
Oh, I see.
Hey,
That's
so
very nice. To
I
see
have a
to look
quick.
at.
I have a quick question. Did we finish? Did we fix that bug we started and stuff? The E stuff that I started messing around with?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, nice, dude. That's so awesome. I love debugging. I
This
do,
is
I love
PBR
it.
shading, correct?
Sorry?
Rap? This is PBR shading, correct?
Yeah, it's if you look, there's a paper by Google that has their PBR implementation. It's based on Unreal 4.
Filament? The filament paper?
Yeah, Filament.
Okay.
I think
Yeah, that one's pretty
debugging is
good.
one of the most fun things ever. My top two things that I like doing is designing systems and debugging. I think it's the two most fun things. It's not the things that you spend most time on, but they're fun when they come to me. Well, I spend a lot more time designing than debugging, I guess.
Yeah, I haven't really made many computer programs, but I love computers for sure.
Yeah.
The Omnissiah
One would
comes
hope
to
you like
us.
computers, yeah.
Imagine you hated computers, but that just describes half the programmers. in this
Yeah.
Discord.
I mean, it's a compulsion. It could be, it could be a battle.
I think people hate programs, not the computers themselves.
Oh yeah,
I hate
that's
C++,
what we're
Like
talking
but
the
it's something I
machines-
write in almost every day. So
Yeah, I know. I've never really met folks like y'all, and I look up to you because I mean, like I said, like, no, well, it's true. Takes a special kind of person to type in all that shit in there, bro. Most honestly, I do it for fun because honestly, I do other stuff for a living.
Just came to mind, like, guys, you like my implementation? Is odd. If n equals 1, return false. If
It's
n
like,
equals-
what library do you maintain? It's just like, yeah, I do FFmpeg, and the other guy's like, yeah, but I did is even on npm, and it just gets smited.
Yep.
Yeah, I've never really done a game engine, so it's kind of crazy I got this far, but it's got like physics and stuff, and PPR.
Yeah. And hot reloading. It actually is looking pretty hot.
Yeah.
It's better than Unity.
Yeah.
Yeah, it already looks
Unity
like
can't
it's
do
better
half
than
the stuff I'm
Unity.
doing. They can't hot reload shaders and code like that. Unreal
And
can't
it
do that.
has like
You have a game? Do you have it that you're working on?
Not with this, but I am working on another game. It's in Unreal.
Oh, but you were saying. Oh, okay. Was it in Odin? I'm sorry, I just got.
No, it's in C++. But
Oh, I got you. That's still pretty awesome though, because
yeah, I was like, I'm getting tired of Unreal. I want to do something else.
wait, hold on. So okay, wait. Did you like make Unreal, or did you do like making
I'm not
games
saying
in
it's what you
Unreal?
do. No, I just made a game in Unreal.
Oh, I got you. So
I'm
you
currently
didn't, like,
working on a game in Unreal.
Got you. Oh, that's cool. Is that you got to pay for Unreal, don't you?
So it's free until you go to sell your game, then they take like a little cut. It's actually pretty
Oh, okay,
reasonable, I'm
that's
not gonna lie.
That's
It's
not bad. That's
I feel
not
like
bad.
if you're gonna go make like a super fancy realistic game, like might as well just use Unreal.
Hey, you see, I would love to make a tool in a 3D world instead of a game in itself. Something that could like merge 2D, like interface, like text, like you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, like I guess like you
Not
or
so
just
much-
like there's a game like that called Fez, if that's what you mean. Or like it's
I don't know.
2D but it kind of 3D.
No, not really. What I'm not sure how I'm trying to get it. Like, for example, say I want to calculate the position of the star, say for like, it's just basically an equation, right? But it's a it's a flat type of deal. I mean, flat meaning the code for it is all text, right? But the view, would be cool if I can position it, make a 3D, show, you know what I'm trying to say? Merge. I don't know how to explain it. It's in my head, like tools that we even use to like graphing and things like that, like kind of create a tool that we can visualize things 3D. Like in a book, you take a book and you can flip through the pages so much faster than in a computer. Like finding a page in a PDF, we use find or we use fuzzy search or whatever, right? But I'm saying if we can develop a 3D world where we have more like a manipulation of the 2D world, I don't know how to explain it. Anyways.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
That was unexpected.
I'm trying to think.
Those are
Come up
like-
with a
so you're
better
talking
way,
about
with
a
a
fuzzy
better
finder?
way of explaining it. I just have to find a better way to explain it. What I'm trying to say.
maybe you're trying to talk about a more analogical interaction, but in a digital way or something. I don't know. Not entirely sure.
Right. You see how like we're watching him debug, right? And so in my head, there's a lot of the computer languages that still make an assumption that I call it, turning human into machine. Like we can clean up this code so much more. And what I'm thinking is like, how can we how can we make a world, right? A game that produces our code for us, you know, and we have more of a more, I don't know how to explain. Are more articulate and okay, you know how we can grab a controller and there's like, if you hold the shift over here, you can make all these combos. Like if you were playing some kind of Tekken game or something, right?
Yeah.
It becomes second nature. You know, gamers when they're playing, you know, they become second nature on how to the chords of the, you know, shift here, A, B, X, left, right. You feel me? It's a physical thing. It's a physical thing. Just like you when you're typing. You do C++. You're a fucking master at the keyboard. You could in your sleep type all these syntactic tokens, curly brace, ampersand. You know, you guys understand what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
But right, we're looking at all the syntax and stuff, right? So I'm saying, how can we turn all this code, right, into a translator that translates, that we can, like, inside of a 3D world, like a 3D engine, where we can create tools inside there that we can use to code. You feel me? Like inside a 3D world, we use all these tools that we've created to produce the flat 2D code that we look at. I don't know, maybe a 3D IDE is what I'm trying to say, huh?
That kind of makes sense. Like you would have like a 3D representation of the code in some way that you would manipulate to like make it into code.
Correct.
I mean,
So like
that can work.
I took it from my own language that I made, those functions, and the way, like the context, the semantics of each language, and then like pair it to a certain move on the controller. So if you're gonna define a process, you do a certain move on a controller. So that move on the controller would translate to something in the world that we're looking at, like building an artifact. So we have these, you know, this world inside the 3D in the computer that we use the controller and say we want to define a process. So we do left, right, A or whatever, right? And then it's writing for us. You feel me? It's like I'm trying to make coding for you guys extremely fast. Like you would semantically, by visually looking at these tools you have in this 3D world, you would know, say, and take it simple. This hexagon here, the red one, is for defining this type of thing, because the hexagon, being a 3D shape, contains a semantic understanding of a portion of code that you're going to write. Say you want to build a compiler like you're doing, and you want to cast this type array thing here. So it's a triangle with 5 points or whatever. You've memorized it because you've done a million casts of type array or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Kind of.
I think I get it.
It's like short.
Kind of. I think I get it.
It's like short.
Oh.
Yeah, it's kind of wobbling.
Yeah, it stopped.
You want to move close? They're in the kitchen.
I think I get that. When you were talking about like how we have combos and or whatever for controllers, I was just thinking about Vim. I'm gonna be honest. I was just sounds like something I know.
I think what he meant is like some higher level kind of interface, but
yeah,
I don't think
it's basically visual
good
coding.
for systems programming. Like I don't.
Yeah,
think they have
it's basically visual
solution,
coding, but 3D rather than 2D in some way.
Oh,
okay. I
think I maybe see what you mean. Something like there's actually there's two good examples I can think of. Game Maker, because it has like that visual like scripting system. I don't know if anyone's ever used like a really old Game Maker. Maybe I could find an example.
I have, but not the visual one. The visual things I haven't.
That's not a good example. Is it this? It's not like blueprints, but it's like a list. It's like it's kind of more like code, but just visually. I can't remember what it's called. Actions.
Lab view.
Yeah, this. Here it is. Yeah, this thing. So it's got like events and actions. So it's like kind of visual in that way.
Lab view, you mean?
Oh, lab view.
Lab view, is that what you mean?
It's lab view.
Yeah, how about you come to me and pick it up?
Oh no, no, not quite like this. It's a little bit simpler. It's more like it's like, you know, you read it. It's like this. Like you do this action and you do this action. So it's kind of more like code, but it's just like, you know.
It's
It's like writing code with building blocks, basically.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's more high level.
event based, right?
Yeah.
But the problem is that there comes a point where the things you're doing are so specific, you would need a mad amount of specific tools to represent.
Yeah, I'm not saying
them.
this is good. I was just like, this is maybe more the direction of what he meant.
Yeah. I'm basically developing on what I think Coca-Cola said. It wouldn't be good for systems programming. I think it was him that said it.
Yeah.
And that's basically why, right? Like the curve for how difficult to use it is keeps increasing. So at some point, you would need a lot of stuff, and at some point, you would need so much stuff it becomes unbearable to use, basically, because you're doing so much very specific stuff.
Yep.
And like,
I encountered that problem. Yeah.
Yeah. It's basically it.
Yeah, it makes sense, and that's a perfect way to see it as a curve, because the more you add abstractions on top of layers in order for you to speed up the more vectors of, I see what you're saying. So in essence, we can't get any simpler than what we got.
I mean, I suppose there are things we can always do, right? Like, well, the design of a syntax is basically linguistics design, and it's a very complex thing, of course, because it's dealing with how humans capture stuff, but there are always informational advancements we can make and find ways to make things obvious. Like, that's one of the reasons why I like Odin. It's terrifically well designed in terms of syntax, right? Like, it's simple. Things which are connected look like they are connected or refer to the same thing in some way or another, which is a very good characteristic of a language, because it makes it so identifying things is easy. Like, one of the things that happens to people that start learning Odin very often is they can basically guess things and be right? Like, well, if this thing is written this way, I suppose I can use it by writing something like this. Like, they make assumptions and they're usually correct because the language is designed in such a way that it's obvious, which is a good thing. So making it more obvious is always the best thing. Usually it's a good direction to take, and languages that do the opposite usually become harder to read overall. But of course it depends on what the language is trying to do. Odin has the benefit of being way simpler, right? Like, so while Odin is, in my way of seeing it, superior to Rust, Odin also doesn't have the feature space that Rust has. Rust does a lot more things. But we can surely make things simpler, find ways of improving how we represent semantics through syntax. It's just that, the visual abstraction, I think, is a step too far, at least for now. I cannot imagine how it would properly capture things, many of them, in ways I can see text solving problems, But I think also
because of the bandwidth, yes, I think I see what you're saying, and I see because of the bandwidth of information we get with the text. like to our
Yes, we
brains.
can
You
represent a
know,
lot of
we
things.
like correct, and because of syntax and tokenization and all these little squiggly lines that we make into icons and stuff, it's so much faster for our eyes to identify on a flat screen than something 3D, like you guys. Yeah, I guess putting my brain inside of a computer is too much to ask.
Yeah, it's a bit difficult. But the fact that the computer is so simple and things are so simple ends up being a very good thing.
Yes, it is, and that realization exploded in my head later on in life. I was like, oh, interesting. So then it just became fun. So that's why I look up to guys like you guys that can code for real. Like I look at it like artifacts of interesting people's intellectual energy and stuff. But you guys, I can't even keep up with the man here on the computer. He's going here, he's going over here, he's going over here. I'm already kind of motion sick, but no, it's great. I love it. I really do. It's an amazing skill.
Have you used Vim before, like the editor?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I know how to use it. It's
I think
great.
Vim is one of the things I think, talking about how to like ease the work of coding. Because at the end of the day, I know people will keep repeating the old proverb, but you read code a lot more than you write. Yeah, bitch, but I am paid to write code, not to read it, Like
Right, exactly.
At the end of the day, like I'll read a lot of code. Like I'm not saying that like it's not true, because it is true. Like for my editor, I have to read a lot more than I have to write code, but I still got like hundreds of thousands of lines written for multiple stuff, and I mean they had to be written at some point, right? I didn't get them to be written by reading, and so I guess the theme here is making the process of writing better, which usually also makes the process of reading better, but that has to do with the language being clean, but also with the tool we use to write being the good tool. I think Vim, I'm not one of the guys that's like, Vim's the perfect thing, everything else sucks, everyone that doesn't use Vim should die. I'm not one of these people. But I have to say that Vim is like a step in the right direction for me, I think if you have more of that.
That's what I was trying to mimic with when I did the Python bash shell thing. I don't even know how to call it. It's a DSL. It's a domain-specific language written in bash. That's what it is. That's the correct terminology, I believe. Do you guys agree?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
I would say it's an HC. It's hella cool.
It compiles to Python from bash. You write bash and it compiles to Python. So I wrote the editor in itself to show, in Python, obviously, right? And tkinter. So I wrote 700 characters, and the Python spit out 2,000 something characters. Like I wrote a third of the program, and the end code was like 3 times the size. It blew up in terms of I would have had to type most of those characters. Now I'm allergic to IDEs, like self-completion curly braces, open parenthesis and it opens and it auto indents for you, and so I don't know, it's just me, right? So I wanted to type less, so I made that thing, but I don't think it's for everyone, because like I said, some of you folks are very good at being able to understand the syntax and memorize it. And, I can't. So I say, okay, I'm going to make the computer write it for me. And all I got to do is write a command that takes a couple of arguments, and I'll just, put them in quotes because it's just bash. So I'm just writing bash. And boom, done. It writes Python for me, and I'm done. I don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, I guess.
But I discovered that. You know what I'm saying? It was a discovery.
Yeah, with Odin, some languages are very complex, but Odin is very, very simple. So I think it helps in learning how to use it. But also, one of the problems that I see is, as I said, I think Vim is a step in the right direction, and we should try, doing what we usually do as humans is we take from where someone stopped and we progress from there by removing what's bad, adding things which are good, and modifying things so they are better, basically. and that usually involves a lot of experimentation, which goes wrong, which is absolutely normal. But I don't see people doing that a lot. I see people have accepted one way of writing code editors, and they just keep doing it repeatedly, which is like the insert by default thing, whatever you want to call it. It's like the VS Code thing. It's like you click it and you write code, and if you want to delete the last character you typed, you press delete, the delete key or backspace. And if you want to move around, use the arrow keys. And then all of your commands are in control something. And that's it, basically. And then the only advancement I've seen from like 40 years ago, when we started using that kind of thing probably, to now is like, oh, I see, I'll improve my editor by making the person have to write less, and I will do that by writing things for them. So that's where you get stuff like you type open curly brace and it closes for you. You type open parentheses and it closes for you. You type any pair a character and it closes for you, like quotes. And also LSP completion, where you go thing dot and then you look at the thing you want to type and you go down with the arrow keys and press enter for it to type it to you and stuff like that. And it's the only advancement that has been made from there to now. And it just keeps being reproduced in every new editor that comes out, in every new version of existing editors and whatever. I don't see any improvement over what I call input design, which is, I think, is something people do not talk about enough. You know, like.
It's interesting. I'm glad that someone in college actually now defined exactly what I was been chasing, and that's what I was trying to explain with the 3D thing. And you also fixed it by all of you helped me see that the visual part of it would be too much, but I had already thought about it. So let me tell you this next part. So what I got with the bash thing that I'm doing with Python, I figured that if I can connect within Python itself, the editor, if I can connect the controller to it, then I can create a certain kind of menu where, you know, instead of, like you're saying, we're piecemealing stuff, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna have like these, you know, selections. And you're saying that same thing, you know, input, and it's exactly what it is. I want to use less input and get more done, and that's exactly what I was doing. Yeah. So I had thought about that, but I thought I could put it into a 3D situation. Maybe the thing is connecting the controller, you know, the Xbox controller to your computer, and making the editor understand the language that we're writing. And so therefore all these keys, we have a menu to where we can just select, boom, 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 boom. And we will never have to type in a key again, because all you got to do is select, you know. Because naming things, you can have a dictionary with nouns forever. You know, you can pick a category, you know, boom, and just, do you see can you see it? Like if I connected the controller to the computer, and there's a thing I saw in Python and Stack Overflow, like I said, I copy paste shit and just try shit, and if I could connect the controller and I could plug in each function that I have in the bash file to print it out on the computer when I press whatever here and there, then if I added a bunch of variables and put it in under a menu or whatever, then when I'm playing with my controller, I'm really going through a bunch of menus and selecting, okay, define function this, I'm going to pick banana, because I'm just selecting from a menu semantically, and the computer's just adding it all for me. You know, like you said, you know, the input, and that's exactly where I think maybe is possible to move into, because courting a controller that has a semantic, like a, you know, you guys see what I'm saying? You wouldn't have to type 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times to get, you know, if not this equals, you know, bam, bam, bam. We have that abstracted into a menu, because the menu that we have, you know what I'm saying? Kind of, sort of.
Yeah, I understand what you are saying, but like that's we are already doing that at assembly level. Like we already abstracted some parts of assembly to the languages we use, and there is never one-to-one language features that map to assembly. And when you go from assembly to the higher level of languages, it doesn't matter what it is. Like it is a new interface over something already exists. So when you do that, you now have to include all the possible permutations into that. Like for example, you are talking about switching a button or moving something using a controller, and that resulting in what do you call it? If branch, or changing how your variables works, etc. But now you have to encode all of that combinations into your controller. So that's tricky thing to do. Like you can do it, but you can do it in a limited way. If that works similar to keyboard, you can use some other interface instead of keyboard. But what you are trying to tell is like you want to replace some part of language, like some part of that programming language with it. In that case, I don't think it is possible. Like you have to optimize it. Like you will have a optimizing compiler kind of stuff that figures stuff, sees patterns, like in Rust compiler or LLVM. Then it can optimize stuff, because that's how it works. Sorry, I'm not in a good mood to explain it, and I'm not used to speaking English. So yeah.
I mean, it makes sense.
That was a great
basically,
explanation. It makes sense.
Yeah, we already have a full layer of abstraction over machine code and assembly, for that matter, and we would be adding another one. So yeah, it's very hard to map things, but you know, if you want to think about making better use of input, I'll tell you what I think is the least used thing about input design that we should totally abuse. So humans have a brain that can understand context, which means we have memory of what happened before, and we can connect that to what's happening now or recently in order to figure out a chain of events that, you know, are contextualized and make sense together. And computers can also do that because they also have memory. So why are all of our
I'll come there.
usual, all of our usual like commands, whatever you want to call it, keyboard shortcuts, plain? All of them are contextless, like most of them. Like, I'll give you an example. How do you delete a line in VS Code? You press Ctrl X. Simple as that, plain, no context. How do you, I don't know, paste whatever you've copied? Ctrl V. You copy with Ctrl C. It's very plain, right? I would say like Ctrl V is the only one that has context, because the context of it is what you have copied. But when you go into something like NeoVim, for instance, this is one of the differences it has. And VS Code also has some, like if you press Ctrl K, which is for removing things, you can like close a window or a group of windows, or all the windows but the one you have selected, by pressing a second character. So that's context now, right? You press the first key, which narrows down the possible behaviors you can do next, and then a second or third key to specialize what you're talking about, which is interestingly also what we do with language, right? Like the way we speak about things is also in this way. We keep saying things, and the more things I say, the more I narrow down what I'm talking about, right? Like, he went through the red door. The more words I say, the more specific my sentence gets, you know? So it's basically the same thing. And I think we abuse it very, like, not a lot. I don't think we do a lot of it, right? Like, the way I have my my commands for NeoVim, for instance, makes heavy usage of like the same key, meaning the same group. Like anything I want to do with a window, I press space W, and boom, whatever I type next is going to manipulate windows in some way by creating a new one, deleting them, jumping to one of the windows, switching, exchanging places between them. I have like space T for terminal. Whatever I type next is going to either open the terminal as a horizontal split, or a vertical one, or a floating one, or in a new tab, whatever. And I don't know, I just think we don't do that enough, and that's one of the most powerful things we could do with input design. I think the only I don't know how to say market, I don't know, the only niche of products that abuses this somewhat properly, in my view, is fighting games. They do that a lot, where to do a combo you have to like go down, back, A, B, whatever, and that means a combo. But if you go down, back, B, C, it means another thing, right? So like that's how you get 5 billion different attacks, by having like 4 directions and 4 buttons, And I don't think we do that a lot. Like our keyboard has like, the smallest keyboards must have like 60 usual used keys at least. So I'm not talking about the less usual ones like tilde or /. Right? We have like the letters, we have the numbers, we have stuff like shift, control, alt. We can do so much shit with all of that, right? Like there's so many commands we can do with all of that, and it's why I don't know, I feel like I'm using such an unsophisticated product when I hop into like VS Code. You know what I mean? Because I think of the possibilities, and I'm sitting there, and I'm like at work, I'm currently using VS Code, and I'm trying to switch to NeoVim because like just yesterday I was sitting there, and there's this huge fucking line in one of our programs, which like I don't know how many characters it has, probably 190, whatever. And I was like, okay, I am at the start of the line, and I'm gonna go to the letter T right there. I just cannot do it, right? I have to like click it, or I don't know, Control F and then type F or whatever. There's no way for me to just go there. I can do that with NeoVim, but there's also things NeoVim cannot do, and I don't know, it just seems like an unexplored territory,
Were you talking
like we
about
haven't
VS
tried
Code?
things. Yeah, VS Code as well.
You can press End key, but I get your point.
No, yeah, end key goes to the end of the line. That's not what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
I'm
Only
saying like
use
you're at the
NVM
start of.
to look cool.
You can like be at the start of the line, and you want to go to a specific word that's in the middle of the line.
There's
or a
something
specific
called
letter.
Ace Jump. Yeah, do you know it?
Ace jump? What?
Yeah.
I don't know what that is. Is that a plugin?
Yeah. It is called
how do
something
you spell
else
it?
in Vim.
How do you call it?
Sorry, what?
Spell it. How do you write it? What are the letters that make
I
the name
always
Ace Jump?
wrote it.
Oh, okay. My bad. I was looking
I
at
was trying to say
stream.
that.
Ace Jump. Oh yeah, Ace Jump. I know Ace Jump. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. This
So yeah, Ace Jump is
like,
trying to
Oh, yeah, I have
emulate
that.
that kind of.
Actually, the
Yeah, it's
funny
just-
thing is, I had that and I just never really used it. After a while, like, I just kind of got used to like everything else.
Yeah. That's
But
also
yeah,
my
I know that. I
experience.
know of that solution, but I'll tell you a few things. First thing, for some reason, all of
Hang
I don't
on,
know
this
how.
is crucial.
Hey, he finally joined. For some reason, all of the motion plugins written for VS Code have some memory leak in them. I do not know why.
Yeah,
I can't explain. All of them.
Actually, yeah, that was,
Absolutely all of them. All right. I tested it once. I was like doing some critical work at my job, and I had some I think it's called OO Motion. It's the best motion or editing plugin I've used in VS Code, but it leaks shit very fast. Like I was using it, and I was writing code like crazy, and okay, life's good. And then my editor starts lagging like crazy. What's going on? And then, I spend some more time coding and the same thing. And then, like, every key I press is now taking like 4 seconds to respond. What is going on? So I restart the editor, and it's working just fine. And then I checked like how much memory it was using, and I left like a little window opened to the right as I used it, and I only saw it increasing and increasing and increasing, and I closed tabs and like narrowed down the things I was loading into memory, but it just kept increasing. And I uninstalled the plugin. Let me see. Yes, exactly. It's very good, but it's extremely leaky.
Actually,
all of them are.
Yeah, I've used like 2. One was actually like a layer on top of NeoVim that just like copied the stuff that NeoVim did. I can't remember what it's called. But
it's the first. This is the first one I've used, except it maps incorrectly to NeoVim a bunch of commands, and I was like, yeah, hell nah. Like, how do you fuck this up? Like, you have one
it was
job,
lagging.
right?
I also have like an insanely beefy computer, and it's just lagging. I'm like, what is this text editor? So I just switched to a different one.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. All the plugins are leaky. Like, I've used Ace Jump, Warp. There's E whatever, like E dash something. I don't know the name of it. It's one that where you, like, you can jump to words. Doesn't matter. There's one like that. It also leaked. What else leaked? Tabular, I think it's called, where you can like specify column and stuff and jump to it like very quickly. Somehow people make this kind of shit leak, so it's very bad. And then if you go look at base VS Code, it's pretty bad too. But of course, I was pointing out the jump to character problem as like a specific thing, but it's just an example of what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Like, I cannot do that in the same way I cannot do many other things, you know? Which I think I should be able to. After like 60, 80, 100 years of computing we have right now. I don't know how many.
Not 100 years.
I mean, you do have a plugin like that for NeoVim, and there's also that we need links.
The only one I would recommend using for NeoVim for that kind of thing is this one.
Yeah, that's the one I actually have installed. Although it's commented out.
Yeah, it's the only one that I like it. It's just good. I like it very much. I just don't like that it's like written in Finale, then compiled to Lua, then Lua's interpreted to run the thing.
Yeah, Lua's got, yeah, NeoVim's got a lot of plugin bloat, a lot of big ass plugins.
That's what I'm saying. This shit is fucking terrible. Why are we like, we inserted scripting language to script, and now we're writing full ass programs in them for no reason. And like, people come to me and go like, but Lua doesn't have typing system. Of course it fucking doesn't. It wasn't made so you would write like a rendering engine in it. You know what I mean? It's made so you like write the rendering engine in like C++, and you have an interactive thing where you can use Lua commands or whatever to test things in a dynamic environment. That's why it exists. But like, the only good language available to write plugins in NeoVim is Lua. Let's not talk about VimScript. I don't want to be screaming the entire night, but like, Lua is not made to be doing the things it does, you know? Like, you look at people make entire like systems for running things conditionally based on other things and popping messages that you can click to access the website that loads up a dynamically produced dashboard through the bananas npm package. Like, that's not what Lua was made for, you know? That's a full-blown program. Just write the damn program, which is why
in Lua.
Yeah, don't do that, please. Which is why, like, I'm writing Square and using DLLs as extensions, which are just programs written in Odin, which is a programming language made to write full programs. Cause like, why not? Like, if you try to write any like plugin that's not extremely basic, and I mean it when I say extremely, you'll quickly figure out that you will be basically, you will want to have the full features of a like systems programming language very quickly, right? Like,
I don't think I agree with your statement, because it is a security nightmare. Like, if you want people to use your editor and the only solution you provide is DLL, I think that's bad.
Yes, I suppose so. Yes, because you would prefer what's it called, a whatever environment. I don't recall what it is. Sandbox. Yeah, sandbox
sandbox.
environment is probably what you want. But yeah, that's true. But that's also beyond the point. My point is not about having a sandbox or not. Like, right? Because like we're talking about a grid of 2x2 about two things. It's about whether or not it has a sandbox and whether or not the language is a full systems programming language or not. So like, we're talking about in one side you have no sandbox, full programming language, and the other side you have Lua, which is not full programming language but sandboxed. You just need to get to the two of them, sandboxed and full programming language.
Yeah,
Boom.
exactly. Like it can be a scripting language, but it can still have a type system, like static typing. Yeah.
I mean, if you're trying to add a bunch of typing to a scripting language, you're just trying to write a normal programming language. Just write a normal programming language, I guess. Like at that point.
Yeah, but talking about your editor, like I suppose it is an editor for people that know their stuff, like and
Yes,
normally and
that's one of the
average
things,
VS
yes.
Code people wouldn't use it, right? That's how
Exactly.
they imagine
Yes.
it.
Hopefully they
But,
won't. If they do, I'll scream at them. Yeah.
But there is a possibility of people actually doing that, and if they do that, they'll. I mean, there will be communities that actually build those plugins, and that's a security nightmare for me. At least that's how I see it. So there's a risk of accidentally building a community you don't like. Like that is also what annoys Bill, I guess, with people that recently attacked Zodin, like Zodin. How do you pronounce it? Zodin?
Certain.
Oh yeah.
Zodin, not
I think
certain.
is how you.
I'm talking about a special noun. Anyway, no. Yes.
Wait,
yes,
you're talking about the weird guy that looks a little bit like an alien and streams programming and has like the yellow color for his keywords or whatever.
That could be a lot of people.
I wrote the name.
T dosing?
Sorry.
Soding.
I don't know that.
I think you just say soding.
This guy, yeah.
I think the
I
T
think he
is silent.
Oh shit!
He
I thought he was
pronounces it.
mispronouncing.
Yeah, he says zozing when he starts his stream.
Zozing. Yeah,
Zozing.
Yes.
that's right. Zozing.
My bad.
Like-
my bad.
Like Bill doesn't don't like that there is a possibility of obnoxious Odin users building around. He dislikes that idea. Clearly, I can see it. Like that kind of stuff also happen with your community. Like there can be people you don't like or use your product in a way you don't like. That's what I'm trying to say.
I love that because
Okay.
like there'd be people that join like and use it for like maybe a few weeks and like, dang, this is the best language ever. But it's like you just haven't used it that long.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not perfect.
Yeah.
But like,
I don't have to use brain.
yeah, like that one guy that was all about like the errors. Like he has a blog post on error handling. I don't know, it's just like, dude, chill.
This is the best programming language ever written, but
Yeah.
I am 15 years old. I have never programmed anything before. Like,
Exactly.
how can you say
I
that if
started
you don't
learning
have
Odin
the
before.
experience?
I just started learning Odin yesterday. I want all the other languages to die immediately.
Yeah,
I've
no.
never
I
written a
haven't.
full program that takes input.
Ooh.
It's usually the case.
Anyway,
The funny
I
thing
want
is
to
that
send
everybody that's used the language for more than like maybe a year is always like, yeah, the language is alright. That's
Yeah,
it.
basically.
It's alright.
Have you seen this?
I mean, with me, it's the opposite, honestly. Like, my curve with using Odin is like, it started with, yeah, it's alright. And now it's like, yeah, I want all the other languages to die. Let's just use Odin for everything. Like, not really. Of course, I'm exaggerating, but like, yeah, it's pretty good.
There's like a couple things I'd want Odin to add, but I don't think he'll add them.
Meta programming?
I mean, that would be a nice one. I I can kind of agree with him on the metaprogramming stuff, but it's nice. But no, that wasn't even one of them. It was literally something like adding like Rust enum types. Like it basically has it. It's just it's instead of it being inline, you have to go define a bunch of different structs. But
Yeah, distinct types, etc. Like,
yeah,
okay.
I can't remember what the other one was. Maybe it was actually methods at one point, but OLS has that like fake method thing, and that's kind of working for me.
I stopped
brain
using
is-
LSP.
Yeah.
I was experimented with Jai, and as Jai's LSP is bad.
Oh yeah, it's really broken.
Yeah, I started using Focus Editor, and I'm pretty good actually. I got used to it in a week. With no LSP, nothing to help me, no autocompletion.
Yeah, you just have like the LSP crashes like every other minute, so I just disabled it. Which is funny because the LOS was like that at first when I just like started using Odin, but like it got fixed pretty fast, and it was pretty smooth after that. But yeah, there you go.
Zig's LSP is. So
I've heard Zig's. I've never used Zig, but I've heard that it's so bad.
it crashes all the time, like every minute, like really.
Honestly, if Odin added metaprogramming, that'd be pretty cool. I'm not expecting it though. I don't think he'll ever add it.
I have two big issues, like not really big issues, but two annoyances with Odin. One is
Right.
package system. Like I get it, it is useful, but I still think in a that hierarchical way of architecting my code. Like I love splitting stuff and importing stuff.
Yeah, I do too. I have to stuff everything in my like main file or main folder, basically.
Yeah. That's what I'm doing currently, and I don't like it. The other one is like when you have a zero. What was that? ZII. Zero is initialization.
Zero is initialization.
Oh.
That one is cool, but I don't want it all the time. Like sometimes I'm refactoring stuff in a hastily manner, and I forget updating struct initialization, and now I'm fucked. Like then I'm trying to find the issue for like 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Use debugger. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Have you experienced it?
I feel like I've gotten
didn't
good more by
understand.
using than I have.
You have a bug because of zero initialization? Is that what you mean?
No, I have a renderer struct, for example, okay, and
You have
I
a
added
randomer struct?
renderer struct, render.
Okay.
Yeah, render.
Yeah.
Then I added a field, for example, linear sampler.
Okay.
I have a linear
Alright.
sampler in my renderer struct. Then while doing that, I forgot to update my render structs initialization syntax. Like if I were to let me give me a second or minute, I'll be back.
Alright.
Yeah, actually, speaking on that, there is some things I would like explicit, but I don't know if there is, but as far as I know, there is a like attribute you can stick on structs to make them like explicit in that way, where like you have to mark each field and you can't leave them uninitialized. But there's some APIs like Vulkan that actually work with ZII, and you can just leave things blank, and it's perfectly fine. So like that's actually perfectly fine.
I mean, I'm just the simplest. It's like, from experience, when things get out of the direction they're heading just to be cooler, or quote unquote be more useful, they end up not being more useful, not being cooler, and just being worse. That's just It's like you talked about. Oh, I wish it had more like Rust-like enums. I don't. Even though I can see like, oh yeah, it would be useful for like this and that and whatever. It's like that kind of thing that usually fucks up stuff, you know. When it like it has a direction and then it goes out of that way just to have a cool feature X or whatever. That usually doesn't work well. It's usually the start of a mass that just builds up over time. So like in a lot of moments I'm like, oh, I wish I could do that or this in Odin. Right? By no means I'm saying like, oh, it's perfect. I think and my fingers type and in 3 minutes I have a full Vulkan render. Like it's not how that works, right? But like
It's not
every
how that
time
works. I can say
it's
that.
yeah. It is not how that works at all. But like when I write things in Odin and I have to type more because something I wish was there for some reason, like you're talking about structs, maybe I'm talking about I don't know, classes and methods. Maybe we're talking about being able to modify procedures using a decorator, which is something other languages have. Like sometimes I don't have that, and that makes me type more. But that, first of all, that doesn't make me really mad. Second of all, I understand at the moment why I don't have why I cannot do that, and like why the language doesn't add that. And the final product is usually very consistent in any case. You know, like even if I have to write more stuff, like instead of writing a decorator, I write another version of the function that does something that's usually also more straightforward. You know, like I just trust whatever Odin's direction is, and it usually produces good readable code. Good and readable are subjective, of course, but in my way of seeing stuff, it's good and readable. And I don't know, I have nothing to complain about. Like, of course I could say, maybe it should add X or Y, but at the end of the day, I'm glad it doesn't, I guess. You know, even if it makes me write more code, that's usually for a good reason. So it's okay. I would rather follow the directions here than be benefited by a specific thing that's
I mean, to be
out
fair,
of place.
I don't want to use any other language besides this in Jai.
I see.
But I have to.
Dude, so
Okay, I wrote my example. So, this is what I was talking about. For example, I have a render structure and I have render init procedure. Okay.
yeah, I want to see.
Okay.
Yes.
Then let's say that I added a linear sampler. Yeah. For example, a second. I'm gonna.
You just got ZI'd.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Could I guess
Yeah.
could add
now,
some. Yeah.
Now I have to update render init. Like that's no brainer. That's okay. Yeah, that's the smart thing to do. But like sometimes you can forget that. when you forget that.
Someone said there's an attribute you can add to struct to make it explicit.
That was my suggestion and also someone else's suggestion. The Lua Whisperer guy's suggestion.
I have suggested this before in discussion, too. Yes.
Yeah.
It's one of these
told
things.
no
Yeah.
to us, but didn't say the reason. I'm like, okay, yeah.
Let me see if I can figure out the thing about. Oh man, it's an old ass message.
Solution, just add a little static assert.
Yeah, I know he said that
the
to me
size
as well.
encoded.
But I don't know if he told me the reason. Let me see if I can find it. But yeah, I also suggested that. I was also thinking like, man, if we could, because like I like how it's done for a switch statement, right?
Goodbye, hardcore.
And I let me just say goodbye to him. you know, I don't recall exactly what I said, but I thought like that sounds inconsistent, you know? Like it sounds consistent. I'm not saying it's good, but it sounds consistent if the switch statement doesn't force you to treat all cases by default, and struct initialization also doesn't make you have to explicitly do every field on assignment. And it also feels consistent if both do. But what we have right now didn't feel consistent to me at the time, so I said something about it. I'll see if I can find good version of Uncle Bob is crazy.
So the suggestion, Alan Spector, I don't know how to pronounce it, but this guy, the guy with Kratos profile.
Oh,
Abbott said.
Yeah, he's Kratos,
Abbott.
but he's also what is he called? Heisenberg from
he
Breaking
told me
Bad.
to create a procedure for constructed procedure for it. Like it doesn't make sense for renderer, but it can make sense for other stuff. Like I also had a similar problem with a struct called renderer context where I define in multiple places. So I had to update all the places, otherwise I'd get zero initialized variable field. So the solution to that, his suggestion to that, was using this. A second, I'm gonna write that too, quickly.
yeah, it's just one of those flip guns that's also a skill issue in disguise.
Yeah.
But yeah, that would be a nice little like thing to have.
Oh,
I
I
guess
found
you-
my suggestion. Yes. Let me see if Bill said something about it at the time.
Like if you do that, and instead of using renderer, if you use renderer crate, when you update your renderer, you also update your renderer crate. Then whenever you forget your new field, because it is a now procedure named argument, it now reminds you. But like this is so backwards. Like
It'll still compile
Okay.
though, even if you like add a field to the struct and
yeah.
everything else.
Also, like, am I writing a constructor now for my stuff? Like, I don't know. I don't like
Oh my
it.
god, evil.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, no. Click on it. Like he talks
Yeah,
about
yeah.
it below that message. I think maybe it will help you understand why he said no.
I mean, I can kind of get it because, like, a lot of the stuff. This is like a really kind of rare problem in my experience, like in Odin, like getting caught by this. I've gotten caught by using way more. I feel like he should just ban it. Yeah. I think I got caught by the ZII stuff like once.
So,
But- Yeah, like. Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, go on, please.
But yeah, so yeah, like in the debugger, you would just be like, oh, well, this is null pointer or something crazy. It's like, well, that's not right. But yeah, like if it's stuff like you pass into a shader or something, then yeah, that's kind of where it gets a bit harder.
The thing I fear the most is like you built something with it and didn't notice it immediately that there's an issue with it,
Yeah,
and then it one of a sudden popped like 2 weeks later after you released the update. Like that will be a hell of a thing to debug. That's why I'm afraid of it. Good night. Track out. So one thing in Jai that I liked about that you can create your own what do you call it, property kind of stuff, and make Jai compiler work like a linter essentially.
yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. Like that's the thing I enjoyed most about Jai.
Yeah, there's actually some things I wanted to do like that. Like, I'm trying to think of an example, because I did think about this. It'll probably come back to me. Eventually. It was something where, like, I think I had some bindless handles, and I wanted to make sure, like, that I honestly can't remember. It was something about bindless handles. Like, I wanted to make sure it had something to do with ZII. Like, I didn't want to make sure I actually assigned it something so it doesn't break my entire program and just make it explode. Something like that. But yeah, like, having metaprogramming for that would be really nice. Like, just be like, oh, well, don't do that, because that'll just, I mean, there's no world where that's the right thing. Something like that.
Yeah. I also understand that, like, you can create your own linter. It isn't that hard. You can create your own parser, tokenize it, or use the tokenizer in Odin's core, I guess. But like it is being part of the language is so much powerful, so much easier to work with. You don't have to think about all the edge cases because you are already in the language. What can I expect more? That's the part I enjoy the most about Jai. Yeah. But other than that, it is pretty unpolished. Like,
yeah, everything else that isn't the metaprogramming is just like, there's like half as many libraries, like useful libraries. Yeah, like all the core stuff is like extremely rough. Yeah, comparatively to Odin, like Odin's way nicer.
Yeah. One thing I noticed, like, creating a temporary allocation. I don't know if I missed it, but there isn't a new keyword or new procedure. By new keyword, I meant new procedure. Sorry.
Yeah, it's a macro.
Yeah.
It's that capital N new.
Is it a macro?
I haven't looked into it, but I'm pretty sure it is macro.
So.
But it's the same thing.
So when using Odin's, like, what was it? Make, like creating a slice. Was it make? Let me check.
Well, actually, a bigger difference is that you don't have to really. There's no such thing as make, because all the like wrapper types, like or I guess there's dynamic arrays, right? But those just work off ZII stuff. I don't think there's an equivalent to make, because it doesn't really have, like, because all the internal types are just built into the metaprogramming stuff. So, like, I don't know. If you made like a dynamic array equivalent, you would just initialize that with like a proc or something, and that would allocate stuff like you would expect.
What I was going to say is this, I can specify allocator for make,
Yeah.
like context temp allocator. This is missing in Jai that I noticed.
Yeah, it's less explicit. You have to touch the context.
Yeah,
I like what Odin did.
Or I have to use the what do you call it? The temp allocator directly and allocate bytes, then cast it. I was doing that. Like that, yeah.
Also, I think another thing that Jai does differently is like I don't know if that changes, but the temp allocator is not part of the context. Like in Odin. It might be different now, but yeah, when I was using it, it wasn't like that.
I didn't know that. Didn't notice.
It's very strange. I feel like generally Odin's made like better language decisions.
Oh yeah.
He just needs to add metaprogramming, but he never will.
We can go on a route of Odin plus.
Yeah, we'll make an actual Odin ++. It'll just be Odin with metaprogramming.
Yeah.
Which I guess you can technically do already. You just write a different program. Which Which is stuff I've been doing already. Like, I just wrote a different Odin program that just parses my Odin program. And it works fine. Yeah, it's not as nice, but hey, you can do it. And Odin does come with a parser. It's like a library. So it's very nice.
Also, like, there's a less need of meta programming. Like, even creating some simple stuff in Jai, I had to use it.
Yeah.
There's no alternative. But in Odin, almost all of the cases are handled by the language. Like, if you want to create a initialized table, yeah, sure.
I feel the same way about GoTo.
You know what Jai doesn't have?
GoTo.
It doesn't have bit sets or bit flags. Inferior language. This is a 0 to 10 language.
Are they using a package for that? Like, I mean, user level?
I don't know. I didn't really look into it that deep. I was looking at the Discord, but there wasn't anything about bits. Actually, they said bit flags was on the roadmap, but they never did it, so I don't know.
I recall seeing a keyword syntax like bit flag. I'm not really sure though.
Oh no, it was something else.
Ah, okay.
It might have been something else. I think it was bit fields, not bit flags.
Okay.
Which yeah, Odin's got that. C++ has it. Not Jai, not the superior language, quote unquote.
Also, like when working with Jai, like now I have to decide. I have to define my own metrics quaternion and all the linear algebra stuff. Like I don't know how many of that. I mean, how many of those are in Jai's.
It has some of it, although I haven't really toyed around with like 3D stuff in Jai. Although I did make I did update the like Vulkan bindings, but I just didn't go anywhere with it. It does have
I had
basic
to update
math.
the Vulkan bindings to 1.3.
Yeah.
It was annoying.
Yeah, because the bindgen didn't work for the new Vulkan version.
A second, I show what I did.
Yeah, it's surprising. A beta language is a beta language feeling. No shade. It's just unfinished. But look where Odin's gotten in like the same amount of time. I mean, actually, in less time.
But their scopes are very different.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, here it is. Let me show you my solution to that. And I think.
Will there be an Odin
That's
2.0?
Actually, let's.
Can anyone answer that?
Yes.
Not according to Bill.
Yeah, send it if you wanna check it out. Like, this is my quote unquote brilliant solution to.
What the heck?
Yeah, like names were inconsistent between enums and other stuff, so I had to map them like this. So it would look up.
Oh yeah, I actually ran into this problem where like the version numbers were like next to each other, but like they're supposed to be separated in the enums. Yeah. No, actually, I did actually fix that in the bindings. Like it actually generated the right thing.
Oh.
But
I
it was very hacky. Like I had to add exceptions for like like the H.264 thing or like the RGB stuff. Where like it had like it was the encoding, but yeah, I don't know. You could blame Vulkan. It's Vulcan's fault.
It is definitely Vulcan's fault. Like that.
Because they don't know how their own thing works. But yeah, that was fun. And then I learned later that someone actually made bindings already and I didn't have to do any of that. So now I'm just using theirs.
Like one thing I don't understand, like how they came up with the naming scheme, naming that kind of name. Like
there was like 10 people looking at this at one point, probably.
Yeah, probably.
And they're like, yeah, that looks good. AV1, yes.
Yeah, AV1 is so cursed. A_V_1.
They're humans like us. See, the fact they can do this, but I can't, what does that make me?
Hey, actually, you have an engine. I don't. You are closer to that. Hey, talk up, people. It is too quiet.
Wait, what?
I felt weird. Huh?
No, I just
Can-
didn't hear what you said.
Okay.
Looking at cursed Jai code.
Oh, nice.
It's just honestly not even that cursed. You want to see something? Well, I don't want to show it just yet, but I'm making. You know what mod is in Rust? Or like.
Module mod? Like?
No, it's. Oh, good. Let me see. This thing.
A mod?
Basically, it's a
Okay,
macro. Yeah, it's a macro that like turns rusty-looking code into HTML. I was remaking this in Jai, basically. Yeah, I mean, I guess you can. You can use with HTML.
I did. That's why I asked.
But yeah, I'm remaking this in Jai, and the syntax is way more cursed. It looks more like a. Let's see. I put it somewhere. I put it far away. But he has to see this. But the code for it looks absolutely amazing. Yeah, here we go. Oh, look at a screenshot. Yeah, it looks something like that. Look how it's very readable. Very readable code. This is better than HTML.
Absolutely. I hate HTML.
Okay.
I feel like there's a better way.
Like CSS is fine. I can get with CSS, but HTML no. Not.
There's a lot of CSS haters.
To be honest, most CSS haters or I don't know, JavaScript haters don't know why they are hating any of those. They hate it because it is the cool thing to do. Like,
And then their HTML looks like just crazy. It's got like that tailwind stuff going on.
Mm-hmm. Let me actually delete that Jai file. I don't know how much I am allowed to share. Like, I wrote that code, but still better to say.
As far as I know, he doesn't care. Just don't leak the compiler, basically.
Yeah. I was reading Jai channel. I saw that someone got banned and their access was revoked because they leaked the compiler.
Really?
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
How did they get found out?
They actually leaked it on GitHub in a repo.
Oh, I see.
I wish
They didn't
someone
mean
would
to.
type that.
I see what
That
happened.
would be hilarious.
I don't know.
They didn't mean to leak it. I see.
Oh, that's.
That's what happened.
I hope.
Well, you hope. We hope. They hope. Dun dun dun.
The other issue with Jaya. Are you gonna go? Okay. Other issue with Jai I have, like, it's a Jonathan Blow. Like,
Just don't look at his Twitter. And you're
yeah.
good.
Like, I was annoyed, like, if you if you asked me a year ago, I wouldn't tell anything good about Jonathan Blow. But, like, after using Odin and seeing that syntax works and some of the features Odin has came from Jai, I decided to actually listen what Jai is and what he is saying. Like, I agree with most of it, but like, at the same time, some of the stuff he says, like, not just political stuff or the stuff he shares in his Twitter account. Some of the technical stuff he says, like, I get it, but like it's a bit reach. Like it is too steep, too aggressive, too strong position to defend, too much of a hill to defend. So that made me. That still makes me a bit like anxious about Jai, using Jai, because like this guy is surely clever, very clever, but is he really thinking clearly? Like, am I going after like a crazy guy, or am I going after like a genius? That's
Or maybe you are going crazy.
I mean,
Like we all are.
You can be both. Yeah.
Yeah.
He seems nice in Discord, but he's like, you look at his Twitter and just like, okay, I'm not Lucas. I'm not Lucas this word.
It looks like he is like trying to hold his anger, not trying to scare anybody. That's how I perceive it. Like he has definitely self-control, trying to reduce his impulsive actions. That's how I perceived it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't feel like you're missing out on anything. Chad's alright. I mean, it's unless you really want the meta programming stuff. But, like, that's okay. You got Odin. It's Jai at home.
Yeah.
Hey, it's, who were you talking to?
Thought I was talking to you.
Oh yeah, I think Odin's better.
Okay.
Odin's a better language. Minus the meta programming. But that's a... Everything else is better.
Yeah. Sure. And packages?
Yeah, well... I guess that's a bit debatable. It's a bit... Yeah, like, Jai's more like, It's like if C++ actually got good modules. Like, imagine if C++ actually had a working module system. Like, dude.
Fantasy.
That's basic. Well, you don't have to. I mean, until... Well, I guess you have to now, but...
I mean, they have a module system, but who says it's going to work?
Yeah. I think isn't MSVC the only compiler that has it?
Did you say MSVC? Oh, that's surprising.
Yeah. I think it was I don't remember what the compilers it supported. that supports modules. But no, Jai has like actual modules. Like it's actually insane how fast it compiles. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, have you tried the x64
Yeah.
backend? Yeah,
It compiles like it's insane.
It compiles focus in a less than a second. Like, that's crazy. The focus editor.
How big is that?
I don't know. 8,000 lines. Let me check.
I mean, Odin isn't slow either. Like, Odin compiles my 10,000 line like program in like not even a second. So that's not a big complaint. And from what I heard, like Bill said that Embergen compiles in like 5 seconds, which is not too bad.
Yeah, that's good.
And it's like a 500,000 like K-line program. And the biggest thing is LLVM and linking.
Yeah.
From what he said. So yeah. I'd say that's pretty fast. Personally. And then you go, do like a C++ incremental compile. Like, if I do this on Unreal, like, just change, like, one line, it takes, like, 20 seconds for it to do an incremental compile. Right. So, yeah, I don't miss it. Well, I still have to do it, so I want to miss it, but you can't.
Focus is less than, like, around 30,000.
It's how big?
What?
How big is Focus?
30,000. I missed.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Numbers. Yeah, it's still good. Yeah.
It's a chunky little program.
Like, I haven't used C++. Like, I'm not a C programmer for sure. I came from Rust, and still, it is way better than Rust. That's okay for me.
Rust has the same issue that C++ has. It has templates basically.
Yeah.
And it has maybe it's even worse because it has proc macros too.
And all the type checking.
From what I've heard, the type checking isn't actually like the bar check and the type checking stuff isn't actually the slow part. It's literally the like the template generic code stuff plus the proc macros. And the proc macro stuff is pretty dang slow. That's why you had people like D-Tolne making like binary distributions of Serde. Right? That everybody got angry about.
Yeah.
Because it was the slowest. It was like a really slow part of the Rust compile.
Yeah, imagining like the vested hours and vested electricity on that. People.
Yeah, actually, the parsing. Yeah, since it did like C++ style, like, well, it's not really C++. It's not all the way, but it's close. It's not. You can't actually parse it. Like how Jai and Odin does it, where like you can parse each like file as like its own thing, and it works. That's not the case with Rust or C++ even. Like you have to expand it all out. It's pretty cool.
And this is with like incremental compiles. That's also important. Like it isn't like for example my baby project recompiling it with incremental compiles was like 6-7 seconds. Without incremental compiles, 2 minutes. That's also too much of a difference. And the speed Odin and J has is without like incremental compiles. That's also what's the word? Impressive. Yeah.
I look at my grub language, it can compile in no time.
Yes. The best The fastest program is the program that exits immediately.
There's actually a problem in Rust about that. Like when exiting a program, like sometimes due to how drop works, it can take several seconds for the program to exit.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
Because it does like the RAI style stuff where like you have a billion like you have a billion like objects that has to like run destructors. That's actually funny. When the faster thing is just to be like, okay, let the OS handle it.
So some people are like disabling that for simple stuff, that unimportant stuff, or where you don't need that kind of collection paper. I don't know.
Dude, imagine if, well, it already does, which is the funny thing. It's actually, it's not even funny if I say it, but imagine if Rust added arenas. It'd be like mind blown. But you can already do arenas. It's just, yeah.
What do you mean by you can either do, like, you mean using a vector for it? Or something else?
Yeah, I mean, that'd be weird to use a vector with an arena. But you could. Why not? At the point of the arena, it's like, it has basically infinite address space, so like, you might as well just give your array like an infinite address space. So you don't need an arena for a dynamic array. It's like, you could just do that.
Was that something Ryan Fleury suggesting?
I don't know.
Like that?
Yeah, well, actually, no, it's not. I think he did say it in like a video. Like, you could just do it that way. Or you just do like, I think they call it a bucket array, where like, you have
I get what you mean.
Yeah.
Like you create a new bucket of items, then when that when that fills up, you create another one.
It's like, yeah, it's arrays with a link. It's a linked list array.
Yeah.
Or like arrays in a linked list. Something like that.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like, if I were to do something like that, that's probably will be the thing that I will implement myself, because like you amortize the cost of allocation by doing that. So yeah. In any case, you also get like a page-sized allocation. So getting a multiplayer of page, then I think that will make sense, I guess. And it was perfect silence. At that moment,
Yeah.
Volatus
Or no
decided
things to
speak.
say.
I'm here. I was just muted.
Yo,
My name was invoked. I was brought back from the dead. I'm playing a league match. That's why I'm silent.
He's locked in.
I'm locked in, man. I'm playing off meta, like, so I'm at every disadvantage. But if I win against these guys, it's gonna be very humiliating. Like,
Well,
imagine losing a fight to a feetless duck. Like, he cannot even kick you. That's kind of it. I'm the feetless, beakless duck fighting a T-Rex. That's why I'm silent. Oh.
So you are using your full brain power.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I have to use a lot of brain power when I play this game. This game is basically chess, but it has way more pieces. The field is way bigger. It's way easier to make mistakes. They cost a lot more. You don't have time to think.
Something?
It's just League of Legends.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but
He's an anime protagonist.
But I was going to say fuck off.
Well, I can do that too. I mean,
No, kill him.
You could type something in the chat that would get you banned, and then they'll be like owning them.
listen here, you and redacted.
Oh gosh.
Nice
Ooh, that
person.
hurts.
Oh yeah, that's what it is. Yep.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah. I cannot move.
That would
Oh,
get
you
you
still
banned on League of
streaming?
Legends, though. Let's be honest.
Yeah, being nice in a big team. Actually, yeah, probably. You could spread Christmas cheer to the enemy team.
The actual grind set is getting reported for saying furries are bad, and then your report is caught by one of the 90% furry Discord admins, and they ban you. That's also another easy way of getting banned. You can talk shit about women though, it's fine.
It's totally fine.
I mean, how do I say this? I know someone.
I hope you don't get banned from Twitch.
No, don't worry. It's nothing illegal. What I'm gonna say, I suppose.
I hope so.
Like I know a guy that limit tests getting banned in things. Okay, he's a very deranged individual. He's done it in World of Warcraft. He's done it in Discord, Minecraft servers. What's the game called again? The MMO, New World when it released. This guy is just testing the limits of everybody's tolerance, alright? And according to his studies, you need to say very little bad things about furries in Discord and get reported to get banned. But you can say terrifically bad stuff about women and it's okay. You don't get banned apparently. I mean, the Discord moderation team must have their priorities straight, right? Like, I don't know. That was unexpected. What is this coming from?
It's the voice. No, it's the soundboard.
Okay.
I brought upon us a plague. Now everybody's me doing it.
I muted the soundboard the week it is released because it is so annoying.
Dude, at work, everybody's spamming it. All day. They think they're so funny. Well, you know what? They are. It is pretty funny. Sometimes.
Sometimes.
Yeah, I used to play League all the time, but then they,
You got cured?
You got cured.
I got cured.
Used to play
There's that.
time,
Yes.
and it just became so slow of a game. It's like, we already know how it's gonna end. We're stuck for 30 minutes.
It's like, oh, well, enemy Draven got fed, GG go next, something like that.
I'm playing Draven, by the way.
Yeah, no, it's...
Like 10 minutes getting into a game, and then the first 5 minutes, it's like, yeah, 80% chance we win or 80% chance we're gonna lose, you know?
It's just farming and then enemy jungle does whatever.
You say that
Other
I'll
jungle
guess.
doesn't do anything.
Like, I'll be honest, I don't care about the opinion of anyone who hasn't reached low masters at all. Like, 'cause usually these people don't understand the fundamentals of the game. So the game looks like a coin flip to them. They just like the map doesn't exist. They walk forward and they click the buttons, and it may happen that they die or not or get fed because the enemy is an idiot, and then the game looks like a game of chance to them. That's usually the case.
Yeah, I mean, I got to diamond and then I kind of got burned out, but
Okay.
it was more like you have like the champion select and you're like, well, this is already like a bad matchup, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, just based on that, but it's not. You can still play normally, but it's very predictable to me at that point.
I found another game I can plus W in. CS2. We're good.
Like, about League, Dota is worst. Like, it takes longer. You suffer longer.
Dota's League, but like I said, League is chess but fast. Dota's chess but slow.
Yeah,
That's
it is annoying.
it's chess but slow, and if you pick a certain champion, you need 5 hands to play it.
Oh yeah, they
Like-
added like a bunch of new divisions. It was like before they had like Emerald and stuff.
And now they have 100 billion elos.
Yeah.
I don't play competitive games anymore because I get angry.
I still play them and I still get angry. And I'm wondering why.
I fear of striking. The anger of struck.
But I just can't stop. Counter-Strike 2 is so good. Well, actually, CSGO was better, but you know what? We can't even play CSGO anymore.
Oh yeah, I forgot they actually took that. Took that.
Yeah. CSGO is so buttery smooth, and then CS2 comes out with like completely redone networking, and then it's like it just doesn't feel as good.
Oh, that's a shame. Yeah, because I really love Counter-Strike's networking. Like, I play literally any other game, and it's like, this netcode just feels off. But Counter-Strike,
Yeah.
that never happens.
And it's funny because people still complain about the netcode in CSGO, but it's like literally the best probably
Whoa.
in any game. But then CS2 came out.
Is it good in CS though? Like, I heard it is good, but people don't like it. Kind of way.
I think people are just hating on it because it's not as good. But like, I mean, what else is there? You got Valorant.
Yeah. Oh yes, Valorant also has good netcode. I haven't noticed problems with it.
I think main thing with Valorant is that it has higher tick rate. That's the.
I don't like Valorant because I don't want to. I literally left League because it requires like 1 million IQ. That's Valorant. Actually, Valorant's probably worse. Watching a Valorant match is like watching a League match in like 10x ADHD speed or something. Yeah, it's just got so much shit going on. It's too much. I just want grenades and like guns, not magic abilities.
Yeah.
On ground, yeah.
No disrespect to the people that like it. It's just you just need like
Oh, I
10
think
million
they're
IQ.
Valorant fans, yeah.
Oh, yeah, well, I mean, they just, you got the. Oh, well, I'm not even gonna say it. You already know.
Actually, I liked Valorant last time I played it. It was nice.
I mean, it's not a bad game.
Yeah.
I actually like it. I just like CS2 more. So there you go.
Yeah, Counter Strike's definitely my kind of thing as well.
I'm a TF2 guy myself.
Ooh.
Oh, TF2 is nice. Yeah, no, I like TF2 actually.
A cultured individual is among us.
2024, like we are going.
I haven't played CS2 in a long time.
TF2 is actually still going pretty strong in 2024. Very surprising.
Just
bots are finally gone too, so I can play it in peace.
it's like you think CS:GO and like CS2's like the stepchild of a Valve game. Look at TF2. That shit never gets updated.
The only reason our bots are gone is just incidental because they were fucking updating their anti-cheat for other shit.
Yeah, just like on some like basement server, like on someone's laptop in the Valve HQ.
Oh god.
Yeah, but I fucking love TF2.
You got Deadlock and Dota 2. That's like the Valve love child, and then everything else is just like, eh. They just got kicked out at 18.
I tried Taco for a while, but like, it is too immense, and there are lots of cheaters in that game. When stakes are high, cheaters also high.
Yes.
And it is annoying. You lose so much shit.
Yeah, it's funny. Valve is doing so much for like anti-cheat, and like CS2 still has like a cheater problem.
Like half communities. Huh? Rap?
I'm sorry?
Half communities? Like cheater problem in CSGO? CS2, sorry.
Oh, I think like, so if okay, they have an elo system where it's like from like, I don't know, from like 1,000 to like 30,000. Anything above like 20,000 is basically like guaranteed cheaters on the enemy team.
Yeah.
It's pretty good. But yeah, I guess below that, not really.
Uh-huh.
But they're anti-cheat. They're still in like they're still doing a like cat and mouse game.
I'm sure.
Yeah, whatever Valve did to update it, the TF2 cheaters don't really want to play that game. The cat and mouse. They were just getting off on the fact that Valve didn't give a fuck about TF2.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Can't you basically still cheat in any game? I've kind of stopped playing.
Some games make it
of
a
course.
lot harder than others, though. Like, for instance, a big thing is kernel anti-cheat nowadays, which, yeah, with like user level anti-cheat, obviously it's a user level program. You write user level programs and you can subvert that just fine, but it's harder for like the user space to know when kernel space messes with it. It's why rootkits, when you can put it in kernel space, are generally better at hiding itself than otherwise.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a lot of fun things you can do at kernel level. But yes, so there's generally like techniques you can do to make certain, anti-cheat kits. And yeah, certain anti-cheats just less detectable or less able to be messed with than others.
I also heard like some people like still circumvent the kernel stuff.
Yes. I think I heard when people...
If you want to cheat, they're gonna cheat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you put this expensive piece of software on top of it and make it, try to catch cheaters.
Yeah. The reason why TF2 is almost cheater-free now is because nobody gives that much of a fuck about the game.
Yeah.
It's dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've moved on to
a lot of players,
bigger
but
and
there's
brighter
not
games.
really high stakes. Yeah.
You could go do Fortnite.
I guess it's
Like,
just
why cheat in
raises the
TF2
bar.
when you go cheat in Fortnite?
Exactly.
Actually, anti-cheat in Fortnite's interesting because the Fortnite servers don't actually like simulate that much. It's all mostly client stuff. Like you would expect.
Really?
Yeah. Like if there was no anti-cheat, you could just fly around anywhere. Like like you would think like an Unreal game would be like it actually have decent networking, like
Yeah.
like it would simulate movement on the server and stuff. Nah, Fortnite does not do that, and it's literally because Unreal sucks. It's just too slow. So to make the servers cheaper, yeah, it's literally like just a server cost deal.
Wait, do they really write their server code in Unreal?
Yeah. So, yeah, it's a. So it actually runs on the servers more stripped down, but it basically runs like Unreal code on the server.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I know. Like some other companies do, like they'll write their gameplay or like their game server stuff in like Go or.
Like I get that at like indie level, but like Epic doing that, I don't know.
Yeah,
indie level people would like go more lean or try to make
Yeah.
it all kind of one thing that.
Yeah.
Kind of spreading things around in like multiple languages, for multiple servers or whatever is.
It's just.
Yeah.
It's just Unreal. Epic doesn't know how to make a gameplay system to save their life that actually runs fast. So like literally everything that's like gameplay code related is like sometimes even the slowest part of a Unreal game. Not even rendering, which is insane. It's like you see all these like new Unreal games coming out and they're like CPU bound, not GPU bound. And you're like, what the hell is going on here? So yeah.
I think they have. I don't use it, but I heard it has like something like a garbage collector reference counting for classes or something like that.
Yeah, it has GC built in. Like,
yeah,
it's pretty cool, but I wouldn't even say that's the slowest part. That's the slow thing of Unreal. It's more of like they just have some like crazy gameplay systems. Like I don't know if I guess nobody's really messed with Unreal, but like they have this thing called like gameplay ability system, and it's like the most over-engineered like thing ever, and that's what Fortnite's built on.
But it does.
So there's like stuff like that, and it's just. But also Unreal's like really ancient OP style, like. They also have fat like actor system, like U objects are insanely big, so you got stuff like that going on.
Like, one of the weird like things that kind of pisses me off about Epic sometimes is they're like, oh, we care about developers, you know, like their whole thing is about being like for developers.
It's great,
and then like they don't like give people option to like play the to like ship on Linux or anything like that. Like even so, like if you want to ship on Linux, you're basically be fucked through Epic.
Yeah,
right? And it's like
kinda.
And it's like and it's not even like, you know, oh, you know, we can't do what Valve does because Valve open sources their shit. You could just like all you have to do is replace the Steam API shit with Epic API or whatever the fuck. Right? Because like most of it's like just Wine and DXVK, if I remember correctly.
I get your point. Like, yeah, they don't care about the developers, but like, I don't think like Linux or anything not Windows is their priority. Or
yeah, it's. I mean, it's sad, but that's just how it is. It's like
yeah.
Okay, to be fair though, you can compile Unreal like. I don't think you can do like a vanilla Unreal. You have to. There's a bunch of shit you have to fix up to compile to Linux, but you can do it. The funny thing is like the Vulkan backend for.
Why would I though?
Yeah, it sucks. It's like you have to. You have to know what
I don't even have the computing hardware for Unreal. I need like a fucking supercomputer to run Unreal. Some shit.
Yeah, actually, it's a funny thing. Unreal's probably the only reason I'm still using Windows, but
Windows-based supercomputer.
yeah, you need a Windows-based supercomputer to use Unreal. But I mean, you can get it to compile, and it does run. Like, they fixed a bunch of things in the Linux Vulkan backend to make it work pretty fine. The only thing is, it's just way slower than the DirectX one. So like, you can get better performance if you just use the DXVK backend.
How does Unity fare on Linux? Like engine, like using the engine part. Like obviously you can ship games to Linux on Unity, but like the editor stuff.
I don't know if I've ever done that. I've done it with Unreal. It's not pleasant. Maybe it's not. I mean, it might be
How
better.
long did it take you to compile from source?
Okay. I mean, it's not hard to build, but it just takes a long time. So it's like, on my computer, it usually takes about an hour to do Unreal from like scratch, which is it's not the worst thing, I guess, but like, yeah, it's pretty big. I mean, Unreal's pretty big.
Unity has instructions for Linux.
Whoa. See, that's already more than Unreal has. They don't even have instructions for Windows.
Let's see.
Yeah, the Unreal documentation is just go look at the source code. Yeah, like all the serious Unreal developers go download the Unreal source code because.
Yeah, I'm sadly stuck on Windows because I'm lazy. At some point, I'm gonna have to move to Fedora or some shit because, like, fuck this shit, man.
True. See, I got this stuff set up where, like, I have a tiled window manager on Windows. So, like, I'm already 90% a Linux user. It's just not the OS part.
Okay, so actually, I'm looking at the Unity Hub stuff, right? They have they only have like Red Hat and Ubuntu, but not like Fedora. Specifically, the only two that they list is CentOS 7 and Rocky Linux. Which is very interesting. Like, you know, it says here Windows 7 Service Pack 1, Mac OS has 10.13 plus CentOS 17 and Rocky, and then Ubuntu 2004, 20 or 2204.
That's what the developers use.
Like, those are medicine names? Like, I don't know what you're talking about.
It's kind of weird.
I use Arch, by the way.
I find names of those distros too funny.
Honestly,
like
Arch users used to be some of the most insufferable people I've seen, and then I found the NixOS users.
Dude. Well, Nix is the only people that have come to my like repo with like 5 users and have asked for changes. So I kind of respect the NixOS users.
That is
It's like, can you make this work on Nix? Even though I tested on Linux and it worked just fine. I don't know. Got weird. Oh, no, not weird. Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to call you weird. Just special. You're special. Yeah, everybody's like, maybe that'll be the next thing I do. Instead of going to Linux, I'll just do Unit, or I'll just do Nix. What is Nix anyway? I literally have zero idea.
If I remember correctly, it's like it's an like NixOS is basically an operating system for Nix for like a Nix. It's a package manager effectively, but like immutable. I guess I don't know. Hang on, let me look.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah, Nix package manager.
They have a package manager for OS stuff. It's great.
Oh god, this is on a Twitch stream?
Yeah,
Maybe.
unfortunately.
Oh. You're lucky I haven't popped the slurs yet.
Indeed, I am.
We're live.
Yet?
Although it
my
would be very
God.
funny if I got banned my first day.
I have no idea.
Twitch bans
not my
speedrun.
power level.
Apparently it's a pure, like, it's a functional package manager, as they put
How does
it.
that even work? How's a package language or fuck a package manager functional?
Like, the whole, like, idea is that you basically have, like, they have, like, a language you can use as, like, a configuration, and then it lets you just install all of your packages through that you need. And also, if it's, like, you can, like, make a backup of your Nix config or some shit. Do some shit.
Is it like
And
a
then
Docker
if you-
container? Is this like Docker? It sounds like
I don't
Docker.
know. But, like, one of the things is apparently it's like an atomic thing. So it's like an atomic distro. Which I guess.
This is sounding a lot like Docker.
Oh god, they do the weird shit, the weird naming scheme too. Ooh. Let's see. Aardvark, baboon, caterpillar, dingo, emu. It is fucking. What the fuck is a warbler?
These are package names?
The kind of bird.
No,
I think
like
that
this is from
warbler.
Nix. No, these are Nix versions. These are versions of Nix OS. Yeah, what the fuck? Oh, it's the bird. A warbler is a bird, chat.
It's a bird that warbles.
That's okay. That's okay. In my book. Like,
I would say this is a W for the Knicks fans out there. All one of them.
And that one user's fucking rainbow shape is the fucking rainbow shape.
really?
You know
that shape?
Yeah.
The contrast is that
That famous
people
guy?
who are not technical think that programmers use things like terms like, yeah, I just put the code, the hacks decompiler to read it using my static analyzer. But what we
With
really do is
Visual
like,
Basic.
yeah, but what we really do is like, yeah, I took it out of the Blongo and put it into cat so it would spit out code for me, and then I took it and piped it to Junkyard, which parses it into another language, and then Poopy Head goes ahead and compiles it for me.
Wait, wrong.
Wait, no, don't. Where's the video? Why did the video go away?
Yeah, well, I put it in the wrong channel. Yeah, this is what we need.
Hang on. I'm gonna make a list of all the things that make people functional bros.
Monads? What about them monads?
There we go. NixOS, NeoVim, Hyperlane, and then either Haskell or OCaml. They get nothing done, but they're efficient at it. They get nothing done efficienter.
Let's go.
And then for like the most base, and then you also have like on the other end, I guess. What would be the other end actually? Object
You have like the Haskell stuff that has bindings to like C programs.
Like,
it's like
let's
Python in a way.
Yeah, but let's
Yeah.
be real, like 90% of the developers are bad. Like, that's reality. It doesn't matter they are functional programmers, it doesn't matter they are procedural programmers, it doesn't matter they are object-oriented programmers. They are bad.
9 out of 10 of us are bad programmers.
Yeah, there we go.
Here is the object-oriented
I'm one of the
people,
9.
and then
That was the one.
I'm gonna write one for procedural. Folk. Hang on.
Oh, we made Volatus mute his speakers.
Oh, let's go.
Cool.
Cool.
No, it isn't.
Cool.
Yeah, don't you know that's what we're going for here?
Where's the fucking Windows? May I ask?
Yeah, and then
I mean,
this
the
is just your
actual-
typical programmer.
Yeah, typical programmer.
Just
Like,
Fedora, KDE,
Yeah, sure.
maybe a private version of Sublime Text. Actually, wait, no, doesn't RxI have a thing? Have his own little text editor? Yeah, he does. Yeah, this is actually kind of cool. Hang on, let me put it. Which is, it's RxI made a text editor in Lua. So
Yeah.
that's kind
Oh,
of
yeah.
crazy. Yeah,
Is
I
that
kind of
Leo
want to
too?
want to port it. Want to port it to Odin at some point.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we do not care about NeoVim. What are you talking about?
I mean, like, technically, you could also include Emacs into the Fedora one, because Torvald uses Emacs, but also, who fucking gives a shit about Emacs?
Wait, is Torvald using him? I thought he was more of a Vim guy, or maybe.
No, she uses a modified version of Micro Emacs.
Oh, now I remember. Yes.
And he wants to switch to something else.
Exactly, but he can't get used to anything else.
Yeah.
There's another one. Remember, what was it?
Well, Ed.
Ox. It was Ox. Yeah. Oh, hello.
What about the standard text editor, Ed?
Oh, of course.
But this one is also kind of interesting. It's basically just Rust, but with like it's a Rust editor kind of thing. But it's like not ass.
Oh, how could we forget? How could we forget about Helix?
Helix is cool, by the way.
Guys, it was written in Rust, blazingly fast. Memory
Blazingly
says.
fast.
It is actually fast. It is actually faster than NeoVim. That's for sure.
I mean, it probably is. Like, it doesn't have plugins or anything, so that doesn't surprise me.
I stand wrong.
It's not good because like Lua has become like the de facto plugin language, and yet it has like some weird shit in it. Like I don't give two fucks about meta tables. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and the fact that tables, the length of a table is a nil terminated key, and it doesn't even, and it's and it's only numeric keys too.
Gonna be starting on them one index arrays.
Yeah, because like I think if I remember correctly, in Lua, I could probably set this up. I'm not doing that. If you do.
Every time I work with Lua, I have to Google it all the way, always.
Hmm.
Like,
because I don't use it that often, so I forget what is done how. Like, then there's also like small differences on how stuff works that I don't know, and it
So
is
if I
so
remember
hard to
correctly,
find.
something like that is basically like what will happen. Where even though it has like 4 items, it only reads 2 because it's only looking at the numerical ones.
Yeah, for example, that one. Like, why did they choose this for like getting length of? Yeah, like why there isn't a fucking length procedure function?
I don't fucking
It
know.
look too much like Python. We can't have that around here.
Yeah, like many times I've considered basically just simplifying Lua as well as fixing some of the bullshit.
It's like looking at Odin and being like, it's like a Jai clone.
What?
I mean, there's people that look at Odin and was like, well, this is just Jai too.
Mm.
No, it is actually
I actually have like a quote unquote small design spec, which is basically just all the keywords I have. And it's literally down from like the 22 Lua has down to like 15. Yeah. Yeah.
Is there a sensible scripting language as an alternative to Lua for embedded use case?
Lily just like replaced the variable declaration with an explicit keyword to remove local.
What?
Lua doesn't have like a specific like variable declaration. It has local, but that's like very specific. So every time you make a variable, it's just global.
Yeah, that's so backwards. Like, that's so annoying.
Yeah. I mean, it's better than Python. Because in Python, it's local first, and then you have to do this, like, it's basically local first, which kind of sucks. So you have to do shit like non-local or global, like, everywhere. Sometimes.
Doesn't that make? I mean, that's the default behavior. Like, that's like you define something, it defines on the scope. Isn't that the expected behavior? I don't know
so
why
to be
you're
more
annoyed about this.
specific, in Python, if you do something like this, this thing on fucking.
Oh, you can't shut a bit accidentally. Is that what you mean? Like,
right, there is a chance that X could actually be local.
Okay, you can
rather
shut
than
it. Okay.
Yeah. Whereas in Lua, it's global first. I just said fuck that. Give it a specific keyword, right? Because it pretty much removes like these. Because like like if like for instance with using the syntax, you kind of know that it will be where if you have something like this, you know which value X is basically is referring to.
I mean, same with globals like that, I guess. But I was going to say Jaya and Ode, and this.
Right.
Yeah. Separating
I wanted it to be a qualifier, like a keyword. Yeah, I wanted to use keywords just to make it simpler. Right, so a lot of this is just keywords, basically.
One thing I don't understand, like Python is with us for 30 years, I guess, and they had multiple breaking change opportunities. They could have fixed this one, like break
make it like this, or as what you suggest?
They actually have that operator. They actually have the colon equals operator.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So the way it works in Python is you can do if x colon equals bullshit, then you can perform x, then you can use x on there. It basically just it's just a shorthand for basically assigning it to a variable, then comparing it basically within that scope.
That's I mean, okay.
I actually did steal from Odin a little bit for the syntax, which is the for syntax, because that's good. Yeah, because it's just like every loop is just one thing, and it's kind of nice.
I'm not that annoyed at that. Like, I'm okay with anything. But on the other hand, like, I'm okay with Rust too, so I'm not a good, you know, qualification for what is good or not. I'm not the guy to talk about that. I was asking, I think you misunderstood what I asked, or didn't hear it. Is there a good alternative for like Lua that's sensible for embedding purposes? Do you know?
Depends on for which purposes.
Modding mostly, like game modding, that kind of stuff.
Not really. Like unless you want to like.
I have used one before. It's called Squirrel. It's basically Lua JavaScript combined.
I wouldn't use it though. Sensible alternative.
Yeah, it's not. There's nothing sensible about it. It takes JavaScript and adds classes and object-oriented programming to Lua. So yeah, it just made it like 10 times worse.
Like there's this one, but like
there is Ren is okay, I guess. At least from what I've seen.
You know, this is stuff I've shitted on for a long time. I just decided I wanted to make my own scripting language.
Yeah, the problem is like every other like embeddable scripting language is basically just fucking Lisp.
Yeah.
Like, why?
Actually, yeah, that's funny. That's what we ended up with. It's basically Lisp, but that's just the intermediate representation.
Basically, how WASM works. Basically,
yeah, it's literally WASM. Yeah, it's literally WASM. Yeah, I guess WASM's another. Actually, yeah, that's another option. You could do WASM.
Actually, yeah, no, WASM is actually kind of an interesting way to handle like modding, I guess, because it's basically how Minecraft modding communities do it, which is via jar files. Except that you can use
minus
fucking
sandboxing,
whatever.
Yeah.
What?
Minus sandboxing.
Yeah.
For Java, yeah. For Java.
Here's the funny thing. With data packs, there's people that have made transpilers for the data pack stuff. So, like, you might as well just use WASM. You can make your own language. Or just even use the one you already like.
There is a popular Redstone guy.
Sethbling. Yeah,
Sethbling, yeah.
He made a physics engine with data packs.
Yeah, and using his transpiler.
Yeah. There's some shit I kind of want to learn at some point. Like, I want to learn Vulkan, honestly. Like, a little bit. Like, I get it's going to be bitch, but also, fuck it. Like, it's already a bitch to create a window on Windows.
Yeah.
Well, you could take it from me. I've never really used, like, a graphics API, and I just started with Vulkan, and I've I have a
Yeah, I
vision,
think
so
like
it's not that bad.
worst case when I need a custom renderer, I'll probably just do SDL and WGPU at this point.
I think the worst thing about Vulkan is just you need to read a lot, but after
Yeah, no,
that,
it's a
I don't think it's
lot,
that
but
bad.
but that's
Yeah,
kind
it's
of the
very
point. You're
verbose.
supposed to get like a lot of control.
Yeah.
I
But
love
even when you
mindless.
start, you have to make trade-offs. You have to be like, okay, am I gonna use this, or can I use something else, or can I use like an alternative? And if you don't do that and follow some tutorial in Vulkan, you're gonna end up with code, and you're not gonna be able to read it.
Curious, why did they choose? Why did the Odin guys choose Vulkan over BGFX? Not that either or are better or any other, just like why specifically? You know?
Who? Odin? What? Is that
Yeah.
something they use on Invergen? I thought they used like OpenGL.
That's
No,
also
no, not for that. Like they recently packaged WGPU for their
Oh,
thing.
I see. Oh, like made vendor bindings.
Yeah.
I guess just because it's like a low level thing, like
Yeah, I mean the thing is both of them are low level if I remember correctly.
BGFX.
Yeah.
BGFX is just a wrapper on like Vulkan and OpenGL and whatnot.
Pretty much everything.
Yeah.
They even have the PlayStation shit apparently, but only for PS4. Yeah, I'm free. I will never support PlayStation in my life.
You never know. But yeah, my thinking was like, I'll just do Vulkan because like it works on Windows and
It
Linux,
works
which
on-
is like
Yeah,
the only
it works.
two
Like the
I
only
care
time you
about.
would need the only time you need like Direct3D is if you're shipping to Xbox.
Yeah, and actually, even then, you can just use Vulkan. You can use. I mean, you could technically use Vulkan on like all of them. It's just that sucks. Yeah. Maybe not PlayStation. I don't think they have. You would have to use their
I
like
know.
proprietary
I
stuff.
know the Switch has like a Vulkan-like renderer.
Yeah, they also support Vulkan too, which is funny. They support that and like they have their own proprietary one that
I
people
think
use
it's like
mostly.
Vulkan plus some extra shit, basically for Nintendo Switch.
Yeah, but yeah, my plan with it wasn't like the Vulkan stuff. The Vulkan backend's only going to be for like desktop, and then I'll just spec the backends I need for the other platforms if I ever go that far.
Yeah, I can only really find information that says that the only Vulkan supported console is the Switch.
And hey, you don't have to make an Xbox one because who plays on Xbox?
Xbox has no players. PlayStation has no games.
Yeah, just all you need is PlayStation and Switch, and you can technically use Vulkan on the Switch. So,
I mean, it is Vulkan. It's Vulkan with extra shit. Apparently, like that's like it's literally called Vulkan, like some shit like that. So I think it's just like you change the import and then.
I think at some point I do want to make a. If I ever go very far with this game engine thing I'm doing in Odin, I want to make like an RHI. Because
What?
basically it's just like a low level wrapper around like Vulkan and DX12 and whatnot. Because I don't really have that for Odin.
Yeah, like the only one is like I guess WGPU, but like
Even that's
not exactly.
Yeah, like you can't do bindless stuff. At least not yet. Apparently that's a thing soon, but yeah, there's some like low level stuff you can't do yet in like any of these. Even like Sokol GP, you can't do like indirect draw stuff, which is like there's stuff in there that you would want.
Is Direct Draw still around? Actually,
Direct draw.
I think it got replaced, didn't it? With like something else.
Oh, I have no idea.
How long did it take for you to implement Vulkan and PBR thing?
Oh, well, the PBR stuff only took like maybe a weekend. Like the hardest stuff was like understanding the math behind PBR.
Oh.
But doing Vulkan, it only took me like here. Actually, if you look in Showcase, there was I did like a little voxel renderer thing, and that took me like 2 or 3 weeks to get to that point. And that was the first time I used Odin as well.
Ah.
Oh. I'm looking at what you...
Yeah, it only took me like 2 or 3 weeks to get anything like usable with Vulkan. And that was following.
I kind of just also want to make like a windowing API similar to SDL or GLFW, but like just more very generalized, something like that.
This is what you are talking about, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I got to that point, like... Yeah. Also, I was using slang before it was cool.
How usable is it as a language? Slang.
It's just HLSL with like... Yeah, it's just
Some
HLSL.
shit?
Yeah, it's just HLSL with some shit. And it has pointers, so...
Let's see. Create window.
Which is pretty useful with Vulkan.
Like, there's an initialization layer, and then you have to create a window. That's always is really kind of funny to me.
But yeah, I can't remember exactly how long it took me to do PBR. The thing I should have done first was add shader hot reloading. If I had that, I would have done it like instantly. But there was no slang bindings yet. And then I was making some, and then Lua Wonder said it was working on some, so like, okay, I'll just let him do his thing. But yeah, it wasn't that bad. The code, there's not that much code to make PBR work. It's just a lot of math understanding.
I mean, it's
not
probably like already written by other people, like the formula.
Yeah, there's a lot of good references I looked at. Also, probably the hardest part was making the like irradiance like offline Baker stuff. Like you have to make there's like 2 parts that are probably the hardest part of PBR so far. It's like the indirect lighting information. Because you have to do this like split sum approximation, and then the other part that's missing is the indirect lighting. So, but getting that is probably the hardest part. But I made the 2. It's a lot to explain.
Yeah,
but basically, there's you need diffuse, indirect lighting, and then you need specular. So I made tools that like generate both of those, basically. And it's encoded. The diffuse is encoded in spherical harmonics, and then the other one's just like cube maps.
Okay, so it seems like you can just tell GLFW to just say fuck it to the API and then just do things like Direct 3D, right?
Yeah, actually the funny thing with Vulkan is that you just tell GLFW to fuck off, and you just do your own thing. I think it only has like stuff for like OpenGL. Everything else is just kind of not really.
It does actually have some Vulkan stuff, apparently.
Yeah, but it's mostly just to help with like making your Vulkan code more platform independent, but you don't have to use it.
Yeah, you can get like the instance extensions and create the surface with GLFW.
Yeah. And if you look internally at GLFW source code, it literally just calls like Vulkan extensions to do it for you. So
yeah,
you don't have to use GLFW.
And
It's just saving you the hassle.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, like Vulkan's not that bad. It's just a lot of boilerplate mostly.
Yeah.
But if you have graphics experience, it's not. You'll be like, oh, there's some nice things about Vulkan. Besides typing a lot, but hopefully you don't have to. Hopefully you're a good typer.
Seem to interchange difficulty and tedium.
Yeah, exactly.
Vulkan
it's
is
not
tedious,
difficult.
It's not difficult. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's tedious, not hard.
It's easy, not hard. It's this, not that.
Yeah. What's even stupider is like I've seen some people be like, "Oh, Vulkan is too hard, so use this API that's pretty much deprecated, like OpenGL," which like.
Yeah, some people were telling me to just do OpenGL because it'd be easier, and I was like, but I don't want to.
Yeah,
so I just did Vulkan.
I think it's just important to
it's
try, right? Like, I tried Vulkan and I was like, okay, when does it get hard? And I was like, okay, well, most of it is just structured.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's like, what's...
You know, it's like,
it's just a lot.
Put this here and put this there. And it's like, okay.
Yeah, no. Like, from what I've heard, it's kind of... Like, how hard is the Windows API, actually? Just to, like, spawn a window.
It's definitely not hard at all. Again, tedious. Like, not as much as Vulkan, of course, but still tedious. But it's not hard.
Yeah, I think the same is for like Windows. Like,
I might be thinking of like
MSDN stuff. I was like, where am I going? But after a while, I was like, oh, like yeah, no, just go here and here, and you'll find it.
Windows.
You know, I wrote a little thing that like, okay, this is really a specific issue. So I started using my. Well, this is not even the case anymore because I hide the taskbar now. But at some point, I had a taskbar like on the left side of my window or like my monitor. Because I have an ultra wide and like, you know, it's less. It takes up less room.
You get so much more space. You get so much more space.
Yeah, but the thing that was annoying me was like the timer was at the top instead of the bottom.
Microsoft, I don't want to create installation media for this. I want to know how to use stupid fucking API.
True. But yeah, I made like a Rust program. It's like 100% unsafe just to like swap the timer from the top to the bottom of the taskbar. Like if you're on Windows 11, you can't do this. So if you put your taskbar on the side, the timer's at the top. You'll see what I mean. I wanted
that's actually one of the reasons I want to move to Linux because like in Windows 11, you just can't move the fucking taskbar.
That's literally the only reason I haven't upgraded to Windows 11. I have my taskbar at the top, like the top left.
Yeah, I think KDE lets you fuck around and find out. Like they're very good about that.
I mean, you could probably install like what is it, Start 11, and it gives you like a taskbar back.
No, Start 11 is the thing. Is Start 11 and there was another one. I forget what it was called.
Start is back.
No, not that
like
one.
10 of them.
But like most of the like taskbar ones are fucking paid, and it's like why?
I don't mind if it's like $10. I'm just like whatever. I'm rich.
That's how we're
loaded.
I'm rich. I can spend $5. Let's go. $5.
What is the advantage of like having taskbar at sidebar instead of?
Well, it's just for me, I think. But it's like I have an ultra wide monitor, so like if I put the taskbar at the bottom, it takes up like way more space than it does on the left. That's about it.
Yeah, like it takes up a decent bit more. Like it takes up like a lot of vertical space. But on the side, like, it takes like horizontal space.
Yeah, it's not a big deal. I'm just nitpicking.
Yeah,
it's me. My problem.
Yeah,
I have to deal with it.
Like you can technically hide the taskbar by default, but also it looks ugly.
Yeah, that's annoying.
And also on Windows, it's the laggiest shit on a 120 hertz monitor. Like legitimately.
I did come up with a new solution though. Since I started using Glaze WM, I just put the taskbar in the same spot that the well, I guess I don't even know how to describe this, but it's like yeah, I don't know how do you even describe this. Basically, you have like different desktops, right? Like in a tiled window manager. Or workspaces, or something like that. If I screenshot it, it'd probably make more sense.
Where was that? I forget which movie or like film or show what this was like, but Space Force. Yeah, every time I have something go wrong, I just think of this video.
What's up, muffins? That's my cat. My cat has arrived.
That's a Space Force. I don't hear it. Oh. Space Force, Netflix.
Probably gonna start making some pizza in a moment.
Yo, let's go.
Yeah.
Are you gonna share it with the rest of us?
Yeah.
Yeah, let me just transfer it through the interwaves.
Alright, send it in the mail.
Send it in the mail. Send it in the mail.
Yeah. I'm sure they won't inspect it. It will be fine.
Mm-hmm. Postal worker's gonna be like, so someone tried to send pizza in the mail.
Someone tried to send pizza. Maybe we should tell them that it's cheaper to just buy it locally.
Gingerbreadin.
Gingerbreadin.
At least it's not Andrew Kelly this time. Because every time people are like, who created the Odin programming language? Slop
like
Jippity.
Yeah.
Slop Jippity will say, it's Andrew Kelly.
Definitely Andrew Kelly, yep.
I wanted to say, God damn it, I forgot his name.
Uncle Martin?
No, it's no. That, how about no? It's him, but C++.
I know Karut. No, wait. Oh, Bjarn, of course.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yarn.
Yeah, Bjarn.
Yeah, we need or Herb Sutter. It's made by who created Odin? Bjarne Supstrom.
The Odin programming language was created by Gustav Holberg, a Swedish software developer. It was designed to be a modern, low-level programming language that emphasizes simplicity, performance, and reliability. The Odin was first introduced in 2016. Its primary goal is to provide...
Who created Odin? You know who created Odin?
Gustav Holberg. Gustav
Fring from Breaking Bad.
Oh, God.
Is that the thing you mentioned? Right?
Sorry?
Gustav Holberg.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm using.
Did you know that there's another filing window manager written in Rust for Windows?
Yeah, I've actually tried both. Komorebi's way like more scuffed.
Yeah.
Glaze used to be written in C#, and that's what I used, and then they rewrote it in Rust, so yeah, that's a W.
Yeah, right in Rust.
And it works the same as it did in C#. It's just uses less RAM, which is nice.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Why is it always who is this Swedish developer Slop Jippity is talking about?
Slob Jippy.
Yeah, because I told it off that it is not, in fact, Gustav of Odin Hogeberg. And then it's like John W.H. Johan Odin, a developer from Sweden.
Odin was made by Notch.
Not Ginger, right? Sorry.
I like that it says AKA Ginger. Like, that's not even right. It's not Ginger Bill, or his first name's not even Ginger.
You got it.
Dude, when Prime calls him Bill like Ginger as his first name sometimes. It's funny.
What?
I do
Graham are commonly known as Graham.
I'll type a message talking about Bill, and I'll type Ginger just on its own as if it
Yo,
was
Ginger,
first
what's
name.
up?
Then I have to edit the message before anyone notices I look like an idiot.
We'll remember all
God, if I look like an idiot, I don't know if I could live with myself.
Truly a fate I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy.
You just got to be smart enough to not see it. You know, ignore it. It's not a problem.
No.
That's what I do with
Yo, he's back.
car.
Who be back?
Hardcore Bob.
Hardcore Bob. Yo, Hardcore Bob's back.
Hey guys, what's up?
Fucking these fucking
The voice
aliens
chat's still going.
do fucking shit. Like, oh my fucking god. Because I kept asking it, and it was like, Gustav Hogberg. And then, aka Jin. No, it was like, aka Odin. Gustav Hogberg. Odin. Some shit. Gustav Odin Hogberg.
Yo, this is sweet.
Vladimir Pokemon designer.
Sometimes it be like that.
Hey, since we can do Odin, if Odin, you can do C to Odin, man, it would be such a cool thing to re-implement DWM in Odin just for fun. Yeah, right? DWM is pretty... No, it's pretty hard. It's pretty long, ain't it?
No, the problem is Odin is a good language, and therefore it sucks.
I got it. I got you.
Software looks inside, it fucking sucks.
Yeah, I got you. Good. I was like, man, think about, well, anyways, the micro UI Raylib example is pretty cool, and I've been messing with it. actually. Trying to understand it, because I definitely don't understand nothing low level. So I just.
You know what's funny? There's been like a couple libraries I've been looking at about making bindings for, and I'm just like, it might be easier to just port it to Odin. Like, and I did it for one of them.
Port.
Yeah, it's not even hard. Like,
port.
Most of it can just be one-to-one
things.
translated, and it works just fine.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's why I said like translate might be DWM, but it wouldn't make anything. Just for fun.
I guess it depends. How big is DWM? Because usually the bigger it's like the harder.
Yeah, let me see. I think I have it somewhere. It's not big.
And even in just like 1,000-line file, I introduced a new bug into the thing I ported.
Yeah, it is. I mean, even though, when I say things, it's just for fun, out of like a mind thing to think like, oh, that would be a cool idea. Because it's nice to find a language that's like so close to C that doesn't suck at C kind, I guess.
Yeah. It's C2.
And also, it doesn't introduce like any extra like verbosity to it.
Yeah, it's really it's very well designed. I have to say, it's very well designed. I'm surprised that and I'm not really like, such a good.
I feel like Zig is in a hype cycle right now. Honestly,
I see a lot of people deflecting off Zig right now, like especially in the game dev space.
Yeah,
it's kind of weird.
But, well, I mean, we saw what Carl did with the Cat and Onion. That was pretty cool.
I'll be honest with it. Like Zig is worse for game dev than Rust. I can say.
I've heard that too, and I kind of agree with it.
Like,
well, I mean,
at the very least, like, Rust is like at the very least like somewhat object oriented to a degree. So you could probably just like at least do some garbage shit like that, rather than cramming an ECS into it.
I will call Rust object oriented, but like at least
that's
you
why
can
I said
use operator overloading in Rust. Like,
oh yeah, that's a big one.
Yeah, that's
none of that, which is insane. Like if you're gonna use it for game dev anyway, that's a big one. But even Odin doesn't have it, but it has a. I mean, it's got ways around it.
It has sensible alternative.
I mean, Odin's probably the only one I've made a game engine in, but it's the best one I've used. Well, I've also did a little bit in Rust, but not like make a full-on game engine.
Oh, that's
Rust
cool. You make
is
it
fine. My problem is when it comes to like packaging shit, because it doesn't have a good standard library. Everything has to be in a package.
Oh yeah.
The best way I could put it is in like NPM and all these other package managers. Dependency hell is a problem, but in Rust, it's a feature. Right? Because like
I do like cargo add.
Like if you want to do something like generate a random number, you have to go through a package. You have to use a cargo crate, and it's bullshit.
That's what I didn't like about
that doesn't bother me that much. Like I'm okay with it.
I mean, yeah, it's not as much of a problem, but like it's the fact that there's not really a good standard library, because all the parts that would make up a standard library are all in these other packages rather than just being a part of a language, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like kind of one of the big things for me.
Yeah, I see your point. Like, yeah.
I've written a couple websites in Rust, and like the dependencies get crazy. Like I think one of them was like 1,000 like packages.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's insane.
1,000?
Also 20 packages for
literally 1,000
alone.
What do you need 1,000 for?
You know,
20 packages
here's the
for
thing.
SQL like code.
You add like 5 packages, like 5 or 10 packages, but all of them bring their own packages.
It's
just an explosion.
Wait, no, wrong channel. Hang on, I'm gonna put this in randomer.
But yeah. At the end, when you add like 10 or 20 packages, it's just like insane. It explodes. And some of it is just
unlearning.
different versions of the same package.
Machine
And that's-
unlearning.
Yeah, true.
Neural network learning backwards.
Machine unlearning.
There's
Let's
there's
go.
forks of it. Actually, one thing I might see as like kind of an interesting thing to do with Odin is machine learning because it has matrices.
Oh.
He's very because it has matrices, which is like kind of like one of the big parts of like machine learning. At least like neural network machine learning, not evolutionary algorithms. Does that make sense?
Rather than matrices, like array programming is more suited to that, I think, because they multiply by long chains of numbers rather than.
Yeah, but it's like a
small fixed.
multi-dimensional thing. But it's like a
Yeah.
multi-dimensional thing where it's like you have like inputs, then outputs. You can easily do that and that's usually done via matrices, right?
Yeah.
The other
but
issue-
isn't that matrices are limited to 4
Yeah.
by 4?
Yeah.
Machine learning matrices are like 1,000 by 1,000 by 1,000 minimum.
Wait, in Odin you can't.
Yeah, they're limited. It's because of stack size reasons, but
Also, because I think in Odin matrices are SIMD.
yeah.
Is that correct? Yeah.
Hmm.
Wait, do you still have to put SIMD or is Matrix already SIMD?
Matrix is SIMD, if I'm not incorrect.
AI Alzheimer.
Spoiled. I'm a shouldn't maybe got spoiled. And it goes out here in blood. Humans want to be loyal. Cool. Shoot up the cook. I snoop.
In Rust,
Sounds like
in
it's
my
true.
opinion, the biggest issue is that like you have to follow the flow. Like if you want to do
Sorry,
something,
no two.
you have to
I
download.
don't think this
for
kind
it.
of well can serve
When you
you.
do some entities,
I'm like a gangsters pull up to this set and
you
merge
got to
two.
download something because like
9 racks inside
doing
of my
your
pocket.
own ECS is a nightmare. Like it is so difficult to do right.
How
Because
does an
unsafe
ECS even work half the time? Because like a lot of it is like heavily like based around generics, and it's just like how.
It
Mash.
usually generates it's a proc macro, I guess. Like you provide a tuple, and there's a code that creates the code looking at that tuple.
Fucking cringe.
It is pretty
Yeah,
Yeah,
crazy.
but like even in Odin,
that's
like
crazy.
in Unity, like if you want to do something like get component, you set it up as a generic, and it's just like why, and also how, right? Like, let me see if I
Yeah.
can write it.
But aside from that, like unsafe part of is the biggest issue in my opinion, because like you have to be sure, you have to ensure that your unsafe code isn't like there is a misconception about Rust that you can use unsafe like C, like it is Rust, like you can write like C using unsafe,
It
but
would
that's
be.
absolutely incorrect. You can't do that.
I pray for the day that someone somehow figures out a memory leak in Rust, because that would be the funniest shit.
But I mean,
Memory
That's-
leak is
you can.
safe.
You
yeah,
can do that.
Memory leak
You
is
can
safe in
safely
Rust.
leak memory.
yeah.
But like,
I mean, that's memory safe. You can't.
I mean, it isn't
Chat,
funny,
I have safely leaked memory.
But biggest issue with memory problems isn't that like memory leak. That's like basic one, I guess. Like biggest issue is that you are using memory in wrong place with wrong lifetime, so causing havoc. Like best thing is you segfault. Worst thing is you created a RC nightmare that can be abused by malicious actors.
True.
Like
yeah, I believe that part of Rust.
Yeah, it's more about like memory bounds or some shit, right? Where it's just like it goes out of bounds or some shit.
Yeah, the issue I was talking about, like you have unsafe code, but you have to ensure that safe code that is calling it isn't messing with your unsafe code. At the same time, your unsafe code is not messing with the safe abstractions around it. So it must be invariant, like it must run the same. It doesn't affect other stuff. So ensuring that is too hard. Like you must know how other abstractions work. Like if you are doing something unsafe with vector, Rust's vector type, you must know how Rust vector type works. Also, how your optimizer might optimize your stuff like that. So that knowledge is too much. Like I can't do it. It is annoying. But
meanwhile, I made an
for
ECS in Odin, and it's like, it's the easiest thing ever.
Yeah,
because the ECS isn't even that difficult.
Yeah, in any unsafe language, writing it is pretty simple because it is all unsafe. Like when everything is unsafe, you know what can go wrong. In Rust, compiler can make decisions around safe code that wouldn't do in unsafe scenarios. That's the problem.
You know what? I think of Rust as like, it's like being like you basically like lift weights with Rust, right? And then you come to a different language, and it's just like the easiest thing ever.
Yeah, yeah.
That masturbation is justifiable according to Bin Laden.
Wait, what?
Yeah. But only in extreme cases.
Only in extreme
cases. Well, I mean, his case would be pretty extreme.
Damn.
I am a living, walking extreme case.
Osama bin
Wanking is going.
Osama bin Jordan. Ranking my
Osama bin yanking.
Okay. Did I get banned from Twitch yet? Great.
Oh, you have to cook up some different
I can
words
do
for
that
that.
for you if you want.
No.
There's no word I'm too afraid to say. Just let me know.
No, I believe you.
Well, that's envious.
I'll take you up when I want.
I don't think I've ever had like a good time with MinGW. Like every time I've used it, it just sucked. Like Clang, like I fucking hate Clang sometimes, but also it's literally the most usable compiler at the moment.
Oh yeah, no, I had to use the I never used it before, but I had to use Git Bash because someone wrote their thing in using just files, and that's not something on Windows. So I'm just like, okay, this is great.
The only reason I have Git Bash is because it comes with Git for Windows.
Well, same, but I finally realized that actually has a good use. It has one use for me. It's compiling physics.
Mm-hmm.
There are lots of toy programming languages, scripting languages in Rust. That's also interesting. It is a bit out of blue, I know.
I mean, Rust is pretty good at like input-output problems because, like that's not really something you have to deal with like lifetimes. It's pretty good for like parser stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Isn't Lifetime's like the most read function shit ever? Like, if I remember correctly, where it's like anytime you use Lifetimes, every part of your code is like a lifetime now. Because fuck you.
Yeah, kinda.
Yeah, but it isn't that annoying. Like you can manage it. But the issue
it isn't. It is probably the hardest part of it, though.
like you learn to avoid it. Like you don't write your lifetimes. You architecture your code in a way you use less lifetimes. That's the learning phase of Rust. At least that was for me. Obviously, I'm talking like I say this in game development context. That's not possible with async Rust or anything else. Like that's worse. Yeah, async Rust is worse.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna head off.
Okay.
Laters.
So we collectively wasted how many hours here?
Don't remind me. I think it's, what did I start this? 1:30 or 1:45? So it's about, yeah, it's about 5 hours.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. I mean, honestly, I was planning for going on. I was planning for this to be like an 8-hour stream, to be honest. So.
Wow.
You've only seen, I guess, 60% of my power at this point. I don't know. What is it now?
Sorry, I wasn't watching your stream.
Yeah.
So I haven't seen anything.
Yeah.
Okay, I just checked. It has been 3.5 hours for me.
3.5 hours, nice. Okay.
I gotta do stuff. I hate this. Like, I wish I had a button that I can press that will teleport me to month later, like from time and in time and space. So I wouldn't have to do any of this stuff, and it would be done. That would be so perfect.
It's time for me to go be productive again.
What?
Yeah, me too.
This is crazy. Yeah, that sounds good.
Thanks, guys. Goodbye.
Peace.
Yeah, thank you. Switch.
Time to eat something that isn't.
Bro is productive. Can you imagine that?
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Couldn't be me.
Me neither. I love like going on dailies and doing plannings and what's it called? Poker. Was it? Whatever poker. What? Story point poker. Whatever. Something like that. And all of the Scrum stuff. Very useful. Good waste of time. Sorry. I meant usage, not waste. It's very useful. Shame to those who were waiting for us to leave to speak forth.
Wait, what?
Coco said that.
Oh. Hmm.
You're laughing at the cat. What are you laughing at?
I'm laughing at the brick the brick cat.
Yeah. I'm still translating stuff. I'm gonna become insane. Oh, that one's easy to do.
Check type switch. Is this a type switch statement? Oh no, it's not. It's just a reverse switch statement. Okay. Switch statement. There's an init and then there's a tab.
Silence.
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 I just talk too much, so I don't want to talk.
Okay. So then I have a block statement. Okay, so we're checking for. Oh, we're checking through the statements and we're checking for cases.
Are we debugging another one?
Hardcore Bob asked if you're debugging another one.
Oh, yes.
42, 44?
42, 44.
Yeah, I saw it. I see. You said the blind man.
Yes.
Let me see if I can find it. Oh, it's.
I think I was doing another one. It was like one with the ABI, but then I like spent 3 hours on it, and I looked through a lot, and I did learn a lot. But then afterwards, when I submitted an MR, I looked back at the issue, and I saw there were 2 MRs after I submitted mine, and it turns out the other MR did actually deal with that.
What?
So it was like an ABI thing, yeah. So the other MR did that, so I basically just. Maybe we were both working on it at the same time. Maybe I'm just blind and I didn't see the one MR. I don't know. Actually, I could look at that right now. Should still be there. Yeah, should be still a PR. There's one of the more recent ones. 4 hours ago. Okay. Actually, no. So maybe he did it while I was. Maybe he like barely did it while I was doing it. But yeah, so I didn't need to do all that. But now I can focus on the type switch thing, whatever that was. What is it? 4244, I think it was. Yes, 4244. Basically, this isn't being type checked. So this is a Boolean, but it's not a Boolean. But we don't want to switch on Booleans. We want to switch on runes. I think that's a rune. Oh, this is interesting. This is, Inconvert. Oh, so they're basically saying, oh yeah, so that shouldn't be happening. Okay. And I did actually confirm that this this was causing problems because, yep, I have this example program right here. I have A, it's doing that, and so this should not be compiling, but it is compiling. What is this? Okay, so for statement and statements. So it shouldn't be an AST clause, yeah. Or wait, no, it should be an AST clause. And so where's the type? Oh, so check expression with type in. So that should be what's happening. I think it should be. With this type hint, it should be failing that somehow. Install it. Possibly. Let me close the many LLVM backend tabs I have. LLVM's great. I love it. It's fantastic. Okay. Let's see. So I have source and am I brain's farting right now. Right, check statement. There we go. So we're going to check a switch statement. Yep. So what is this? Yes, this is exactly what I want. I want all these statements. And it's going through all the expressions in it. Oh, right, because you can have multiple things in the case statement. I remember now. If not, is partial and is type enum. Right, because you can do enums. Well, okay, yeah. So I think this is the key here. I want to see what's happening with type int. So what's this upper here? AST range, which we're not dealing with the range, so that's not it. So it's just this. Oh, you can switch on type IDs? That's nice. Well, I guess that makes sense. I don't know why this needs a special case right now.
I have a question. Why in the information failure thing, it says like the 2 in the brackets and the int isn't that supposed to be without a space or something? Sorry, I was just asking.
Which no.
Like in the, you know where I'm talking about here in the failure information.
Failure information.
At the bug at the GitHub switch statement 4244.
Yes.
It shows case and then 2 in brackets and int.
Yes.
I thought the 2 in brackets and int supposed to be without a space. No.
I think white space doesn't matter. It's just
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's a matter of flavor.
Yes.
Style.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah. So. Oh, right. So I wanted to copy, and then I want to build the entire project again. So that debug symbols can actually work.
Another question. I didn't. Oh, I think I'm looking at the file, right? So Odin is made in C++.
Uh-huh. Yes.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
I never looked at. Oh, but it. Huh? Okay. So once you build enough of Odin in C++, then you build the rest of Odin in Odin, right?
Nope.
So the entire Odin compiler is written in C++, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it's not self-hosted at all.
Is that what I just defined? What I said?
I think what you said is once you like build Odin in C++ and then Odin builds itself, which kind of sounds like a form of bootstrapping. What it's usually called.
Yeah, you're describing a stage 2 compiler.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is not this thing. This.
Nope.
Okay.
It's all C++.
Copy.
And then Odin code, of course, gets built with the compiler, but the compiler itself is just C++. That's it.
Gotcha. Okay,
Yeah,
so
there are parts of the built Odin compiler that do have Odin code that it uses, but that's while it's compiling other code, not the Odin compiler itself.
Yes.
So in other so I'm thinking I'm learning with you guys, if you don't mind. Anyways, yeah, so if I made a language in Odin, it would a compiler. Basically, you can make a compiler in Odin to make another language, right?
Compiler. Yes, you can write a compiler in Odin. It's a general purpose programming language, so of course it can be used.
Correct.
In compilers. Yeah.
Right, because C++ was used to build Odin, so you could potentially use Odin to build another language on top of it.
Absolutely.
Okay, so in other words, you can make a DSL, like if you specialize enough of a package, right, of say, but then you would have to fork that package, right, and then make it your own, so in order you can customize it enough to make it a specific language in Odin to then compile to something else. Sorry, I'm thinking as I'm talking.
Maybe, yeah.
You wouldn't
Like
have to, because it's similar to it's basically the same thing as the DSL that you wrote in Bash, right? Where you would write an Odin program that is a compiler for your new language that just parses the new syntax and generates that, and then you would have a stage 1 compiler for your new language written in Odin, which itself is only a stage 1 compiler written in C++.
Right. Well, that'd be a good project for me to learn low level, because I know nothing of it. I guess.
Yeah, compilers are a good project.
Okay, cool. But making games in Odin seems very fun too. I've never made a game.
Yes, games are definitely fun.
I guess one of the goals of the language was to be nice for building games.
Yes, I remember that.
I mean, because it tries to do some things well, which games heavily rely upon, like graphics. No, mainly graphics, but general linear algebra.
I've been like briefly listening to everybody in the background just because hanging out with family for the holidays. But what's everyone up to?
I am looking at issues on the Odin compiler, and so I'm looking at 4244 right now, which is that the switch statement is literally not type checking this expression. This gets converted to a bool.
Nothing in particular.
Yeah. Whereas this is a rune, so we want to switch on a rune, but we're matching against a bool, which is not proper. And so, what is this offering Y? Oh, I think the destination is going to be Y once the type in checks out. I kind of have no idea what's actually going on here. So what is X as well? I want to know what X is. Addressing value 2. Sure, and the type is named. What is the name type again? I think it's a struct, right? Yeah, it's a struct. Okay. What is X actually? I don't actually know.
Hey, what file you're looking at? So I do want to put my eyes on it too to help you.
Yes.
Yes, I don't know.
Check statement.cpp.
Statement. Okay. Can you give me the locate hierarchy? To look for the file path.
So that should be Odin root source check statement .cpp. Yep. All the files I'm looking at are basically it's just in the source directory, which makes it really nice. I think only literally like LLVM. Yeah, I think LLVMC is like in its own separate directory, but otherwise everything else is in the source directory. So it's really easy. I can just say like, oh, I'm looking at this file, or I can say, oh, I want to see this file, and I think you've even seen me like a couple times like, oh, I want to grep through like everything. I don't have to like do a recursive thing. I can just say like, I don't know, .cpp or .hpp or whatever, or even star for just like all the files there, and I don't really have to worry about it much. Okay, I guess there's also libtom math and stuff like that. Also some other backends. Yeah, but otherwise most things I care about are just in the source directory, and it's good. Check statement, check switch statement. Right, and then where did I get X from? Oh, X was here. So when I did the tag, I think the tag is... Oh yeah, so the tag, if I look at it, let me see it now. Because I think it's going to be R. Wait, no, it's something else, because I'm not actually where I want to be. What's this type? It's ident. So mode. I actually don't know where this token is. I would like to know where this token is. Maybe I could look at the sync file.
I've never really looked at C++ code, so I'm just going to have to edit my editor so I can highlight the structure because I'm blind to it.
Yeah. Tag and then tag them. But yes, I think X is, yes, so they got X from basically, yes, that's the expression we're checking against. So X is the expression we're checking against, and what is it? Y, yes, Y is the expression we're getting. So when I look at X, so then what do I want? I want X is, I think I could say type basic, and it's gonna be a rune if I remember correctly. Yes, basic rune is an actual type, so I think that's what this is. Let me see if I can actually do that. X dot type dot kind? Yes, X dot type dot kind. And X dot type dot basic dot kind. Basic rune. Okay, let's continue. Oh, I think I didn't change the arguments. So it's not going to do it. Yeah. Or I need to change my working directory as well. Four, 4, 2, 4. And then I don't want to use this target anymore. What do you mean? Type is no member kind. That's crazy. Wait, what happened? Okay. What are you saying? Why is this breakpoint not valid anymore? Should still be valid. I have. Wait, so stop. Start it again. Oh, that didn't do that. Okay. Let's see. Maybe I can make it a bit more specific. Maybe I can go to this tag and after that, so if X type from a small pointer, don't want that. Oh, how about since X dot type is null pointer at that point, let's put a breakpoint here. Let's say X dot type dot kind equivalent to type. Wait, is it X or no? I want to look at tag. I remember now. I want Yes, so it's going to be an ident. S tag ident. Oh, SS. SS tag ident. String. What? You just had it there. Oh, token. Dot token.
Keep rapping like a.
Dot string. And so I'm gonna put condition here. SS tag ident token string 0, and I want R. What do you mean? What do you mean? Wait, so no. What in the world? Can I say star? Can I dereference? No? You don't like that either? SS tag ident token string, which it's literally printing it here. I don't know why Visual Studio is having a hissy fit right now. Can I at least just say the string? Can equivalent to 0? No. What are you even doing, man? Oh, okay. Dot string dot text 0. Okay, now Visual Studio is not having a hissy. It's because I actually wasn't doing a character pointer. Sure. Okay. Let's see if that works. Continue. Oh, we actually have a bunch of R keys. Okay. Oh, there's actually many cases where we use R. Well, shoot, that's very inconvenient for me. Let me say Z. No one's going to use that, right? Yep, and it still highlights what I want. Yeah. So let me say Z. Yes. Okay. Hopefully this works. Yes. Perfect. Yes. So it's just C. Yep. There we go. This is what I wanted. Great. So now I have like a very easy place to do that. Except I think I can put it. Yeah, I want to put the breakpoint down lower, which I should be able to. Can I? I don't know that I always can. No, I don't think it's always safe to. Well, then I can add an additional check. So SS tag does not equal null. Yep. I'm gonna cut that. I'm gonna remove this breakpoint, and I want to put it around somewhere. I think I could put it around here. Yep, there we go. Alright, so now let's step through it. Right, so we're here. And it's not a type ID, so that's going to skip. So now I want to see what y is. Which y should be a bool, right? Y is addressing invalid. It's an exact value invalid. Okay, that's not what I expected, I think. Do I hit any other cases? No. So that's the singular case. That makes sense. So maybe it's a problem. Okay. So y is addressing invalid, which it should not be, I think. Or wait, no, because, okay. Because y hasn't been, like, assigned yet. What is expression? So expression is a binary expression. Does it have a type for this? Oh, no, it does. I think not yet. It just doesn't have a type yet. But let me step into that then. Okay, so we're there. So what is O? Check expression of type in. Oh, so it's an operand. So O is an operand. Addressing value. Oh, but it's an expression, right? So it still has the expression. Wait, whoa, what was that? Okay. Wait, so there's check expression base and check expression not tuple. What is our type hint, by the way? I think the type hint is that it should be a rune, right? Yes, the type hint is that it's a rune. And so, are we not detecting this case? Okay. Yeah, because I guess we just finished the function, so that's not proper. In which case, where's my previous breakpoint? Yes, I want to take this. Dang it. Hopefully, I still have that copied and pasted. Okay. Yes, I still have the actual condition copied, which is nice. So I wanted to put that there. And then, yeah, so check expression. So O mode, addressing no value, addressing type, addressing built-in. Which it was none of those things. Okay. So let me stop that for now and start again. Okay, so what's my operand is expression, I think. No, so the operand is the destination, so it's not a thing yet. So I want to look at check expression base. Check expression base. Which we have an internal one. Usually the internal ones are promising. Yes, so check expression base. What does that do? O type, core type, null pointer. The O type is not null pointer and is type untyped. Ooh, check RTTI type disallowed. Yes, and we have the type hint here. Let me put a breakpoint here. I think it's proper to put a breakpoint. I think putting breakpoint, yes. So, so what is it? O type. What is it? So it's a rune. Is it a rune? Wait, okay. Oh, I think I was supposed to look at check expression based internal. Yes, this looks like the meat of it. First of all, I want to remove this breakpoint right now, so I don't forget that later. Okay, so what am I checking? Yes, I'm checking check expression.cpp. I want to follow along with that as well. Basic lit. Wait, is basic lit? No, it's like a binary expression. Wait, is there something for binary expression? Because I think. No, wait, so the node, I want to know what the node is. So the node is that, yes, node kind. So I want a binary expression. That's what I really want for Christmas, is to see where the binary expressions are being dealt with. Yes, so here. So now it's check binary expression. Okay. Check binary expression. Oh, cool. We have like an implicit type here. Cool. I think you've noticed that the Odin compiler is like it is coded in C++, but it's usually like I usually read it and it's like, oh, this is something like I could write in C or whatever. And so I'm always surprised when I see like a C feature being used, because I'm like, okay. Yeah, it's just like it's so rare to sort of see that it's like it kind of pops out.
I've not looked at the compiler, so I don't know. One of those things where I'd love to contribute back to the compiler, but I'm so fucking busy.
Base though, yeah. It's a good thing to be.
That's why I just give them money.
Yeah, that works too. So wait, where is the... What do all those tokens mean? I totally forget. Well, not even forget, I just literally don't know. Compare and, compare or... What do these numbers mean?
Which ones?
I'm pretty much looking at like all these tokens, and I don't know which one is... I think there's a greater than sign. I don't know which one's the greater than sign. Because I'm looking at binary expressions right now. GT.
It may be around there.
Wait, I think it says token GT. Hold on. Yeah, so token GT is the thing. But that's checked index value. But I think that at least gives me... Wait, didn't I just have it? Where's token GT? Oh, if I do this, does it like actually... Okay, interesting. I didn't know when you selected something in Visual Studio that it just locks the search to there. Token GT. Wait. So there's a separate thing for check comparison. Really? Hold on. Check comparison. The Visual Studio did it again. Okay. Check comparison. Wait, so token is comparison, and this is in. Is it? Yeah, this is in check binary. Did we forget? Did we forget a certain token? We might have forgotten tokens. Because like this doesn't even show up. The greater than or and less than things don't even show up. So even though they are like comparisons. So it might be that. Wait, there's multiple of the switch op kind that? Interesting. Okay. So what does it do here? This is that. I think maybe that's it. Yes. Probably. I am at least convinced enough to try it out. So I'm gonna close that. I'm gonna say case token. What is it? Token GT? Yeah, you can do that. Wait, so this is a division? What is this? Oh yeah, it's a division. Wait, quotient. Okay, yeah, I see what's going on. Oh, so I don't want to do that. Wait, why is there a tokenist comparison here then? I really don't know. Are there some that are being compared? This seems like it's just... Oh wait, no, the switch statement is completely different. Okay. Wait, so... Okay. Let me just hit that breakpoint again, and then I'll go back here, and it should be going here? Yes. So, we enter there. Token is compare. Oh shoot, that's not exactly where I wanted to enter. Wait, what? Okay. Oops. I think I overstepped it. Okay, I actually want to be here, continue, step into, yes. So now this is what I'm checking. Yes, so I'm checking that. And let me step there. And I believe my watch window is kind of cluttered, so let me clean that. So AST, node. So node, which I still have the binary expression. Yep. So that works. I think Y still needs to be filled in. No. Oh, so X and Y are the left hand and right hand sides. Wait. So check comparison. So I'm checking the comparison, but does checking the comparison also have a type hint? Might not have a type hint. So one of them is a variable. My variable is, yep, that's the basic root thing. And another one of them is a constant. That's exact value. Wait. constant also has a basic type of room. Yeah. Okay. So they're not types. And then is type ID, which is not a type ID, so that should skip over. Not type IDs. Wait, what? Hold on. What? This one on there. Close that out. Try the definition again. Wait, what? Why did it return early? Why didn't I go through the rest of the function? What? Okay. Weird. The check is assignable. Yeah, because I should have went through the rest of this. But it just totally just noped out of there. I'm not sure why. Okay, so what is... There's a lot of things happening here. What's happening here? And this is for C strings. Alright, so there's a bunch of stuff there. But what does check comparison even do? Probably should have asked that question beforehand. This checks the comparison. What happens when you check the comparison? Does it... We still have type hints, right? Oh, so in other words, because we know that comparison are bools, we want to actually type check the type hint for the bool. But we didn't do that, I think. So I think that's the heart of the bug, is that these were never type checked in the first place. How do you type check a bool again? Because I want to be able to get like bool. This is check binary expression. How is it using type hint? Type hint. Oh yeah, it's like check expression with type hint. What is X again? X would be an operand. Yeah, so I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's just it. Because the other ones get type checked, but I think it's just comparisons need to be type checked as well. I'm lost. I'm lost again. But yeah, where's oh, is type boolean, I guess. That's kind of what I wanted. Sure, we'll take it. Or I think would be better is if I took check comparison and gave it a type hint. I want to look at what. Oh, did I just skip over that? Maybe. I think I can say void here. That should give me. Yep, there we go. So how exactly does it use the type hint? I actually don't know. Oh, okay. Wait, what? Oh, it just uses check expression phase. Oh, does that auto return a void? Okay, check expression. Oh, it returns an expression kind. I think I can maybe just use error for now. Yeah, so let me do check comparison. If not is type boolean. Was it type int? Yeah, I think it was type int. Where that was. We'll say error. There's a snake in my blue. So I'll stop that. And I want to build it. Nope. No overload. Wait, what does error do? Error. Oh, so opt this law. So it takes an expression or an operand? I'm not really sure what it takes. There's this is no, I think Y, yeah, let's do Y. Can I go with its definition? Does it know where it is? Oh, there's multiple things. Oh, so it takes an AST. So I want node. Node, const char format, done. Oh, we got overloaded functions too. That's cool. That makes sense. What just happened? It didn't output anything. Even though... Did it crash maybe? Oh, that's why, because it's sec fault. Why did it sec fault? type hint does not equal null pointer. Wait, is that a common thing? Let me see if the other, because that might be just a really common thing at this point. I don't know. I sure hope not. That would be excruciating. Core bytes.odin. So what's 739? 739. Wait, so it's checking that. Oh shoot. Okay. I think I might be on the right track. It's just I do at least want to see if I at least hit my own spot. I don't even hit my own spot. That's strange. That's fine. I guess let's just keep going with this. And then check expression. What's my type hint? Type hint. It should be rune, right? Yeah, it's just rune. What in the... wait. Okay, start it over. So the type hint is that. Oh, the type hint is null. What? Why is the type hint null? That's strange. What's the point of a type hint then? Wait, is it that the type hint is null, or use LHS as type hint? I don't actually know what this is. So this is true in our case. So what is the type hint and the breakpoint there? X.type. So it should definitely be present, the type hint itself. Unless I'm misunderstanding check binary expression. That might be true. Or that might be something I'm misinterpreting. No, it's just using the type hint there. Should be. Wild. Yep, so I should be checking that binary expression. It should be using the type hint I literally provided in the function. check. Question paste. Yep, so it should be that. Let me try this again. Oh, you know what I forgot you can do in Visual Studio? Hold on. Is, okay, so I can go here, I can do the song and dance again. And what I can do here is I can put a breakpoint, and then if I go to the call stack, I forgot I can actually do this. So I can look at type hint. Yeah, so the type hint's an actual thing. It should be putting in the type hint. That's what I got as the argument. But here, yep, so the type hint's there. Oh, wait, okay. So I am actually doing the type hint. And the type hint is still a basic rune. Well, yes, which is what I want. Yeah, this is what I want. Okay. So that ended up working out. But then why isn't it? Oh yeah, there it is. Here we go. Oh, hi, my old per. Let's do this.
One more, and it's the same exact message, by the way, as the last one.
Wild. So what was it? Mod settings.
My old paraffin. That's one name, I guess.
Tries to get you to buy views.
Yeah.
Can I not pull out chat settings? Why can't I pull out chat settings? I was able to pull out chat settings before.
What a suspicious red link asking me for my card numbers. I think I should give them.
Okay, let's do this again. Hi, Billion. How are you doing? Chat setting? Why can I not do the chat? Oh, there it was. Okay. Switch to... No, I want mod settings, but I want more rigorous mod settings. The van chatters. There we go. Bam. So Ann.
Can you not hit the sword on the message to get like mod stuff?
Oh, maybe. I don't know. I think I had a trouble doing it before. Sure, let's unban temporarily. Okay, no, it still doesn't do that. Sure.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never done any moderation, so.
I can't ban that.
I just thought maybe you could hit the sword or something.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's because I unbanned the user I banned earlier instead of the one I wanted to ban. What was it? Who did I unban? Oh, Sharpened Soul. Okay. There we go. Oh, so if I unbanned Mild Crafton, can I see the message now? No. Okay. Yeah, you can really tell I'm doing this line. You can tell I'm new. I have no idea what I'm doing. Let's try it on Hardcore Bob. Can I put the sword on him? Wait, so I click his name. Oh, wait. So I can report him.
It's the,
wait, can I manage
the
suspicious?
circle with the line through it.
I can restrict him. Oh, maybe. Oh, I can block him. Maybe that works? I don't know if that's the same.
I guess blocking him
blocks the circle with
for
the
you.
line through it.
Oh, yes.
And you can also time
Since you're
out.
already there, just ban him.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
I know. Call it LGBT. Wait, what happened? Hold on. Oh, gentlemen with heavy S. I tried Rustin, couldn't make a link for this. I just left. Don't need to make a lot of fuss. Too shy to talk this for me. Anyone know some Italian? Oh yes, we started talking about languages before. Oh, that one was fun. Oh, oops. Okay, yeah. So Treco just pointed out that P might be associated with hexadecimal values too. So there might be like more characters we need to check. I might put that MR on draft later on because yeah, there's like edge cases that can be nasty, but I don't know if they. Maybe what would be better if it was just digits. I don't. Wait, no, because you can have an X inside hexadecimal integers too. So yeah, it's weird. Maybe there should be like a syntactic or like a syntax check for like, oh, is it an integer? So that's great. I don't know. Yeah, we can worry about that later. Right now, I want to figure out. So wait, okay. So here, yes. So it does acknowledge the type hint. It's just the trouble is that literally every other type hint, like even innocent things, are being flagged as a snake in my boot, which I don't want. Like, let's see, what was it? So there's the Bisot Odin. Like this is completely innocent. This is totally fine. It doesn't have to be an integer. Actually, sure, we can put breakpoints on this specific thing. I want to know what triggers this. So what is type hint? Type hint is basic UN pointer. Which is true, it's not null, and it's not that. Can I see what line they are? I think they have a token associated with them, right? So I can look at that. Where's the token again? Wait, maybe they don't have a token. Or maybe the token's like shoved down somewhere. So left, right. Maybe no. Let's try left. Yes. So let's. Or what is it? Call expression? Call expression. Call expression. Where are you? Call expression. Here you are. So there's the procedure R's. I just literally want a token. That's it. That's what I want. That's what I want for Christmas. Okay.
That's one thing to ask, I guess.
Yeah. So,
Santa Claus, please just finish my editor for me.
yeah, there we go.
I ask for nothing else for the next 10 years.
When you do finish your editor, can you please make sure save and exit aren't W and Q? The amount of times a fat-fingered Q when trying to save pisses me off.
Wait, what? Are not W and Q? You mean like EX command for him?
Yeah, the amount of times I've closed out of him, I'm just trying to save. Not pretty.
Like, you were gonna write just colon W? You were just gonna write colon W, but then you were like...
By fat fingered
by muscle
Q.
memory? Oh, okay, by mistake.
I just accidentally,
yeah,
my finger slips and hits the Q.
Yeah.
It's because I'm
Yeah.
a habitual saver. Anytime I write anything, I save. Every single
Same
line.
thing, man. Except I'm even more of a habitual saver. I move my cursor to the right, I save. That's how much it. No, just kidding. Like, yeah, I save a lot too. Like, whenever I do whatever, I just save. Which sometimes is a problem. Because I've done what you did before, but in another way. Like, I'm too used to typing WQ for some reason. Like, I'm more used to typing WQ than just colon W. So, like, I was testing something. So I wrote something, like I changed the entire procedure. I was gonna like save to run it. I pressed WQ. So that means I cannot undo.
Yeah.
So I had to write it again because I hadn't made a commit for it yet. So that's
pain.
Yeah.
But yeah, for me, it'd be nice if W and Q were, or the save and the quit were farther apart. Because my hands are moving so
what
fast.
I would probably do. Yeah, what I will probably do, which some people may not like, is I will make no effort to help EX commands or like command things be short at all. Like, the command for saving and quitting most likely will be called save dash end dash quit. You know? Like, I will encourage people to be like, if you want to run a command fast, just like assign a binding to it.
Yeah, that's fair.
If it's important enough for you to like be using it frequently enough, or like it's something you use enough times for you to typing it out or auto completing it, because like you could type like SA tab to like auto complete save and quit or something, but if it's something you use enough for doing this to be inconvenient, you should probably assign things to it. And I don't know, maybe I'll have default key bindings for it, but you can always change them. I don't know if Control S is a good choice. Not entirely sure, but it seems to work well for most people, I guess. Even people that use NeoVim sometimes keybind the update command to Control S, which is just, I don't know if you have used update before, but it's just write, but it only writes if there are changes. Because write just writes no matter what, but update will not write unless there are changes. So like, yeah, NeoVim has those things like W all instead of write all. I don't know. I don't like that necessarily.
Whatever you decide, I'm sure it'll be fine.
Okay.
As long as it isn't WQ.
That's fine then, I guess. I does like the WQ as well. It's very non-ergonomic to save things by pressing colon WQ enter. That for some reason I haven't reminded that to any other key. I don't know, I think I just got used to it way too much.
Yeah, I'm pretty used to hitting the colon W at this point.
Same. I will never understand people making new things and giving the new things names that make it seem like they were created like 30 years ago or something, when like computers had limits for very short limits for names or something. Like, I know there's one editor that one guy was doing. It's honestly not very good. I don't know. I'd rather use VS Code than that. But like, I think his command thingy for saving, you have to press Control E or something like that to type a command, and it's quit for save and quit. Like, why are we doing this? Like, the editor, that editor was created, what, like, I guess in 2022? You know, like, just say save and quit. It's not that hard. But, yeah. People shit on PowerShell, and I do as well. But at least, like, when I didn't know PowerShell syntax.
Hello.
Hello. I could just go to
back.
PowerShell, and I would know what it does, because the names are like save file. You know, like, how can you not know what that does? But when the name is something like SF, what is that? You know? Let me translate something for a friend. Forgot what the word bloodshed means in Portuguese. Not what it means, but okay. There's not a single word for it. Morning. What's the word doomed mean? I'll just condemned.
Condemned. Yeah, doomed to about means the same thing as condemned. Yeah.
Yeah, I when I say means, I really say, like, what is the Portuguese word for doomed?
Yeah.
And it's basically the same word as condemned. The doomed. Okay.
Yeah, it's like I know what the problem is now. It's just I don't know how to I don't know how to fix it. Like, I know it's converting a bool into a rune or an integer, which it shouldn't be doing. But there were like other types, like, oh, say like I want to convert this untyped integer into UN putter or something, which should be totally fine. Just don't know how to do it.
good luck, I guess.
Yeah.
Don't know what to comment.
Actually, what I would like is if I could tell whether the type was convertible to a certain type or not. That would be perfect. Which should be in the compiler somewhere. I just need to find it. Although I don't know what the type hint is for as well. Like, so let's see. So what's the type hint? I don't know what the. I don't know when something like violates a type hint is the thing. Is assignable to. I think that might be it, maybe? I don't know. That seems reasonable. Okay, I think that's the thing here, is that it has to be assignable. That's it. Maybe. Who knows? I have no idea. Is assignable. Assignable? Oh, it's because I screwed up. Okay. AST generation hack. Okay. Check is assignable to using subtype. Okay. There's a lot of is assignable to's. It's crazy. I don't know. Was there anything else that like used type things? Is assignable to a score. I have no idea what that means. Distance between types. Oh, for array programming, sure. Assign score function. To do build a decent score function. Internal check is assignable to. Okay. So I think if I do check is assignable to, I have the checker context, I have the operand. And for the type, I want a bool, I guess. I think. Sure, we'll go with that. We can try that right now, I think. And snake. Okay. Also snake. So this should be able to comment it out. And then instead of here, I want to do check is assignable to. And that would be C. Is Y my comparison? I totally forgot. Maybe. Who knows? I think so. Well, there's only one way to find out. Not one way, but it's an easier way to find out. Okay. Check is assignable to Y. And then let's see, operand type. So what's the type? I want tbool, I think. Sure, tbool. I think there's still some edge cases I'm missing. Like wait, but even then that doesn't really work because I tried this before there and it like triggered it on like typecasts, which wasn't proper. But maybe if I pull this out and I say here, now check if it's assignable to. And I want x.type. Sure, we'll go with that. And I want to build it again. Okay, that works. Oh, I didn't save this one. Yeah. See undeclared identifier. Where's that? 1200. Where did I do C? Did I maybe fat finger it? I might have fat fingered it. Wait, this is. Oh, this is here. C. Oh, context. Sure. C. Wait. No user defined conversion. What is CTX? CTX is a checker context, right? So that should work. Yeah. Cool. Check is assignable to. So what conversion? And then an operand and then a type. Which Y is an operand if I remember correctly. Yeah, Y is an operand. And there's x.type. Oh, cannot convert argument 2 from operand to argument. To operand pointer? What are you talking about? It doesn't take an operand pointer. It takes a regular operand. Okay, fine. It takes an operand pointer. I want to hear your sass. Okay. Parsing manifest successful. Demo compiles. Now let me see the magic here. Nope. My example still compiles too, and I wanted it to give an error. So let me play this. Why is this not doing what I expected it to? Is it actually assignable? I don't think it was assignable. Maybe I'm wrong. I probably am. So 1 is a basic croon, 2 is an untyped bool. So let's step into that. Keep stepping. So what is the score? I don't understand. Oh, I think it. So there's this distance. You have this distance. Oh, I think I was doing, okay, I was doing scalars, so it should just be the same. I think that's not what assignable is for. Very confuzzled. Very confuzzled. Okay. Actually, what happens if I just do a plain integer? I don't know if an integer casts innocently. So an integer casts just fine. They said an integer doesn't cast? Let me see the example then. Switch true. So cannot convert 1 to bool from untyped integer. Actually, that's a helpful error message. Oh, this also compiles in run, but maybe because of array programming. Okay. Sure, so let me go for that. Cool. Or not that. I wanted to go for cannot convert blah. Wait, so cannot convert blah to blah from blah got blah. So that's what I want. I don't know why I didn't do this before. It's fine. Cannot convert cannot convert this to this from this got this. So check is check is expressible. Oh, is that literally it? Is that all I needed to do? That's funny. So let's say check is expressible. That might just work. It might be crazy enough to work. I think this probably isn't a good fix, but it might be a fix. It might at least indicate what might be wrong, at the very least. Oh, because I'm running it. Doi. Okay. Assertion error. Oh. Oh no. Wait, is that only supposed to be used for constants? Oh, it's only supposed to be used for constants, rip. Yes, it's only supposed to be used for constants. Okay. Well... Is there something similar? Maybe addressing variable? Or addressing value, how about? That's probably more likely. Addressing value. Check expression, or does it is express? Was it? Is there something similar to this? I don't know.
Okay.
What is this? Or wait, let me let the compiler do me favors and let me say x bool equals 24. This is definitely garbage. What's the... Oh, right, I need to remove my thing now. Okay. But yes, let me do a garbage thing. That should work.
Anyone want a natural, not natural, what am I saying? A diet chocolate cookie?
Huh? I would like to.
Yeah, I have one right now.
I would like to try it at least once in my life.
Tastes good, honestly.
Oh. Cannot convert 24 to bool from untyped. Oh, I'm doing another constant. So if I said y int equals 24 and then I assign this to y, that should not compile, right? Cannot. Yep. Okay. in a variable declaration. So what is it? Cannot grab cannot assign. Value something. Cannot assign value this of type this to this that of type this to this and this. So where are we at right now? We're in check assignment.
Me wonder.
So sure, we can try it. Check assignment. So what do I have? A CTX, I have an operand, a pointer operand, yep. I have a type. And let's say, what was it? Or what is it, lit? Yes. Wait, no. That gives me the format, but not that. I forgot how you like make one out of a C, make a string out of a C string. Is it GV string? Maybe if I look up mean.cpp usage. Make string C, I think it was. Well, I guess it is. Make string C. Okay, perfect.
Oh, there we have it. Fuck.
So the example compiles, or the demo compiles. Now what do we have here? Oh, right, yes. Wait, did it still not? Did it still not error out in the assignment? Really? You can check assignment and that's fine? You can assign that? Okay. I guess we'll have to go there. Because I didn't think that would be assignable. Let's go in here. Okay. So what is the operand? What is Y? Operand. Which it should be a Boolean, right? Yeah, that was an untypable. And it shouldn't be assignable to the type I have here, which should be rune. I mean, I guess I can actually try that. Can I assign? Can I assign a bool to a rune? That would be weird.
What are you working on, by the way?
What is it?
What are you working on? Like,
Oh.
I get you are fixing a bug, but what kind of bug?
Yes. So the bug is that this case statement is supposed to be type checked, but it's not.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so if I do this, so it works. And now I want to see if it's a problem with the rune being checked. Yeah, like this is exactly what I should be getting. Like that should not be assignable at all. But yet I just implemented this change and it is being assignable. And I don't know why. So 10, 11, 12. So we have the operand, and then my type
guys
is a rune. Yes.
Suffering.
Exactly. So my operand is untyped. Yes. And let's see, convert to typed. What is the target type? Right, the target type should be a rune. And so...
Oh, I feel stupid.
Wait. Did it just convert a bool to a rune? It might have. Which it shouldn't have. Shouldn't have been a thing. Wait, no, because I think it goes later.
Yeah.
Digamos que você vai para o passeio. Passeio você acorda às 6, né? Mas para a igreja você não quer ir. Olha que coisa mais interessante. Mas amanhã você vai, que é o último dia para ver se você vai. Você vai sim, você não foi para o passeio? 6 horas da manhã? Por que você não pode ir para o culto?
It's assignable
Olha pra mim. Por que você não pode ir? Ah, por
yeah,
você e você não falou isso. Você vê que interessante? Como é interesseiro você? Eu, hein? Uma fada de interesseiro. Mas vem cumprir pra você ir pra igreja de você.
So... I want to be reminded what this error was again. Not assign X to cannot assign cannot assign value yes, right. Type this to this, and this. Check assignment error suggestion. So that's in the default case. What other cases are there? Type built in, and when do I get to there? Oh, except it is assignable to. Would it have not been assignable to before? Oh yeah, I kind of did this and it was assignable too. This is off hopper. This operand should not be assignable to this type. Is what I'm getting. So So before it was assignable to this type, and now it's not assignable to this type, which is strange. Well, wait, because it was untyped, so we were able to actually convert that. So we're able to convert an untyped bool to a... Wait, is that correct? Can I say this is false? Is that what's happening here? So cannot convert false to rune from untyped bool. So that should be what I'm getting here. Yeah, so we're here. I think that's because if it is checking, you're right, it checks is expressible. Oh, so what if I said z greater than 0? Now does it do it innocently? It does! So it's not a problem with the switch statement itself, it's a more general problem. Of just, I have this bool here, and this should not happen. Okay. So that's at least helpful. I don't need to look at switch statements anymore. And so I can sort of take away this. I also want to rebuild it in that case. Yes, so it's a general problem. This bool is converting to a rune when it shouldn't be. Or this bool is converting to a rune when it shouldn't be. I think this is also an untyped bool, so that's not fun. But I think if I make this, what is it? Yeah, if I do this, it does catch that actually, if I remember correctly. Yes, so that. But wait, can I do like another untyped expression maybe? How about an untyped int? Is this specifically a problem with untyped? Or like int x? No wait, but that would be typed. Oh, maybe I can do y plus 2. Redeclaration of c in the... Oh, yes. Okay, what's the t? And that's of type int. And this goes completely... How about T, U, B, W, C, U. Yeah, that's really funny. It just kind of passes over this. So this should... Wait, is this untyped? This shouldn't be untyped. Is it untyped? That doesn't seem like an untyped expression. Except it kind of was? Weird. Is this an untyped expression? I think this should have been given a type. Yeah, that's weird. Hold on. It might have been the case that this should have been given a type, but it wasn't. Wait, no, because even if I did, what was it? False? Like, that's an untyped bool too, but it still caught that, right? Yeah, it actually explicitly catches from untyped bool. So, but wait, then, what was it? Hold on. I think that was literally like an expression? Wait, so why? So if I go to type, it's an untyped bool. This shouldn't be an untyped bool in the first place. This should be very much typed. That is extremely weird. Okay. Yeah, I have no idea how that happened. Untyped bool. Or we did this in check comparison, so that's all I really need to check. So if if X mode is addressing type and Y mode is addressing type. I don't think that was the case. Yeah, that's not the case. Wait, does it just always assign it? Oh, maybe all comparisons are just untyped bools, and that's how it is. That's weird. I don't know if I like that. That seems odd. Yeah, that just seems like a very odd choice. Wait, but this is an addressing constant, so that should be untyped. Yeah, constant should be untyped. Are the rest of them constants? Maybe, maybe not. No, I think the rest of them are values. You know. Oh, you can compare types. That's interesting. I didn't know this. That's cool. Wait, and this is commented out? I'm not really sure. Okay. And then the others don't error out? That's also interesting as well. That's I'll put it to do there. I just got a party of 4 in the Discord. Oh, and there's a Kalapool? I think that's what it is. The streamer mode's on, so
Yeah.
yeah,
it's called Coca-Cola, I guess. Starts with a U, Coca-Cola. I never know if I'm pronouncing this correctly or not.
Oh, I see. So this is another game. What is this game? What's the objective of this game? Oh, muted and silencing me out. It's crazy. That's probably good. You know me, I just yap and yap and yap and yap and yap. Yeah. That gets distracting after a while. I can also talk in voice if I have questions. Rip headphone side. That is big rip. Okay. Let's see. So I can tell you. Okay. Oh, so they switched around that. Oh, so they're also doing check as assignable too here. Yeah, that makes sense. What happens if this check does not check? Oh, there is an error here. Yeah. Well, wait, no. That's not. Okay, so after this finishes, there's no other check to the thing. Software and X, software and Y. So wait, why is the destination, right? Wait, no, X is the destination. Okay, so there's a node. Check Pearson. If I'm even looking at the right function, I think it was the function just now. Yeah. Just where did it get X from? No wait, X is something we already know. Where did it get Y from? Oh, I think this is if it's a default case, maybe? No. Oh, this is check binary expression. Oh, okay. So it's getting both those nodes. both have to be assignable to each other. Yeah, that makes sense. Hmm. Right, so untyped. So it's always an untypable. It's never an actual typed expression. I think even an untyped int couldn't be converted to a rune very arbitrarily. It can be, actually. That's interesting. Oh, right, yes. So some expressions were... So untyped expressions are arbitrarily convertible to the actual thing. I think it's just the problem is that this is not an untyped expression. It should not be an untyped expression. These are... I think it should always be typed. No, if the types are identical, yeah, if it's the type check here, then it shouldn't be. I think every other case, should be, or at least definitely when you're comparing a variable to this, it should not be untyped, it should be a typable. Right, so definitely those of like addressing value. Wait. Wait, so we assigned the type here, but we didn't assign an actual value. What? No values? Okay. Yeah, because it doesn't look like I passed... Yeah, I didn't pass that. Yeah, I don't really understand what's going on here. Just returns immediately without assigning a value, which seems wrong. Or maybe the value is false? I don't know. Oh well. What did I say? Let's just say false. Or wait, no, because that's... Yeah, I don't want to deal with that right now. Let's just make it a consistent value, and then we can worry about the consequences later. And then I think everything, unless the other two were constants. Okay. Which maybe that's a thing, like maybe it's not just addressing types, I want to actually compare constants as well. I think it's always addressing value here, so I'm just going to say this is tuple and be done with it. So that's untype. Yeah, untypable is a pretty good one to have there. So these are comparing types. This is comparing an actual value. Two values. I think they aren't constants, or they don't necessarily have to be constants. Who knows what's happening here? I certainly don't. Let's try it out anyways. Now let's try it out. Oh, hey, here we go. That did something. Sure, okay. I think the error message is pretty bad though, but it at least catches it. Yeah, I can at least take this work, put it in a draft, and then work on it later. It's at least something. Get diff. Error out on the rest of the operators. Yeah. Okay. Sure, I think that's good enough. OEP. Wait, no. Rebuild that again, and then I think we're good. Get diff. I guess in that case, this name's pretty bad. Check out, or what is it? Git branch data. Branch dash m 4244. Prevent implicit bool operation. Git dot. Oh, I think I updated something I didn't want to update. Wait, no. Oh, really? Okay. I didn't know that was changed as well. Git diff head. Yep, that looks good. Oh, except I don't want that at the... no. Okay. Yep, don't want that. Git, Git diff head. Git idiff head. Diff head. Okay. Git commit dash m. Work in progress. add more cases where type falls in. I had. A lot of people care about. I don't think Bill himself cares about the 50-line rule, but a lot of people care about that. So like, it's kind of dumb, but I like to keep it under 50 lines, just so no problems or costs.
Wait, what do you mean under 15 lines?
Did I say 50? I meant 50 characters. My bad.
The commit
yeah.
message. Yeah, the commit message type. I also do that. I follow the commit.style thingy. You know what it is from Tim Pope?
Oh, I don't think I know what that is actually.
Just type commit.style on your browser. You'll find it. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Serves as a summary when displayed on the web. Its often style is headings and its emails reveals the subject as such. Capitalize and omit any trailing punctuation. Aim for about 50 characters, give or take. Otherwise, may be painfully truncating some context. Write it along with the rest of your messages in imperative tense, fixed bug and not fixed bug, or fixes bug. This system wording makes it easier to mentally process a list of commits. Oftentimes, the subject by itself is sufficient. When it's not, add length lines is important, followed by one or more paragraphs, hard wrap to 72 characters. It is strongly opinionated that the author is responsible for line breaks. If you omit them, command line tone was showing as one extremely long unwrapped line. Fortunately, most text editors are capable of automating this. Yes.
Yeah, that's basically it.
Yeah. I remember I had a Git hook at some point that, like, at least for the 50-line things, it would, like, check it and wouldn't do the commit if it found that I violated this. Which makes it so that I can just kind of type things out and I don't have to care.
Yep. Bro joined, heard us talking about Git and left.
Honestly, Base, I wouldn't want to join that.
Yeah, I mean, if I were to work on a project, I would probably follow that as like the guidelines, and I would have like some extra rules, such as if it's very important that the person reads the full description of the message, put a plus at the end of the message. Like, if you cannot make one commit per change, if for some reason you have to make a bunch of changes at once, you will probably not have enough space to describe them at the title. So just say like change those things plus and then describe what it is, because then the person that sees the commit in the log will be like, okay, the description is important. So yeah, that's that. There's something people do where they go at the start of the commit and add something like chore, fix, or whatever. But and I honestly, I don't like to criticize things without trying them first. So I tried doing that for like a few months, and it's pretty useless, honestly.
Yeah, sure.
Some people will say like, oh, it's useful because you can grab you can do the git log grab for fix, and you see all the fixes. But I mean, even if I don't follow that convention, basically anytime I fix something, the commit name is fix thing, you know? So I just grab fix and it still works. And some of them are like very useless and not really, they don't really have a solid definition of what they are meant for. Like chore. What's a chore? It's a very broad subject. So I don't know, it's one thing to waste time on, you know? Yeah.
So something about timelines, sorry, I interrupted.
That's fine. I interrupted your line of thought, honestly.
Did I have thought? You might be disparaging. Unfortunately, informed that I did not have thoughts. Actually.
Interrupted what? What are you talking about? Thinking? That's for noobs.
Yeah, for real.
I just do things.
I don't even do things. I just I have things that live in my head rent free. I don't know.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I just. Oh yes. So close is. 4424. Was it 4424? Wait, was it actually 4244? I'm making sure typos. Wait. Expressions that should be typos are converted. Are typed as such. That's good. And then what were the things I guess want to investigate to-dos and review whether conversions to table are appropriate.
Nice.
Yep, that's it. Yeah, I'm bending it off.
Minus 2 bugs.
Yes. That makes it sound really depressing.
Supposing
Actually,
you,
when
right?
you consider I work like 2 hours or 8 hours.
No, it doesn't for me, honestly.
Yeah.
That sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
Sounds nice. Minus 2 bugs. Like sometimes bugs can take an entire day to find where like they are. So.
That's true. Yeah, I actually forgot. Yeah, I forgot that's something people are like. Right, like they're like, I had this bug for like 5 days or something like that, and I just could not figure it out. And yeah, I've heard of that actually.
Yep. Yeah, I've had like the most amount of time I spent quote unquote fixing a bug was when I had a bug, but I ended up like the way I fixed it is I made it so it never existed in the first place. Basically, like the bug was there, and I could fix it, but I thought like this bug being here is a sign that the way I did this is not very good. Like this program is not very well designed. I don't think a lot of people think about design. They either pretend that they do, and this is the people doing the clean code bullshit, or they just don't, and they just like forcefully write stuff, and when it breaks, they just write more stuff and delete stuff until it kind of works.
Right.
For like a manual 3-time testing, which is not really like this second case is not really problematic. I'm okay as long as you test like crazy, which most people won't do anyway. So it most times isn't okay. But I wish people would sit down and design their programs and try to make them good. Doesn't mean you have to like min-max everything, but you know, at least the key elements of whatever you're trying to do.
Yes.
And in my case, I ended up like retracing the path I was doing and being like, yeah, this system here doesn't make sense, and I completely replaced it and didn't have the bug anymore. So yay!
Yay!
That was like a week and a half of only working, so that wouldn't happen anymore. So I think that was the longest time I spent on a singular bug. Yeah.
That's decent, yeah.
Hey.
Yeah.
Eh?
You watching me?
Oh yeah, now I'm watching you. I actually wanted to unshare my screen at this point.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Hold on. For some reason, everything has been sluggish since I streamed. So
Yeah, it tends to happen. That tends to happen.
Twitch and YouTube are memory leaking as we speak.
Oh, that's interesting. You're using Focus, Coca-Cola. How long are you using it? You've been using it.
2 weeks.
Is it any good? I used it for like 1 day, but I didn't have really the time to actually try it out, so I didn't get any opinion on it.
Sorry about the flashback. I was using Helix before, as you can see. This was my.
Helix
editor.
is okay, I guess.
Yeah, it's okay. But as I got invited to J beta, so I went to try J, and
Okay.
as J's LSP is bad, I decided to I decided to use
see.
Focus because Focus already has highlighting and
Yeah, it's
It
written
has-
in Jaya, I believe.
yeah.
Yeah.
And it has cool gripping capabilities. I mean, it is basic stuff, but UI user experience is cool. Like this thing, I love this pop-up thing.
Whoa, yeah, I already like it.
That's very good. That's very interesting.
Yeah. For example, I've been taking my code like this, and if I want to jump anywhere, like those are like kind of code blocks, but mental code blocks, that kind of stuff.
I see.
Yeah. So I've been having fun. I decided to use it for Odin 2, like currently I'm doing that, and yeah, fun. I got used to not using LSP, and I'm actually enjoying it. Like I don't need much LSP usage with Odin or Jai, I figured. So
Yeah.
that's what I've been doing.
I guess it's
Yeah.
You need it, like absolutely need it for Java, I guess, and Java related stuff. Usually. Try
I think so.
manually importing things to use in Java. Good luck with that.
Yeah, the best thing about Odin or Jai or any language that don't resort to package managers by default, unlike Rust. So you can, the trick, you can add your project, what do you call it, Odin modules to your project. So, for example, I can search for linear algebra and find what I am looking for here, or search in all project.
Well, that search pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty fast and like you can regex it. So this
Meanwhile,
speed is what actually
KG.Odin.
captivated me.
I see.
I'm trying to balance it so I can hear you.
Dude, I lament the fact that even smaller text editors like Vim don't feel as good as I'm seeing Focus right now.
Yeah,
Bro's got a Skyrim ambience music video from the same channel. I have another one of their ambiences open right now. That's funny.
I'll have to check that out.
That's funny. I have a night ambience from the same channel from Everness.
I was listening to those too, but those
Yeah,
are
that one.
usually repeating. I don't like repeating stuff. Like this one is almost unique. Yeah. I don't know if anything is repeating here, but
No, it's just a playlist of the ambiences. Sorry.
yeah. But for
Skyrim is
example,
full of them.
this one, like there's Aurora, Secunda. You know what I mean?
Oh, I see.
It's boring after a while.
Yeah, I don't really pay attention to it. I just want it to be there. I don't know.
So I've been keeping a 51-hour long playlist for that reason, because I get bored after a while. Because I listened to it all day, especially when I had a what do you call it? A construction building next to me got renovated, and it took a year. I was going too crazy, like it was unbearable.
I
So,
can imagine.
Yeah, I was listening all day. Like even I got bored of this playlist. After
Bro
I
gets bro gets PTSD if he hears construction noise background.
Yeah, exactly. Like I've been running from construction. Constructions have been following me, like since 6 years by now. I don't know. Yeah, that's it.
I see.
So I was watching a Randy video that I guess you know who Randy is, the guy.
Oh yeah, Randy.
that streams. Yeah. I got inspired by him. Like I can relate to his inability of producing a game because that's exactly what I've been going through. I burned out multiple times. I didn't accept that I burned out, but anyway, that's what happened. I've tried Rust. I've tried everything, almost everything, like Unity, Godot. I was unhappy with what I worked on, and after a while, I found myself working on unrelated stuff about game. Not about game, like wasting my time. So after watching his live stream, I saw that he actually made something in a week. I mean, prototyped in a week, and decided to do a similar thing. Like I'm not solving anything unless it is immediately needs to be solved, and that's how I've been going. Using Sokol. Before I was using Vulkan, so it's a big step down. But yeah, that's the way it is.
That makes sense.
Yeah, like this is the way I draw my thing right now. This is a single object. I just draw calls like this.
Makes sense,
yeah. So that's it.
I see.
So what you guys are working on?
I'm being a bum right now and just watching.
I mean, recently I've been working on my code runner, whatever you want to call it. It's like Make but simpler, called Raven, and on my editor called Square. I've been building a personal website using Sphinx and restructured text. I don't know, it's been going pretty well. It just uses like static generators for HTML, CSS, and shit. And I'm basically attempting to make the website as fast as humanly possible and shit like that. But yeah, and basically easy to navigate by keyboard. I find it very surprising that websites haven't started really adopting this kind of thing, like of being easily usable by keyboard, because most of them, you know, you can't really do it. Some of them, yeah, but it's very rare.
Yeah,
Like-
it is in accessibility stuff. Like you can keep tabbing and find the thing you want, but that's.
I mean that's one
annoying.
thing.
Yeah.
But I mean even more than that. I mean like same way you have Vim key bindings. Like
Yeah.
you have so many letters in your keyboard besides tab and space. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I
agree.
don't see any any websites actually abusing this fact and like giving you anything for it. So like let me try to show you guys real quick. Please ignore the text and the page. It's just, I mean, part of it is going to be in the final version of it, but so this is like one page, and here you have a few key bindings. There's gonna be more probably, like just a few more, not like 100 more. But so for instance, you can see here's the page tree. The middle one is the only thing that scrolls. Basically, the page tree shows like the actual pages. I'm currently in this one. The previous one would be articles, which is this upper one. So like I'll keep my mouse here. If I press P for previous, you can see I go for it. I can press P again and again, or next to go forward. And I can also navigate to one of the topics in table of contents. So like I'll go back to articles. Navigation example is the page that I created because it has like a bunch of headers. This is just for testing. These are like randomly generated. So basically I can press C and like let's say I'm looking at Highlander here, which is not properly written it seems. Anyway, I can press C and this happens. And I can press, for instance, H for Highlander, and it jumps there, as you can see.
Yeah.
And it knows how to handle ambiguity, so I probably have multiple things with the letter A, or maybe not, I'm not entirely sure. Let me see if I have two things with the same letter. Letter K, maybe. Let me try A. No, A works. N. So as you can see, if I press N, there's navigation example, there's Nautilus. And so it goes to the first unambiguous key that it can find. So both start with NA, so it jumps to V here and to U here. So if I press U, for instance, I go for Nautilus. And I can leave it by just pressing ask to cancel the operation. I can do the same thing in the page tree, but instead of pressing C, I press T. And I can like jump it to it. So that's way better than having to click things. Like I can use the entire website without a mouse, you know? That's I don't know, I wish all websites would have something like that, but they mostly don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So quick and empty.
Exactly.
It's the general thing with the technology. Like, mouse is a good interface for some stuff, but not for all stuff. But we, instead of using mouse where it is more useful, instead decided to use it for everything as if it is superior over a keyboard.
Yeah.
So.
And if for some reason you don't want to use the keyboard, you can just click things like.
Yeah, that's also possible. Like, it should be available in both forms, like both keyboard and mouse, as I said. And this is happening with, for example, AI too. Like, AI isn't LLMs are not bad things, but like instead of using them where they can be useful, we are trying to force them in places where they are not useful, like coding or running games. Have you seen that Minecraft thing that AI?
Minecraft AI?
Yeah. Like that's the most stupid thing I've ever seen. Like it doesn't ever even make sense. Like that's not a deterministic task. You know, like it isn't.
I think it's just interesting for people because of the novelty. Like it's something different. But like, you just spend 3 minutes in it and you're bored. There's nothing more to see. It's just going to keep getting convoluted and like that's all you'll ever see ever. There's nothing to see there basically.
Yeah, but they are a startup that spends money into it, and there are people supporting that. Like that's the stupid part for me. Like that's not the thing. Those tools are need. It isn't for those tools. Those jobs are like we already have a pretty powerful deterministic computer. It is called computer. Like literally the name is computer. So why are you trying to force something isn't suitable for that task, that hallucinates, that can, like the way AI works, like LLMs, it always has this false possibility. Like it can guess wrong, it can result in wrong calculation. That's not possible with computer unless there is an external force or a bug. Like I wouldn't want my game to run on that thing. I don't get like how they can imagine people would enjoy playing something on that thing, even if the chance is so low, like 99.99999% of the time it works fine. Then that other time it can hallucinate. Like even that's stupid. Like I don't know. There are so many stuff computers are bad at, and these LLMs are good at, like pattern recognition, the stuff humans are good at, but computers are not. They can be used for those, like or if you really want to use it in gaming, the way DLSS works, NVIDIA's upscaling thing, AI upscaling thing, that's a brilliant use case for it. You can use for stuff like that, or RTX HDR. That's also something LLM based, not LLM, sorry. The image based AI, blah blah, stuff based thing. Yeah. So there are actual use cases that can be used, but no, people are so fixed on trying to fix already fixed stuff. They are wasting time, money, and actually making bad impression on young people. Like I've been seeing like since last year, so many people are in panic. Like, should I drop out of college because yeah, that kind of stuff. Like that's so bad. And there are actually people suggesting that, like, yeah, go on, drop out of college. Yeah, you will be coding with this, or your job will be useless, kind of stuff, fear mongering. Yeah, that's why I'm annoyed at. I don't know if that makes sense.
Unfortunately, some people are catering to it. Like, I have colleagues at work that like are currently switching areas. Like they were in testing before, and they're becoming developers, and they're just learning to code. And some of them are using like Copilot and stuff like that. It's just so sad to see. Like, I just know how much slower they will develop because of that, you know?
Yeah, obviously. And it isn't about like I see all the time that you will be faster with it, or you can learn faster with it, but is that really the case? Like,
it's the opposite, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, I've seen people that, like, the person has supposedly done the same thing multiple times before, and then you ask them to do the thing that they supposedly have done before in the code, and they need to ask a bunch of questions about how to do it, because when they quote unquote did, they actually just wrote like, do this for me, and press tab or whatever you type to make it do it for you.
Yeah.
And that's like okay for basic stuff, but that refrains you from learning the basics, which later reflects in you not being able to actually capture actually complex stuff that actually matters, and it makes you dependent on the people who are not using those kinds of tools to learn. You know, at some point it just comes back to that. Like, this is not the first time this has happened in the history of humanity, like where you get some technological advancement which inhibits human like makes it so humans have less agency in the product, and it usually makes it so the product has problems that can only be solved by the people that know how to do it by hand, you know?
Yeah, garbage collected languages are a good example. Like,
exactly,
people,
yes.
Yeah, it has been advocated as you don't need to think about memory, but if you want to write something that actually works in given memory constraints, you have to think about memory, and now it is plus harder because you have to fight with the compiler and its memory allocation strategies. Like, you have to learn about
those
how
people
we can
have
stuff,
those people have a philosophy or of like if I need to write a fast program that deals with memory, I'll leave it to the people that know how to do it. You know what I mean? Like, I won't do it myself. It's something I want to write about, so it's probably going to be one of the articles once this website is published. It's about a magic land. It's like people who are learning to code today from like web dev courses and stuff are taught to like love magical things. Like they see things, they do not know how things work. They just know like you do these things like magic rituals, like you have a cauldron and you put in like a bat's wing and a spider's eye and you brew and it makes a potion that kills goblins or whatever, like all you know is the input and the output, but not the process. And they stress a lot that the process is not important and that not knowing the process is a good thing, so which for me is like absurd, but I see that happening. And if you read a book like Clean Code by fucker Bob, you will see this kind of thing being endorsed. Like he will say like, look at if you can see, like when I was a beginner, I would look at his presentations, be like, oh, that's cool, that makes sense, that's very nice. But nowadays I just get sick, I want to vomit whenever I see one of his presentations, because he's like this snake oil businessman that goes like, you see this code, it's unreadable, I don't know what it's doing because it's too long. Here's what I'll do, and then he splits it into 4 functions, and he calls the 4 functions in another function, and then he points at it and goes like, look, it's a function with 4 function calls inside of it. I can see what this does now. It does function A, then function B, then function C, then function D. Very good, much better. And then he moves on with the examples. Like, no, it's not better because you don't know what they're doing. You're just presuming what they do by their names. What happens when their names are imprecise? They are precise, but not enough because they don't describe all they do. What happens when they don't describe the side effects? What happens when they're not sufficient to understand how they connect together? So nowadays I abstract as little as possible. When I can not create a new function, I don't. I make functions large. What do you mean?
He's like a fate healer, like sells something, like snake oil salesman. The word used.
Oh yeah.
Fate healer. The word I was thinking of. Like
I was thinking of doing.
Yeah, he's claiming to heal stuff like.
I get you now. Fake healer. Yes, that makes sense. I guess
not
fate healer, like
Oh, faith healer.
By like the power of the Lord, put your hand on someone's face and they're healed.
I mean, I guess a faith healer is also a fake healer.
Yeah, that's
kind of.
Yeah.
It's a subcategory of substitute.
I mean, at some point I was thinking of doing something crazy at my job, but sometimes I rethink. Like, I have the power of going there and writing an article and publishing it for everyone to see. And, like, I work at a web dev company that's really into, like, Scrum, object-oriented shit. And, I don't know, imagine if a guy like me just came by and dropped an article titled Object-Oriented Programming is a bitch, or it sucks. And I just explained why it's absolute garbage. So, like, I was like, well, if I am going to do this, I will need irrefutable evidence of what I'm saying, or at least evidence that's enoughly emotionally irrefutable. I don't know how to say that. So that, like, even if people are screaming to their lungs that I'm wrong, they know I'm right. Like, so I started making a timeline of Uncle Bob's life. And here's how Uncle Bob's life goes. So he's born, and then he spends some time of his life growing up to be an individual, which is okay. Everyone does that. And then he's like 16 or 17, and he gets into programming, the programming industry. So he starts early, right? Very good.
Yeah.
Then he spends like 20 to 30 years doing nothing relevant and writes a book. That's it. That's basically it. So he spent a bunch of years doing nothing that's like relevant or proves his skill. He just spent the only description there is available is, quote unquote, he spent this time working in the industry. But what does that mean? He could be like a web dev aligning divs in a web page. Who knows, like writing Visual Basic forms. Like, what did he work on? I didn't find it. And basically he worked like random ass things that were never relevant, because otherwise I am sure he would use them to boost his marketing, because he uses everything he can, right? So the fact that he doesn't use his career is probably an indication that it's not relevant enough, you know. And then like 30 years after he starts his career, sorry, it's about like 22 years, I don't know, after he starts his career at like programming. I think this number is correct. I can check later. But it's over 20 at least. He then releases a book, Clean Code, and then he releases the architecture one, and that's because that becomes his main thing. So like, I don't know, for me, someone that is not known for being good at something and is suddenly known for teaching you how to be good at something is, you know, probably not a good thing. It's probably just something you shouldn't look up to. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know. This is just, and I am talking about him, but I see this in many other things. I won't like rant too hard here, but it's like, for instance, teaching mathematics. In my head, for you to become a mathematics professor, you need to be teaching concepts you are way beyond, if that makes any sense. So like, if you went through university, mathematics university, congratulations, you are now officially capable of teaching addition and multiplication. What? But he learned all of those things. Yes, but you're only beyond addition and multiplication. You should spend your years mastering the other concepts so that you can teach them later. But what I see is that teachers don't even master the things, haven't even mastered halfway the things they're teaching, right? So when you ask them a deep question, they don't know how to answer, right? Like, teachers will teach you matricial multiplication and matrices, and you ask them like, why do we use this method of multiplication? Why not others? Are there others? Which ones? And why don't we use them? They'll have no idea. Or they will say, well, we just use this one. Just accept it and life goes on. Which is a very common answer for many things.
Job experiences, like, some people don't like to bring job experience into the play because I think they feel like they've been cheated. Like, they wasted all that time in college, and now some random guy that worked for 4 years knows better than them. So I guess they don't want to accept that, but that's the reality. Like, you know, other stuff I don't know, but like, if I worked in the industry or if I coded my way, like if I coded at least 5 days a week, like I don't have to work in programming job. If I did that for 4 years, that's a solid experience. Like, you can't match that with anything else. You have to do the same.
Yeah, I think mostly with teachers that's true, right? Like, usually teachers are not experienced programmers.
Yeah, they're teachers. They are not programmers. Like, they are
exactly.
That's their job. Their job is teaching, not programming. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if you're saying this ironically or like.
No, really.
No, yeah, but what I mean is like, they don't know enough about programming to teach.
But that's like that's a paradoxical situation most of the time. Like those Udemy courses or any other course. Like, if you are so good at your job, why are you trying to sell me a course? Like, I don't know.
I don't see that as a problem. Like, I have nothing against people making money. If you know what you're doing and you want to teach other people, I think both people are benefited by that. So why wouldn't you make a course and make money from it? I think the answer is very, very simple, right? You make money. Whoever is learning from you will learn from someone that's worth learning from. No one loses. Like, it's pretty obvious why you would do that. But the honest truth is that I don't think we've done full cycle. What I mean by that is, like, think about mathematics. Mathematics has existed for multiple thousands of years now. So we've had all the time for people to become very good at mathematics and then come back and teach people. And the people they teach will then become very good at mathematics, probably faster, because they will get much of the insight of the people who already attained a higher level of understanding, and they can start not exactly from there, but somewhat closer to there, and have more time to develop further, which is basically how science works. And then they can come back to the community by teaching, coming from an even higher place, etc., which makes it easier to criticize bad mathematics professors because we've had so much time to develop mathematical teaching. But when it comes to computer science, and I know people will make the distinction like computer science and programming are two different things. Yeah, keep telling yourself that. Keep telling yourself that. Yeah, go program a banana. Okay, go apply computer science to your toaster. Good luck. Okay, like this is the shittiest excuse ever. No, but programming is a thing, and computer science is the science, is the numerical. Like, yeah, man, yeah, you could say that back in like 1809 when we didn't have fucking computers, and it was all theoretical, and computer science was like a realm of mathematics, you know, exclusively. But that's not true nowadays, because we have actual computers to prove all the theories, you know, of computer science. So those two, they are not exactly the same thing, but they are unquestionably connected. You cannot tell me they are not extremely connected. And so that's the excuse I see the most, I guess, probably, like from personal experience. It doesn't mean it is the excuse people use the most, but it's the one I've seen the most, personally speaking, from teachers that I have interacted with. It's like, yeah, but computer science is computer science, and programming is programming, and I am computer science teacher, not a programming teacher, so I don't need to know how to program. I just need to know the computer science. A question, to which I would ask, so why don't you know computer science? But I don't, because then they would be very embarrassed in front of everyone, and there is no need to do that.
Sure.
You know, because it's terrific, man. It's just like we are not teaching the practical stuff. We are teaching theory, but you're not teaching theory at all. You don't even know the theory. Why are you teaching me things, you know? Bros have no idea what the theory is. Bros will yap for hundreds of hours about how to convert recursive to iterative algorithms.
I wouldn't call it
know?
like that. I think it's a reach. It's a bit reach. I think they are different stuff, but in different way. Like today's computer science is more like computing science, like it is the abstract mathematical way, as you're told. So,
yes.
But the computers, the machine we work with, is not abstract mathematic thing. It is a Turing machine. It has and it is well-known, so it shares its memory with instructions. So instructions are in its memory, shared with other stuff, other data. So there is a mismatch between these two fields, in my opinion. Yeah, like computer science is like mathematics to me. Like
yes, that's true. But then you get the teachers that don't know it, and that don't like
exactly.
maths, and they are teachers. And I see that a lot of teachers.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I see that most teachers, at least in my country, they become computer science teachers out of laziness. I'll just go ahead and say it. That's it. It's just like you could have worked a programming job, and you either know how to do stuff, or you get fired, or you become a teacher and you don't have to do anything. You get to sit in front of people and be a figure of authority, although you know less than all of them, because they have been interns for 2 years and working for 1 year. They already know more than you. But yeah, keep pretending like you know more than them and teaching them about all the important theory that you don't know about. Because like as soon as you don't let them, you look at reference or their books, they cannot explain you shit. So I don't know how much that's worth, which is why I'm saying we haven't done full cycle, right? Like, I'll give myself as an example. I believe I have a vocation, if you can call it. I don't know how you say it in English. I think that's the transliteration of it. But I have a calling. I don't know what you call it. Basically, I'm very inclined towards teaching people. You know, when I really attempt to do it, I do it very, very well. Like, I explain all the nuances of everything, and people come out of it with not just knowledge that they can search online, but actual insight and understanding. So, like, if I spend 20 years in the industry, and then late in my life, I decide, like, okay, now I want to produce educational material because I want less idiots in the world and more people that know how to program well. They doesn't mean they will be the best, but they will be a lot better than they would be if they didn't have that. Then I can dedicate part of my life to teaching, and they will be learning from someone that knows what they're doing, which is what I mean with full cycle. You know, like you have the field, and you have people experience the field, and they get experience, and then they come back with that experience and teach the people that don't know. It's basically how life works. Being a parent is basically that, but for life. That happens with every science field out there. Right? People will specialize in stuff and then come back and teach, and that doesn't happen at all with. Because, like, I was criticizing mathematics, sure, but we've got many great mathematics teachers, like, everywhere. There's no country I can think of without one or two mathematical geniuses that really knows what they're doing, and are teachers, or professors, or whatever you want to call them, you know?
Yeah.
But when it comes to computer science, I can say that most countries don't have one person like that teaching, you know, which is sad.
I guess the most most of the people that are capable in computer science, as in academics, probably resides in the United States, and
Yes.
maybe some European countries. Other than that, yeah, I agree.
I would say United
Yes,
States and Germany, probably.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
I say that because when I think of computer science papers, I think of them coming out mostly out of written in German and English, because they're written by German people and American
Maybe
people.
France too. I don't know.
Yeah,
The guy
I
that
can
wrote,
tell.
Yeah.
Cyprus for France. Just
Because I know.
part of the fight because it makes sense.
Camel,
Yeah.
the language of Camel is from a French guy, if I'm not mistaken.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I think I remember this too. Roughly. Yeah.
Oh, you want an example of full cycle? The guy that created Lua, the Lua language, is actually a teacher, a university teacher from Brazil.
Yeah. I know.
He created Lua with a bunch of students. He took them under his tutelage. Is that how you say it? I don't know. And he basically.
I have no idea actually.
Yeah, I don't know. Basically, he was the leader of the project, and he helped him execute it. This is like somewhat after they were done graduating, I guess, and then they worked on it. He's a much older guy. I think he's 50, something like that. 60 nowadays. I don't know. But yeah, he made this project with those people and kept on developing on it. But I would say it's a pretty good product. It's not full of bullshit, and I honestly didn't expect it to have come out of Brazil before I actually searched for it online and figured out it was, you know. I was like, oh, well, okay, that's very surprising.
Yeah, it is
But
pretty
that's
old though.
an example.
Yeah, it's pretty old. That's also surprising. Like you'd expect
Yeah.
it to be 10 years of age, but no.
Yeah, it's very old. I would expect something that old to come out of another country, not Brazil, you know?
Yeah.
So it is surprising, but yeah, that's what I mean. That's full cycle. Like, he went out there, he learned how to program. Bro did a full programming language, not just on paper. He actually wrote a interpreter in C, no dependencies, giga-based, and then released it. And he's a teacher still, so that's terrifically good. But I don't see that happening often. Often what I see is computer science teachers who are not interested in computers at all, or computing, or whatever you want to call it.
Do you recall the Alan Holub guy? The
Ellen what? Alan?
Alan Holub. It is open in my.
Let me search. How do you rate Holub?
Here. Let me. Can you look at my screen share? This guy.
I'm looking at him.
Oh yeah.
At your sorry. Alan Hollab. I don't know him.
This was the guy
Not by name.
recently that tried to provoke people and actually managed to provoke people by calling procedural programmers incapable and promoting OOP, clean code, etc. So
No, that cannot be true. He has to be trolling.
No, actually, this guy is like, I think either friends with Uncle Bob or kind of from similar circles. Like this guy also has courses. Like he sells courses, of course, teach stuff, and actually, let me show it. I did look up his page from Web Archive, and this is what it says. So he had 4 years of working experience. Then he started to do this consultancy stuff. Like, this is the most stupid stuff I've seen. Like, you have 4 years of experience. 4. Like, how can you start giving consult to people about programming? Like, you don't have enough experience to teach programming. This is the bullshit we are talking about. Like, same with Uncle Bob.
Oh,
like, yeah.
they use the thing of he has worked in the industry for years, right?
Yeah. But actually, it is 4 years. Like,
damn.
Yeah, this guy.
I mean, I'll be honest. I was looking at his face. He has the face of someone that doesn't know how to program but likes to tell people how to do it. I can see it in their faces. I've learned to recognize the pattern. So far, I have been wrong 0 times, which tells me I'm pretty good at it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm looking at his tweets. One of them says... Okay, he says, "You are not your customer. Imposing something that you imagine your customer wants is a kind of bullying. Guys, I'm so sorry. I thought me being a programmer that uses a programming editor every day, basically, even on weekends, made me a pretty good code editor customer, but apparently that's wrong. My bad. I'm bullying people by giving them a good editor. I'll stop immediately."
He's just, yeah. I think you just got to use the editor more. You're kind of slacking, man.
Yeah, man. My bad. IME in my E? What is E?
Experience.
In my experience.
Oh, in my experience. So I'll redact things here. In my experience, redacted parenthesis, 4 years, close redacted parenthesis. It's best for changes to come about through customer collaboration, not forcing your ideas on them.
Well, sure. Yeah.
Imagine if Ginger Bill did the Odin programming language like that. Like, he would be here and people would say add classes, and he would be all right, since you want it, I'm adding it. Ginger Bill does the opposite of what he says. Ginger Bill goes like, people say, please add classes. He's like, nah. Period.
No,
does not develop further.
I can't believe this voice chat's still going.
Yeah.
But yeah, you should add object-oriented programming to Odin.
Yeah, for real. What's
came back.
Ginger Bill doing?
So, Volatus.
Yes, sir.
When Ginger Bill says nah, he like has a reason for it. Yeah, like he still like is able to be convinced if you actually have like a good idea, but otherwise if you have a bad idea, he's just like, no, and this is why I think it's a bad idea.
Yeah, he's in the position of a wise king, if that makes any sense. He has the experience and leverage to say no in a way that is convincing. Like, he could say no and not explain why, and I would be okay with that, because he probably knows what he's doing. That's basically...
I don't know
Yeah.
about that. Like, yeah. I get that it is okay. Yeah, you know what? Like, not every language must have every feature. Not every language must fix every whim. I get that, and I respect his opinion on that, saying no to that. Okay, but on the other hand, like I wouldn't blindly say that. Oh, if he says no, then there's probably a reason behind it. Like that's also stupid in my opinion.
I mean, okay, think about this again, but emphasize the word probably that you also repeated.
Uh-huh.
You understand that saying that he probably has a reason for it doesn't mean that he has a reason for it, and even if he does, it's not implying it's correct. Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
You think that's stupid?
No, like I'm saying like you
I
phrase
think
it
blindly
like,
going like he is right. Whatever he says is the truth, and we must accept it and never question it. Is
So
stupid as hell.
But you start your sentence with Vice King. That's why I got that implicit meaning.
I mean, yeah, because an unwise king has no idea what he's saying. And most things he says probably are wrong. Unlike the opposite. But even if he's unwise, like what he says can be right. The same way that if he's wise, what he says can be wrong. It's not like an absolute thing that makes him infallible. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I would much rather have a wise king than have an unwise one, or no king at all, and instead a committee like Rust has.
Anarchy. Oh, I was thinking anarchy rather than a committee.
Yeah, it's more like shitty dictatorship that optimizes for the worst experience possible, but I think that's something close to it.
I think I remember SQLite 3 literally has a mob branch, so just everyone piles on.
Yeah, you're talking about a tweet from this guy, Calcul.
Yeah, I was going to show some stupid stuff from this guy. Like, for example, this.
The Alan Holo guy.
The first sentence is already so good. Oh God. Okay.
My favorite is this one. Sorry, it's this one. Yeah.
The JVM's predictive global optimization. Okay, wait, I didn't read the previous sentence. The optimizer built into every one of the OO language compilers. No, you cannot be real, man.
Like,
hey, listen.
Including Python. Well, Python is Python an OO language? It's not really, but.
Yes, Python is a declaredly OO language.
Oh, okay. I guess
this guy's a moron, but,
as well, but yeah.
He's actually not entirely wrong about JVM being faster and some okay, because it was literally designed to be like
it has runtime information.
I mean, the JVM is faster.
Runtime information, right? But like that's
yeah. Let me finish.
Yeah. I mean, is the JVM predictive global optimization even better than extremely good? Think about it.
Well, okay.
Because here's an example. He says, okay.
Yeah, here's an example. C++ virtualized methods versus Java methods, where like it can JIT the thing that's like called a million times, but C++ can't even do that. That's like one.
Sure, yeah.
But yeah,
like,
otherwise
that's pretty good, but that's like I would call it good. I would not call it extremely good. Extremely good for me is like Odin Compiler if it was not using a LLVM. That's extremely good. Like the word extremely has a big weight in here, right? I don't call anything extremely good, but he's saying that JVM is better than extremely good. I think that's too much.
That aside, I think there's a important catch here. Like what Rob said. Just-in-time compilers have runtime information, and it can use that to optimize stuff. But these being good comparatively to what, like all the existing compilers out there, all the existing programs out there. I mean, they are good compared to what compilers, object-oriented language compilers from 20 years ago. Yeah, they are good compared to those. But are they good compared to like writing your code in procedural sense? I don't think so. Yeah, that's where that argument.
Yeah, it's like
I've got a good post here.
you just
I'll
gotta
leave it in the
strip it
chat.
all off. It's adding the oop crap on top is just the oop stuff.
Yeah, if you are writing your code in OOP way, in C, yeah, in that case JVM can be outperform.
Yeah, unironically,
Yeah.
oop C++. I'm just gonna call it oop. It just makes it sound like ugly. But yeah, oop C++ is slower than oop Java.
Yeah, I can agree.
But yeah, I don't. I mean, the guy's a moron. I don't think he's actually programmed anything but Java.
Actually, he didn't program anything.
Yeah, true. Probably not.
Have I shown that to you? Yeah, this one. This gem.
He said
Yeah,
that
we were
the
for
claim
4
that
years.
it's better has been wrong for 30 years, but he's programmed before. For 4
Oh,
years,
but-
I guess.
He's an consultant.
Coca-Cola, click on the link I sent in the voice chat.
Alright.
Hey, he said
I bet
something
you
on the
really
internet.
laugh at it. Take a look at this.
Cool.
Take a look at this post.
Oh my god.
Can't understand.
I don't know.
Cool,
Can't
What?
understand what.
Did I say
Can-
wrong? What
Can
happened?
you repeat, bro?
I think you didn't, but I misheard you.
Okay.
No, we're just trying to pronounce your name.
Yeah,
It's like, cool,
if
cow,
you-
cool.
A second, if that helps, you can pronounce this one.
Bora.
Yes.
I can pronounce it in multiple ways. Which one do you want me to pronounce it in?
Bora. Bora.
Okay, yeah, that's more like the Portuguese one. Bora.
Yeah, that's okay, I guess. Alright. We are looking
The
at
first
tweets in Discord. So,
Unsolicited
what's the-
advice is toxic.
I like that we have Jebrum like responding like
Yeah.
as if he's not also a crazy C programmer. You got the
Dude,
two schizos fighting it out.
He says unsolicited advice is toxic. And then he says, particularly if that advice comes from reading books or taking a class instead of actual lived experience. But if you click his profile and just scroll down, it's all just unsolicited advice from someone that has no experience. And then he
Isn't
says,
that all of
adding the
Twitter?
word...
Bro,
Yeah,
just Twitter.
exactly.
Yeah.
Then he says, adding the word should makes it 1,000 times worse. And you can probably see him telling you you should do things a bunch of times there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't. I don't think unsolicited advice is toxic, but I think it is wise if you can. Not because it's like it would make the advice better or anything, but I think people receive advice better if it sounds less like advice and sounds more like sounds more like you're relaying a story or something. That does tend to go a lot better with people than just kind of
Yeah. But also, I think this Alan Holo guy's got like an ego. He's like,
Yeah,
but I don't want people looking at me like I'm bad. He's got a book to sell, you know?
Yeah.
Dude, I'm honestly, I was gonna be reading his tweets, but that would just make me mad, and it would
Every
not
time I
result in
read something on
anything
Twitter,
useful.
there'll be like a random post, and it's like the most absolute dumb take. Like, and it happens within 5 minutes, which is actually good because it makes me stop reading Twitter. So I think that's a W.
This is his reply to me.
Oh, he replied to
Oh,
you.
you sent a message. Okay, yeah.
What did you say? He said,
This
okay,
is
I've been reading
his
comments by
original
people.
post. Yeah.
Okay, I'll read it out loud, I guess, so we can like be on track. I've been reading comments by people who are hand optimizing for speed. Or they object to things like encapsulation because of, often imagined, speed hits. With the obvious exceptions, e.g. real-time gaming, why does speed matter much? Of course, you don't want to be deliberately sloppy, e.g. function calls that return the same value inside of loops. My experience is that maintainability is more important than raw speed in most programs. If people aren't complaining about the speed, and if the cost of running cloud instances isn't more than the cost of maintenance, I see little point in optimizing for it. And then Bora said, not everything is a dichotomy. It isn't performance or maintenance. Why you guys insist on that? And then you linked the discussion with Uncle Bob of Simulatory. Pretty good discussion, by the way. And he says, I'm talking not about any sort of dichotomy, but about how you choose to spend your time. Time spent on unnecessary hand optimization could be spent doing something like adding customer value. That opportunity cost is a 2x hit. Optimizing for speed does not add value unless the customers are asking for more speed or are otherwise hampered by the lack of speed. You're usually better off spending the time working on new user stories.
Like,
I have a
has
meme
no
for
relation to
this.
that I said. Like, he repeated his same argument.
I have a meme for this. Give me a second.
Yeah, waiting.
Okay.
Yeah, we're saying the hand optimization is actually is literally adding value. He's agreeing with us. It's great.
Yeah, I'll actually, because I work in a bank and I directly work on like customer, how the customer feels about shit. I'll tell you guys something about what he just said. He's extremely stupid because he said something very specific that's very, very dumb. He said it doesn't make sense to work on it unless they are asking for it, but it doesn't work like that because nowadays we have so much crap that doesn't work that people are getting used to it not working, and the default behavior of seeing something that should work not working nowadays is not that of a state of shock and then filing a complaint, but rather being like, oh, okay, it failed, that happens, I'll just restart the program and keep on going because I need to get things done. And so we have created this state where people are okay with things not working. And so when he says you should only work on speed if they are asking for speed, is not very intelligent considering the scenario, which he probably wouldn't know if he hadn't worked for 4 years back when people didn't use computers. Is that people are also stupid about speed. So I'll give you an example. One of my bosses is a big boomer, and basically, yeah, he's just one of these old guys that doesn't know about computers really. But yeah, like, I was talking to him and I've stopped complaining about things at work, but at that point in time, I was someone that did complain about a lot of things. I was like in Jira, you know Jira, the tool for like Scrum management shit. You have the cards and the bullshit. Yeah, I was there and he was like, yeah, you just need to move the... Because I had forgotten to move one of the cards to the in progress status. So he was like, yeah, just go and move it to that. I'm like, okay, that's fine. Because, we had 2 cards that were basically referring to the same bullshit, and I only moved one of them and forgot about the other, so I had to move the other 2. So I went there, and I clicked on the status, which was currently backlog, and I clicked on the... First of all, I clicked there. It took like 1.5 seconds to load the list of possible status to change. So then it loaded, and then I clicked on ready to develop, and then one of those loading screens starts, and I cannot interact with Jira in any other way, including scrolling down the page, until the operation is done. And then I had to sit there for, I don't know, about 4 to 5 seconds maybe, until it changed the status. So all of this to change the status of a card from backlog to ready to develop, right? And then I had to click on it again, wait around 2 seconds for the list of statuses to load, to then click on developing. and then wait another 5 seconds for it to become developing. So the in operation of taking the status from A to B to C took about 15 seconds on a modern computer, on a MacBook Pro, right? And I was looking at that, and I told him, like, this is bullshit. It shouldn't take this long. And, like, even if it takes this long because it needs to communicate with the server, it should not lock me from interactivity.
Yes.
Like, it should have, like, a bottom right loading thing telling me the action is queued and waiting for completion, and let me interact with the page. You know, block the button so I cannot interact with it, because then I would have concurrent orders, which makes sense. I shouldn't do that. And let me scroll the page. Let me see the lead time of the task. Let me, like, see other information that's already loaded, you know?
There are two
And,
issues
like-
with...
Yeah?
Sorry. Yeah. I thought you finished.
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
the other thing is, like, about the actual change of status. So what happens is that you will wait for all of that, and once it is done, the whole page actually reloads. It reloads the entire page, rather than just, like, it does all of that just to change the little status, which is like a little rectangle saying backlog, from backlog to a blue one saying in progress. So yeah.
So there's two things I'd like to say about that. First of all, like, I don't know if this is a saying, but I'd like to use it a lot. Like, if you want to get into the orbit, you must aim to the stars. Like, if you aim for the orbit, you probably will fall back to the Earth. So there's a misconception about that people like there will be issues on the road that you will not anticipate, and it will slow you down further. So you don't have to over cautious about it, like, unless it is a requirement. You don't have to do it in the fastest possible way, but you have to design it design it in a clear way that you can later on make it faster. If you for example, if you resort to object-oriented style, that's pretty hard, because now you have to change all your thinking stuff, all that abstraction, to make it faster, because you deliberately chose to not make it faster, because you didn't think about data access. Rather, you talked about how stuff should abstract away as objects. So that's the part those guys missing. That's the first thing I was going to say. Second thing is, most of the time, customers don't know about how fast stuff should be. Yeah, I agree about that. And unless you clearly show them stuff can work in faster way, they will notice, they will know it is a possibility. So I agree with Casing Rotary's take about that in Performance Review course. He says there about that iPhone took off because iPhone was pretty fast compared to other Windows alternative. I don't recall.
Yes.
Not Windows, like a Microsoft alternative. So that's the reason it was popular. So I agree with that. Most of the people don't know about it. And if you keep thinking about, like, how I can make this work, then later I will make it faster, that's not the right way to make it faster. If you want to make it actually faster, or have the possibility of making it faster, you have to upfront design it in a clear way, and less stuff you have there, more you can work that way. And I have worked in, for example, in the like the thing I worked in crypto. They had this shitty website, and it took ages load. Like it was sending requests to cryptography, not like what was that? Crypto server, not cryptography. the like blockchain. It was asking information from blockchain and querying it, then filtering it and presenting it to mapping and presenting it to the user. So when you open an account in it, it was taking 5 seconds, 10 seconds, sometimes 2 minutes, and for some accounts it was crashing actually. Your Chrome tab would get out of memory, like that. It was that bad, and so they asked me to fix it, whether I can fix it or not, whether I can make its performance better or not. I looked at code, like it was the most stupid code I have seen. Like it didn't do what it was supposed to do. Like it was looping over something, but it was so bad. It was missing so many stuff, doing excessive work, and blocking itself. Like it was doing that loop, while doing that. Then after doing that, we'll send another request, and this will keep going for 200 requests. Like it was one synchronized one after execution, sequence of executions. Like that's the worst way of doing that. So with that information, like I knew what must be done and quite easily fixed it in a week or so. It wasn't like I rewrote it all from scratch, and it was new and shiny and was working fine. So as someone that did it and actually worked as full stack web developer, I know that you can actually build responsive stuff, like responsive in a way, like you can actually do stuff in a way faster, like not the way Volatus experienced. So I agree that it is a big issue, because we still tend to think about websites like these blobs of HTML pages. You move from one page to another. Yeah, for your marketing website or your product website, that might make sense. But for something like Jira, that's a web app, and for a web app, you need to design it in a way that is comparable to something like a game. Like instead of every time trying to do state synchronization with server and client and asking for stuff, it will be best that you do it in client, then synchronize later, and if that fails, notify the user. Like that's the better experience of doing that, and we have everything to do that. Like we are doing that in games, and it is working fine.
Yeah,
we have no issues with that. And like it isn't that much of extra work, because like you already waste so many energy, so many vested programming hours to sync your server state into React state, and then sync that React state into your DOM. Like that is already a complication you are paying for. Like why you don't change that a bit, and instead of doing that one by one, just copy all related state to client side, work there, and only upload the important stuff back. Like do that kind of synchronization. Like that makes the most sense for the problem, because that is the most straightforward experience and user can get. But instead of doing that, like people force it the other way. Like you do stuff CRUD way, one by one. Like you click on something, wait for that to download. Like if I am already in that project, I should probably have all of the cards available, all of the info available. I shouldn't be waiting for server to respond to me. Like, what could be the worst scenario? It will be out of date. Yeah, but in the meantime, you can ask for it and update it in 2 seconds. Like, that's not a bad experience in my at least. Yeah.
Yeah, like
Minimize
there is
web
no
access
client
by
state.
design.
I don't know if you've seen someone made like a Jira clone in HTMX, and it's I mean it's like what you'd expect.
Good or bad?
It's like it's I bet if you have slow internet, it's probably not that fun to use, but it's
Yeah, I'm not advocating HTMX. I'm advocating React, but in a different state management.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not sure about.
There's nothing wrong with having client state, but I feel like React has gone like pretty freaking far. Maybe you could do something with like solid JS, which is actually like closer to native.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, that's great. Like instead of doing it like React, you can do it like Solid.js or use something like Zustand or other state management library. Instead of using one big state that updates whole thing, you can do it in other way. But the main thing here is I think that client is dependent on like you want an application, but you make it work like an website. Like instead of instead of what do you call it? Instead of downloading all related information to your browser and syncing the differences, syncing the diff with server, you download only the page you are viewing. Then you sync your information back to server. You send only the thing you did to the server. Then wait for the response of the server. Like that's the thing. I think that's the wrong way to solve it, in my opinion, because that's what Volotus told. Like that's his experience. He was clicking on something and it was taking 2 seconds to load. Then changing something, it was taking 2 seconds to load. Then it was refreshing the whole page. Like that's so backwards to me. Like you don't have to do that. And
Exactly.
it isn't necessarily harder to what you are already doing. Like you're already doing it in React state. Like if you are already doing it in React state, you can also do it in other places.
The kind of thing you were talking about before is like Git, right? Like where you have your local thing and then you try to synchronize it with something like in an upstream. And if it, well, in this case, unlike Git, if it conflicts, the server wins, much like a game server, as you mentioned before. Yeah, I think that would be way better. And I suggested that, and my boss was like, "Dude, don't stress over that. It's not that slow, dude. I'm glad God gave me the patience to not lose my job that day. Like that's difficult, but yeah, you were talking about before, like you don't have to go and try to write the fastest fucking thing ever. That's true, and it comes down to what KZ calls non-pessimization, right?
Yeah.
Which is just not writing code that you can't change later. That's simple, stupid, and dumb, and like not dumb and like
He calls it
wrong way,
performance aware now.
Yeah.
He's recoined it.
Performance aware cut. Yeah, and I think it also connects to something I talked about earlier, which is people liking magical stuff. Because people that do web dev and stuff, you'll usually be the kinds of people that
They love
learn to
magic.
apply magical stuff. They are not thinking. They seem not to be aware that they are writing a program meant to be executed by a computer that has memory and that will perform operations on data. They don't seem to know that because data is like a secondary thing on their magic wand. Like they won't think about it at all. And when I do and tell them to do that, they will say I'm trying to bitch shove too much. Have you guys heard that shitty ass expression? I don't know if that's what you call it.
Nope.
Okay, hold. Give me 1 second. Let me search about it. Is that what it's called? Bit brushing? I have no idea what it is.
Oh, okay.
But basically, it's the idea of like trying to get too much into the detail. Yeah, my bad for. I'm looking into this too deep. I'm thinking about, memory, data, and operations for a computer. Crazy idea. My bad. Like, I won't bring this into attention anymore. So, someone told me this. When I told them that I dislike how people program Java in our company, because they would just use Spring and a bunch of magical decorators, and they know the input and the output, but they are completely unaware of the process or how things work. They just know that if they use this decorator with this input, it gets that, and they don't know it from documentation either. They know it from some random tutorial, Udemy course, because they don't even know what the link to the documentation is, to be honest. So they'll just do the things and have them work, and they are okay with that, which makes me absolutely mad because, I don't know, I'm the kind of thing, I hold myself to extremely high standards, which has the bad symptom of making me extremely unsatisfied at all of my work, fundamentally, but also means I'm constantly trying to make it better. And if I'm being honest, I am constantly succeeding in making it better, like, as time goes on. And I wish more people would. I don't think people should hold themselves to as high standards as I do, because I think the way I do it is extremely unhealthy, and I know that. But they shouldn't do what they do, which is hold themselves up to no fucking standard as well,
Sure.
Like, we have a modern culture of like, no, you should rest, you should have free time, you shouldn't work so hard. What is it? Give some time for yourself or whatever. And like, okay, that's cool, but you are not a competent worker yet, so should you be resting after a harsh day of centralizing a button? I don't think so,
I mean, to be fair, that is the hardest problem in web dev, is centering a div.
Centering the div, yes.
But actually, probably the
Dude, this joke
worst
is
thing
like
is just
the-
like the obsession with frameworks.
Oh yeah,
Like-
that's terrible as fuck.
Do you
Yeah,
know?
the
Yeah, I
obsession
kinda
with
went through that
frameworks
phase
is
as well.
also it also is much like the magic thing I'm talking about. They're just looking for the best magic, because there's a bunch of versions of the magic stuff. Framework
Yeah.
is basically that. It
think
just tells
that-
you what to do to get the effect. It doesn't matter what it does behind the sheets. It doesn't matter. You don't need to know. You don't need to know. Don't pay attention.
Even-
to that. Just
Yeah. It's even with like frameworks that are quote unquote good. Like in JavaScript there's like Astro and like Solid.js, which are literally frameworks. I've went through a phase where I used Astro, tried to cram it into it was like a server-side rendered website already. But I was like, well, Astro's kind of like that, right? Because it's a server-side rendering framework. But it just
Site generator, unless that is what that means.
it's actually both.
Okay.
They have it's really complicated and like extremely over-engineered. And I ended up just getting rid of that. After like a year of trying to make it work, I was like, wow, this fucking sucks. I got rid of it. Don't listen to the hype, fellas. It's all a scam.
My take
As
is
always
that
has been.
my take is that people who follow these trans frameworks, like I'm not talking about you, like the ones we were talking about, those the Volotus said that lack the standards. I don't think they know that they lack the standards. Like they think this should be what they've been doing. They think that should be what they should be learned. So that's their issue. Like they are not aware of the other alternatives, and when you tell them the other alternatives, there are other people like this Alan Holub guy we talked about. Seeing him, like, that guy has 40 years of experience, consultant, so many like, he has books, has course, like, who he is going to listen to, me or that guy? Of course that guy. Like, that's
He's like,
crazy.
learn React, don't learn JavaScript.
Yeah. Like, he isn't going to listen to me. He is going to listen to that authority, argument from authority. So that's a common theme. For that reason, it is almost impossible to show them the reality of, like, the situation, teach them.
But he has a book.
I disagree with Volotus' take, but like not like real disagree. I will state it in a different way. I actually agree with it. Like Volotus told, like, I am trying to keep high standards. That's not what I think. Like, I try to, like, in my opinion, this must be the basic level of standards everyone should be doing. This is also the if you watched Mike Acton's Everyone is Fired.
Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah.
So you think like everyone should hold themselves up to,
Yeah.
crazy ass high standards like I do,
Yeah.
basically.
Yeah.
I see. It's
That should be the
shoot
base.
for the stars thing, right?
That should be the base standard.
Yeah, that should.
That's not high standards.
I forgot what it's called. There's something. Fuck, what is it called? I think it's mentioned in Dokudo. Do you guys know Dokudo from Miyamoto Musashi?
No, I don't know.
Okay, he's a samurai, but that it doesn't matter. It's basically a description of the work of an artisan that makes swords, right? And so, like, he clearly knows what the effects of him failing are, because he will make people die because his swords are bad and his shields break. And he holds himself up to the standard of, if my work is bad, my clients will die and their bloods are on my hands. And so he works every day attempting to become the best blacksmith there has ever been. He admires the great ones, and once he reaches their level, he stops looking up to them, and now that he's in the same position as them, he sees himself as a failure and keeps working to become better, although he's the best one alive so far. And it's basically the eternal journey of mastery that he goes through, that was very common amongst Japanese blacksmiths in what, I don't know what the name is, but it's the equivalent in time of the Japanese Middle Ages, basically. And so he talks about it because he was not a blacksmith. Miyamoto Musashi was a samurai, right? So basically he's talking about honing his swordship and how this is a work that never stops and that kind of stuff. And I think that's kind of the standards I hold myself up to. And I don't know, I think the world would be cool if everyone did that to some form of art, you know? But it's honestly not what I see happening.
I'd be right if the web devs would like up their standards just a little bit, because the standards of web devs are, you know, just even like base level, like low level, like, you know, anything would be fine.
I mean, their definition of skill is like, I know how to use X being a framework or some package or whatever.
Or like they're a React developer. They're not even like a JavaScript developer.
Like there was a guy that worked with me. He doesn't work with me anymore, but he worked at my company at that time, and he was like trying to look for jobs and shit, and he was trying to learn frameworks and languages and everything, so he could make money and stuff. And at some point he came up to me. I don't know exactly why he picked me. I don't know, maybe he thought, perhaps because of the things I complained about or talked about, or the way I talked about things, he thought I was smart or something. But he came to me and he was like, can you help me understand big O notation better for interviews and stuff?
That's cool, yeah.
I mean, So you're spending all your time studying frameworks that are like boilerplate code for you write 3 lines of code which are function calls, which actually results in big computation to like make a rotating 3D cube, and you don't know what the cost of an iteration is, like.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, can you blame them?
And yeah, and I'm not gonna blame. That's what I'm gonna say. I was gonna say next. I can't really blame him, because when I see beginners learning, it's exactly what happens. So at least I'm glad that at my job right now I have a bunch of people learning how to program for the first time, and a lot of them had to do, because like I'm originally a back-end developer, but due to demand they made me a front-end developer at my job. So okay, I guess. And these people are coming into front-end development, and they wanted me to help them kind of trace a path of learning, because like the initially suggested things is like do this Udemy courses about Angular, and I'm like, no, these guys don't know what the word object means. I don't mean OOP, I mean JS object. Like they don't know they don't know what concatenation is. Why are you giving them a framework for rendering a full page with reactive content that dynamically updates? They don't even know what dynamic is.
Yeah.
Chill, right? So I told them to learn JS first, and then learn TypeScript because you're gonna have to use it, and then go for Angular. So I don't know. At least I'm happy I could give them this direction, but of course I wish they would go much further before that and actually learn computing fundamentals and then proceed. But
I would hate.
I don't have that kind of power.
Yeah, I'm glad I just get to work on games.
I wish I can someday.
I was actually, it's funny. I went from gameplay programming to UI, which I'm doing front end. There you go.
Yeah.
But it's on the game. Actually, I worked at a place where they literally use React as the front. Like, okay, so it's a pixel stream game from Unreal to like a website, and they decided to use React as like the front end. And I was the guy that knew how to make that work. And oh my god, dude, the front end people do not know how to program. I'm just gonna go and Jesus Christ, dude. Okay, the front end people wanted full control over the like state of the game because they wanted to use their like fancy. I think it was Redux. They wanted to use Redux to like store all the state. Right?
I'm serious.
Yeah. Like the state should be from the game. It shouldn't care. Like, but that's what they wanted. They wanted full control. It was a fucking nightmare. Obviously, the front end broke all the time.
Yeah, it's
Don't do that.
Like,
and then they went through a rewrite, and then like half the front end team got laid off. Yeah, don't do that, guys.
I heard that Roblox also have some kind of React, Redux kind of stuff in Lua.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Fucking would. See, I get PTSD when I hear React, so I can only imagine like the horror that is. I'm glad I don't have to do that anymore. I just do like animation stuff.
Yeah, that's good.
About the stuff Valotus said, like what was that? I will recall it. So people say that process doesn't matter. Like that was what Valotus said. Like not that.
Yeah.
Like people says that. Like that's the most annoying thing I heard. Like from people. Like I agree with Valotus. Obviously, all of us are agreeing with Volotus, but I'll add some points to his points. So the issue with that, like same thing with
AI stuff nowadays. Like people claim that you don't have to learn coding, programming, and you can do anything you want using AI, and this will be.
Dude.
Huh?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was just thinking about that Daniel guy.
Which one?
My stream is going to be playing some audio, so if that that bothers you guys, please mute it.
Which Daniel you are talking about?
Mine, Valetta's that Odin.
No, it's Daniel W.
Oh.
It was like AI's gonna yeah. Just posting about AI stuff.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I mean, if AI is reading from like these published articles on Medium and shit, my job is guaranteed. I'll still have a job for years still.
Yeah, so, but like,
dude, as long as the author of Odin is still Andrew Kelly, you know, I don't think AI is gonna take over.
But even if AI was good, I don't think it is good.
Thank you, Andrew Kelly, for inventing Odin.
Because like process, like, can you really say that process doesn't matter? Like, you are doing something, like you want to, like they are trying to dump this down into product management. Like, you have a problem, you describe it in a higher level language like JavaScript or like Blueprint, Unreal Blueprint, or like AI prompts, and you get an output. Like, it doesn't matter how it happens, it will happen, and if that is what consumers want, it doesn't matter how it works, it doesn't matter how fast it is. Like, as long as customers are buying it, like, that's okay. First of all, that's pretty anti-consumer. Like, I disagree with it. Like, you have to provide a good service to them. That's your job. That's what you are selling. Like, they are not like, I didn't add like, it's like saying like they didn't ask for performance, or they didn't ask for that specific feature, so I didn't include it. Is kind of like saying I didn't write I can't fuck you in the TOC, so I can fuck my customers. Like, that doesn't work like that. You have to be providing some level of professionalism in your job and some level of quality in your job. But aside from the fact, if you are building something and if you are not actually doing the closest process to the thing you are doing, like if you are not coding it in a procedural way, in a less abstract way, can you really figure every issue out? Like, can we really say that? Because even in simple mundane stuff, like sometimes I think of something in kitchen, then came back to my room, I forgot about it. Why? It's a known phenomena. Like, it is said that the brain works in a way that outside environment affects it. So when you come from kitchen to your room, your context changes, your environment changes. So for that reason, what you were thinking in kitchen is no longer in your brain. You forgot about it. Like, even when changing room, that happens.
Maybe I should program in my kitchen.
Like, so from starting from that, what I'm saying is this: if you are not actually writing your code, if you are not actually thinking about how to write your code, if you are not actually thinking about the process, can you really produce the result you really want? Can your result really be advanced? Can it really be maintainable? That's my take. Like, I don't know. I don't know the answer. But if you don't know the answer, like me, and you promote it, hey, this is the way. We gotta think about products, not about coding, not about programming. It doesn't matter. Like, if you are saying that without knowing it, that's malice. Like, that's actually doing malice. It isn't good behavior. On the other hand, I'm trying to be safe. Like, hey,
I don't know about it, but for that reason, I'm not going to claim something, and I'm not going to risk my job. I'm not going to risk my learning process, and I also enjoy about it. I enjoy doing it, so I'll be doing it. So there is also this aspect of it. That's what I want to say. So TLDR of it is like I think that processes matter, and when you keep process out, I don't think you can produce a good product. And we have been seeing this for a very long time in this industry. It won't change.
Yeah. Also, how is anybody that doesn't know how the thing works going to be a better AI prompter than you are?
Yeah, exactly. Like AI won't help people that don't know how to program. If AI were to help anybody, it will help me. Like not some random newcomer guy that don't know how anything works. That's also some contradiction in their example, because they always say, "Hey, this will make everyone programmers." No, it won't. Like this has been claimed, this has been tried multiple times. JavaScript was going to make everyone programmers.
SQL.
Yeah.
Can't forget about SQL. Or COBOL.
Like Blueprint was going to make. Yeah, Visual.
I feel like Blueprint's probably the only one that might have actually worked. Like, to a little degree. It
still has performance issues. So I don't know. That people prefer using C++.
Yeah, maybe over C++. I mean, that is a pretty steep language to throw at somebody.
Yeah. Could be.
But yeah, I can't take people seriously that are like, it's a waste of time to learn like anything. It's like, because AI, you know, it's like that's not the case. And if that does become the case, it's like, well, I don't. You know what?
What are we gonna do with our lives?
Yeah, but we have bigger problems.
I'm gonna go to the Bahamas, dude.
Yeah.
I'm gonna retire.
We lost somebody.
What would you guys do if you guys like had a game company, and you guys made a? You have the game. You're the owner. Damn.
I'm part owner, yeah.
That's based.
Yeah.
If you had like a team of 12 people, and one of your games just made like billions of dollars or whatever, like what would your next step be? Would you just like expand, quote unquote, like get a bunch more people to work for you, buy a big place, and like do that? Because I don't think I would, you know.
Honestly, I don't know. I kind of like. So actually, like, I feel like prototyping games, it's like super efficient to just be like one person at first, and then you bring on people. So I don't know. I feel like having a big company is like, it's not only is it a big responsibility because you have to pay people, and believe me, it's not that fun. It's not that fun paying people.
I'm sure. Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like
stuff like that.
If I had a team of 12 people, let's say, okay, and it made like big numbers, we got like game of the year level of stuff.
Well, if I had infinite money, there'd be no reason to be like, hell yeah, you guys can chill. I'm gonna go make another game.
Yeah, I mean, but no one does that. Everyone that gets this level of money just like, well, when I say everyone, I mean like teams, because indie people, like there's one guy, okay, but like people that get a lot of money and they have teams that keep expanding the team and getting big, and their games gets more shallow over time and shittier and less relevant. Like, I said this to someone once and they really thought I was joking at the time. I'm going to say the same thing again, but now you guys explicitly know that I'm not joking. If I had a team of 12 people and we got our hands on like billions of dollars, I would buy a big ass castle and the same 12 guys would be working on the next games. Fuck it. Like, these 12 people, unless I was in dire need of, like, if one of them was like, dude, I have too much work. Okay, we'll try to find someone to work with you. That's okay, right? But, like, I wouldn't be just adding people for no reason. right? This is what, like, my bosses have done it before. Like, I had a few tasks that I had to do, and we had a short amount of time to do them, and they were like, oh, we would just throw more people in it, who get people from other teams to help you. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. Yeah, like I'll have to explain to them how to do the things, which things are done, and even if I do, most of the tasks are like sequential. They need another one to be done before they are started. So they will just get in my way, you know, but they don't understand that because they are too simple-brained. And I think some people think about that when they think about gaming companies, but I would have, like, if I had 12 people and these 12 people helped me make this amazing fucking game, I would, like, if I am the boss, let's say, right, I'm also responsible for rewarding them for their work. I would make sure those fuckers are rich as hell.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
First of all. And then I would buy some nice ass place so they don't have to, like, sleep on the floor anymore.
But there's
Average game
one
developer
problem.
experience.
One
Yeah?
problem with your statement, like, if they're rich as hell, why would they work? Like, not everyone is
Well,
like.
if a team of 12 people. Okay, so here's what I'll say. If these guys have made excellent work, because I'm talking about 12 people that made a game that's like game of the year worthy. So the art is probably 10 out of 10. The music is probably 10 out of 10. The program is probably pretty good if you can uphold that thing in the time we had to do it. You know, whoever did like scripting, whatever, they must have done a coordinatingly good job. If they want to get the money from this and fuck off, it's not on me to say no, you won't, because I'll spend the money you made for me on my company. You know what I mean? I don't think that's okay. Like, I'll just, like, okay, the company's mine or whatever, but we made this money. If you want to take all of this money and, like, go to the Bahamas and stay there forever, fine, absolutely fine. Why not? But, like, you deserve this, absolutely. But, you know, I would expect from a team of like 12 people, very niche people who are into game development, that they love this shit. All right, like, usually people that have no love for what they're doing are not the people doing like crazy stuff. That's like, what's the thing? A magnum opus of their lives, right there. You know, you don't do that when you're bored and you hate your job. You know, so they probably like doing that. And hey, if they want to take the money and open their own company because their vision differs from mine, well, then the gaming industry is just winning. And I'm losing, like, they are not working for me anymore, and that's okay. I'll find someone else to work for me. And now someone else who isn't rich has the opportunity of becoming, I guess, you know?
But now you have to teach that person how your code base works. Like,
if we are talking about a programmer, right? I mean, yes. I have to teach that person how that code base works. But like, if I have my hands on a lot of money, I can pay them really well. I will not pick some idiot from the streets. Like, being myself, I know about programming. I'm not one of those. I don't know if there's a term for it, but it's like the people in suits and ties. They have no idea how a computer works, but they are the head of a computing company. Yeah. Exactly, yeah, like, I know what I'm doing. I've programmed before. I'm not going to just take in some idiot and do like a scrum interview with them. And if I'm paying them well, I'm giving them time to do stuff, and I require that they are skilled. I mean, if they cannot understand the code base they are solely responsible for from now on, they're probably not up for the job anyway. You know what I mean?
I'm not talking about they can't understand it, but there is a cost of like.
I'm rich as fuck. It doesn't matter.
You told about You told about 12 people. Okay, 12 people.
Yeah.
Be it. How many years you worked on the game? 2 years. Is that a good time frame for a game?
Somewhat, yeah. Like probably 2 to 5 years.
And it is how many lines of code? Like 500.
Probably many thousands. Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably many thousands.
So even if they are the smartest guy, it takes time to get used to the code base. So that time will be will be lost efficiency on their part.
And if
I mean, that's true.
everyone is going to, obviously, I am saying that everyone would live after getting paid well, but that wouldn't. That I don't know if that would be the case all the time. But in any case, what I'm trying to say is like, if people are leaving your company because they are getting rich, that is a hard thing to balance. That's what I'm trying to say.
Surely.
But on the other hand, if you are saying me that it doesn't matter because I am rich as hell, yeah, sure.
Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of money. Like, I can find someone who take care of that code, but they can spend like 2 months analyzing that shit, for all I know. And I mean, I will probably not be spending so much time maintaining old shit as I will be making new stuff. You know? Like, think, like, I don't know, after my game makes me fucking trillions or whatever, I'll let it make me a few more years of money. And I really mean a few, I don't mean 20, I mean a few years. And then I'll just open source that shit. Fuck it. Like, and then, oh, the game is buggy. Dude, if you know the power of passionate gamers.
You can fix it.
Exactly. The power of passionate gamers is crazy. You gotta see what people have done with modded games, alright?
The gamers.
People who just, like, I'm talking about the guy learning about the code base of 5 billion lines of code that being, like, very well paid and having time. Dude, motherfucker surviving on Mountain Dew and, like, Cheetos will just sit there, like, being paid a total of $0 and understand that shit just so he can fix the bugs and play his favorite game or whatever, alright? Plus it becomes a good public resource. Like, I probably wouldn't make a lot of money off of it anymore anyway. There's no point in just, like, trying to squeeze every single unit of dollar from it, like, you know. So I'll probably do that. So that person would have time, and I would probably be working on more stuff, like new games, not just maintaining that old game forever. Like, Bethesda has a team maintaining Skyrim. It's still buggy as fuck. It doesn't matter. What did they do all those years? And, like, you said about cost, and I agree with all you said. It's all true. But I'll give you an example. The company where I work at, which is a bank, makes a fuck ton of money every year. All right? And they pay a bunch of idiots to do nothing the entire day. And they are still okay. That's how much money they have. Right?
But
they are bleeding.
They are a bank. Come on.
Yeah. But that's true. But if I make things into proportion, you will see that the comparison makes sense. Because I'm a small team that made a lot of money, but it doesn't compare to how much money a bank like that's making. Right? International bank is making a lot of money, a lot more than a big game does if it makes a lot of millions. But here's where proportion comes in. I made a bunch of millions, and I'll be wasting a few millions, right? The bank makes a bunch of billions, and is spending a bunch of billions. You see what I mean? They have, like, hundreds of people doing nothing and being paid high salaries. Or, like, doing very, very little. Like, a big collection of 10 people could often be substituted by one guy that knows what they're doing. In many areas. In many of the sectors for many of our
sometimes
products.
I think, but the big issue with games, I think, is the art. I guess, like, if I were to say that, but that is the most expensive thing in a game.
Indeed.
Yes. I probably say art, because, like, if you are going to compete with any big AAA game, you have to have the, like, good-looking art. Like Black Ops style, or EA games kind of, and doing that sometimes some assets takes like a month. I heard, like, one person is working on that asset for a month.
Yes, it depends, and I think
that's 12 people, even if
that makes sense. But, like,
yeah,
you will see that, like, things which are recognized as being, like, extremely good products usually come from very passionate people about what they're doing, and of course, passion is not enough. Because passion is like a contextless material kind of thing. Like, you can be passionate about something you just started learning, right? Like, you can be passionate about Odin and have just started programming in it, like, yesterday, right? So passion is okay. But it also needs skill, right? So you need to be passionate and skilled to do, like, a very good thing. So, yes, it requires a lot of time. And then it comes back to the thing about, like, whether or not... I'll give you an example of myself. If I were to, like, if some guy that owned a gaming company got me to work for him in a big game as, like, the lead developer in a team of, like, 3 developers, I don't know, and we made the game and we got rich as fuck, like, for me to be the kind of guy that can pull this off, I'm probably sufficiently skilled and probably very passionate if I got to that level of skill. Like, you don't become the kind of person that can pull out like full combat everything game systems alongside full engine with rendering, audio, etc., and not like what you're doing, right? If you're bored, or you would not do that, right? So you're probably passionate. So use myself as an example. If I was the guy that did that and I became rich as fuck, there's no way I'm stopping. I'm not programming anymore. There's no fucking way. I'm programming even more. You know what I mean? Because it's the thing about incessantly trying to get better. It's the blacksmith thing I talked about earlier. It's like, man, I cannot stop getting better. Like, the moment I'm like, yeah, I'll what's the word? Fuck, I forgot the name. It's when you relax and you go slower. What is it called? I have no idea. Fuck. Anyway, I'll not do that because, like, I cannot accept this, you know? Like, I want to rip my own eyes off if I do that. Like, my own conscience will be screaming at me. I'll be trying to sleep and it will be like, yeah, you fucker. Yeah, when's the last time you opened Neovim, huh? Huh, you little bitch? That's basically what I'll be feeling like. And of course, not everyone will be feeling like that, but I think that's just something that will happen. Like, so the same thing goes for artists. For me, programmers are artists on their own right, but really talking about visual and audio assets,
right?
Same things apply, of course. But then here's another thing. Nowadays, people think they know what they love, but they don't. And when they see what they love, they easily recognize it. So here's what I mean by that. Next-gen graphics. So big companies who are producing shitty games are trying to brush that under the rug by having good graphics. And good graphics usually means, like, somewhat better graphics engine because they're shipping on consoles with bigger specs that have better hardware, but the art itself is lifeless. And you would think, like, oh, what is the word in English? Sorry guys, I'll have to open the translator for 1 second. I think, is it layman, person that does not have knowledge on the topic thingy?
Oh yeah, like, do it in layman terms, as in, like, dumb it down. Yeah, so layman's are kind of like...
I think it is. Okay, yeah. Lay people that don't know much about actually how to make games and stuff will probably be sold on good graphics, right?
Sure.
And that's true. And then so people will tell me, well, then these games which have, like, neutral art but that is highly technological, if I can say that, people are sold on those things and are buying those games because they have good graphics. And so you would assume, well, people think they love that, and so they will buy that and not your game. But in my experience, that's not true, because when you give those people a game that is not as technologically advanced, but whose art clearly has a lot more love into it from someone that is both passionate and skilled, they instantly recognize it, even if they don't know shit about art. So I'll give you an example. Most people don't know shit about cinematography, which is one of the topics I care about. Have you guys ever watched the Peaky Blinders series?
I see the meme
A lot of-
about, like, Shelby pointing the gun.
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
YouTube Shorts.
That series got a lot of love, and it didn't come from like a gigantic studio, unlike some other series that only got attention because of that, like Marvel Studios and shit. But the people behind the cinematography, and I can say I'm not an expert by any means, okay? I'm not at all, like miles, light years away from that. But I am at that point in knowledge where I can recognize unskilled versus skilled work in cinematography and like camera work and composition. And dude, whoever is behind directing the composition and camera work for that series is doing an absolutely amazing job. They clearly know what they're doing, and they clearly love what they're doing, because they're fucking good as hell at it. That's why you have so many pretty shots. And so people that don't know shit about camera work will look at that and say, that's beautiful. And they have no idea what they're looking at, you know?
Yeah.
And they will feel like that's better than the Marvel movies with insane high budgets they watch, you know, even if they don't have knowledge on the topic.
It's
so some things can be
it's a problem of like too many people like cooking in the kitchen. It's
Yes.
too many people touching the soup.
I have
Yeah.
several criticism about what you told.
Okay.
Two of them are a bit related. So we have a saying here. I will say it in Turkish first, then translate it.
Okay.
Bekara koca kolama ama ya sorry. Bekara karı boşamak kolay. That it means it is easy for someone to divorce. It is easy someone unmarried to divorce. Like when you haven't experienced it actually, it is easy to tell about it. Like I get your enthusiasm, I get your energy, I get your enthusiasm about it, but at the same time, like just talking about it isn't really cutting it. Like you have to actually do it. You are. That's my first thing I will be going to say. Second is you are like I'm not against taking risk. I'm not against like doing stuff that are avant-garde, like challenging what people believe, challenging what norms are. Like people think, for example, you gave a good example, which I actually agree. Like currently graphics are the most focused thing, but I don't think they are the thing that makes the games fun. But people use that as a criteria. So I'm okay with saying like, I won't focus on my graphics, I will focus on my gameplay, and I will sell my game with that, or I will focus on my cinematography, that word, whatever, and sell it that like that. So I will make it more artistic, not more graphically technical. Like, okay, I can buy that, but like that's just one of the risks because like people don't think like that. Like, yeah, that's not what makes a game good game. But on the other hand, people, like you gave Marvel movies as an example. Marvel movies earn shit ton of money, and if they are earning shit ton of money, they have opportunities to create more Marvel movies, like even if they are bad. So
they're less I would say like risk adverse. They're more like they're trying to do the safe thing, which is kind of the thing.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to tell is like you are challenging them. Like you are challenging the customers, you are challenging the norms, and you want to change that. You want to show the world that you don't have to build on, for example, Unreal Engine 5's Nanite or Lumen to make a good game or good-looking artistic game. But you want to do it at all fronts. Like you want to do it at this front, you want to do it at your, for example, programming front, you want to do it at marketing front. You see where I'm going? Like you have so many risky stuff in place. Like that might not work like that in practice when you are actually doing that. So this was related to my first point. Three is that three is actually what I said. We say all the time, like customers actually say that games are going bad. Like I've seen multiple times, like people claiming that game developers don't know what customers want, and they are focusing on graphics while customers want gameplay mechanics. But on the other hand, recent Star Wars games was criticized because it didn't have splash mechanic, good water splash mechanic. Like people were criticizing it, showing a game from 2010 about water called Hydrophobia, like that it has water basic water physics, and other game doesn't have it. I'm quoting them. We already have this technology. Why does this game don't have it? Like they are not capable of rationally criticize the work they are presented with. So I wouldn't trust customers or their perceptions or what they actually want. Like I will more like trust the numbers and try to if I were to go with like a risky option, I would try to minimize my risks. Like if I were to go with some good game without good graphics, I would probably start small first and establish that way, then start doing big stuff. Like yeah, these are my 3 points. But
I don't
otherwise,
know if,
yeah,
I, don't know
I
if-
agree.
I guess we disconnected at some point, or maybe you just started talking about something else at some point. But I was never talking about a good game with bad graphics. Just so it's clear. I was never talking about
you,
that.
You claim that like I'm saying like you claim that your game will have 10 out of 10 graphics, like 10 out of 10 according to who? If it is 10 out of 10 according to only you, then it doesn't matter it is 10 out of 10. It must be 10 out of 10 to most people, and if most people are thinking that Marvel movies are looking good, then that's the thing you are fighting against. And if you want to beat the Marvel movies, you wanna bring something unique to the table, or bring something better than that, or show that Marvel movies are actually not that good. That's what I'm trying to tell. And that is not something.
Yeah,
easy
it
to
talked
do.
about that.
Yeah, it is easy to say, but it isn't easy to do. That's what I'm trying to say. Like you are saying you have revolutionary what is the word?
Revolutionize?
Yeah, you wanna revolutionize the things, but like actually revolutionizing those are not easy. That's what I'm trying to say.
I don't really need to.
Okay.
I don't need to revolutionize graphics to make good graphics. It's part of what I was saying. Like people can recognize
not
good
technology
graphics.
like you gotta revolutionize the people's perceptions, because people think that's the good graphics. People want that graphics. People want photorealism. That's what they are demanding, because that's if you don't have those graphics, they are bashing you. Like if any AAA company releases a game with, for example, that looks like from 2015, they will probably bash it to the ground.
It doesn't even have to be AAA. Because, yeah.
In fact, if it isn't, it has higher chances of beating those things.
Yeah.
I mean, I think having a good-looking game is important. It doesn't have to be photorealistic, I guess.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's just, yeah.
It has to be appealing and it has to run well.
Yep, and it has to be pretty, and that's what I'm saying basically. People will buy your game if it is pretty, and
It doesn't even have to run well.
yeah,
Oh my
like
god.
That's what I'm saying. Like people will think that they want the photorealism and stuff, but people recognize beauty. It just happens to be the case, and you can try to convince me otherwise. I'll just cut short and say it won't work. Don't even try. It just works like that, right?
If it
Like,
doesn't run well, you can just
I'm
sell
just
it.
saying that I disagree with it. Yeah.
I mean, it's just like music. You can keep changing music and doing all sorts of stuff.
I will say, I mean, I've worked on a team of like, I think almost 120 people, like a AAA company, and like, yeah, it gets pretty committee. Like your work is more. I mean, there's some I'd say this is probably different for this company because it used to be an indie company, but they kind of grew up into like a AAA company. But yeah, early on it was pretty indie, but at some point they started getting a lot of project managers, and yeah, it just starts getting muddled. This is how it goes. The bigger it becomes, the more it's like, yeah, it's more of like, but I'd say it is pretty controlled. Like the CEO is pretty much like, he's got his fingers on everything. He's like, yep, this is just right. This is perfect. So I wouldn't say it's like it gets too muddled, but you know, these games aren't accidents.
Yeah.
They're 100% designed that way. But yeah, the bigger it becomes, the more it's like, you gotta have the biggest, best graphics. You have to have the biggest, best, you know, this thing, that thing. But
yeah, and you can keep going like, oh my. I'll give an example with audio, okay? Our I don't know, an improvement on hardware over audio would be like, oh, our hardware, like a new console, has more RAM for audio channels, and they have a wider range of audio. They can go from 1K to 26K hertz, which is like way beyond what humans can hear, by the way. And okay, we'll do music with more channels. You can do whatever, and you can go 50 years in the future and show people the soundtrack for God of War 1 released in 2004 or whatever, and there won't be a single person in their right mind that isn't trying to be authentic, quote unquote, and be different and is just being genuine, who will say that soundtrack is not beautiful. Not a single individual.
Yeah, because everyone's still listening to audio, playing on their devices that only has playback at like 41. Well, so
K hertz.
Yeah.
No, that's kbps, I suppose.
Something like that. My train of thought just stopped midway through the sentence, but effectively the quality of the hardware doesn't even though you know how YouTube compresses audio.
Yeah.
And I know from personal experience and from other people who I've asked this, but for most people, the audio on YouTube and on Spotify sounds the same because their hardware just can't handle it. They don't even notice it. And it's going to be the same thing in 8 years, and it's going to be the same thing in 20 years.
Yeah. Yeah, and basically, what I'm saying is like, actual beauty tends to be timeless. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm disagreeing with. Like, you are talking about absolute statements. Like, I don't like absolute statements. Like, actual beauty. Like, beauty is a so loaded word. Like, you can describe so many different stuff with the word beauty. But when you say like actual beauty is different, people are not doing the way, or people are not seeing it, or saying that these big bad corporations can't understand what beauty is, and they are trying to instead monetize over something that is soulless. You know what I mean? Like, I don't like that team. I agree with you. Like I agree with you about you don't have to produce the best looking graphics, You can like, for example, Factory is a great game, but and it has a great atmosphere and it has good-looking graphics, but I wouldn't call it like it is the most beautiful game. It looks more beautiful, more beautiful than, for example, Black Ops 6. Like, that wouldn't make sense. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, they are different stuff. There can be different stuff at different metrics. They don't have to be competing at algorithms. Like, you can still make a game that is that has great graphics, like that looks good, but it doesn't have to be best, or it doesn't have to be like, this is the real metric, this is the real beauty. Those are wrong. Like, you can still make a good game. You can still earn money from it. It doesn't have to be the most technically good game out there.
You know what the most beautiful game is? It's got to be Mirror's Edge. That game is like, that game was made in 2008 and it still looks pretty good.
Yeah, there is also the fact of atmosphere. Like, atmosphere is the most important thing in a game. Like, there
I
are
don't
some
know.
games
Coca-Cola says like, I disagree with you, and then proceeds to describe how he agrees with me. I don't get it.
I disagree
you
about
gotta
your
say-
absolute statements. I agree about you, but I disagree about your statements.
So absolute statement in this context would be like just saying something that something is true, without like evidence and that kind of stuff, or something else.
Like saying that these new games are soulless. They are not true beauty, and other stuff are more beautiful. Those are
I didn't say that,
implicitly
but
absolute.
okay.
I'm trying to say that. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't say any of that you just said, by the way.
But what you are saying, you said that new games, new stuff are not are soulless. Like, I'm not.
He didn't
never
say
said that.
he didn't say
I actually
that
I didn't
about-
even use the word soulless at any point in my speech at all.
You said it 20 minutes ago. I'm sure about it.
Okay, guys, the Twitter's got us.
Soulless.
Yeah.
When talking about graphics?
Yeah, either about that or Marvel.
Mub. What?
What?
Marvel movies. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, but that has nothing to do with graphics. I mean, like narrative, that kind of shit.
Okay. It isn't important. Like, that's not.
When I say like true beauty is timeless, I'm talking about visual stuff, like, you know, like
Yeah,
you
but
can get
it says
extremely
like,
good
you know
CGI.
what true beauty is, and no other people knows it. Like, we are talking about absolutes. Like, this is the true beauty. Other people don't know what true beauty is. I know what is true beauty. Like, that's an absolute statement. Implicitly,
I mean,
that's
yeah,
what
but
it
then
means.
you countered that by saying I disagree with you, and then you provided your reasons, and then you said something is wrong, based on what? Because you think it's wrong? Isn't that also an absolute statement? If that's the definition of absolute here?
I'm not trying to define a position here. That's not an absolute statement by definition. Like, I don't have a position here. I'm saying that, like, you can make a good game. It doesn't have to be absolute beauty. That's what I'm trying to say.
Maybe it's also a different. I think somewhere along the line we like kind of muddled the fidelity of graphics with like maybe the romanticism of graphics. I'm not sure what happened at this point.
Well,
I'm not sure either.
Yeah.
That's the average Odin Discord.
Yeah.
/randomer
Yeah, I
discussion.
don't know. I was confused because Coca-Cola seemed to like, I don't know. I've got that before. You know, like, yeah, you cannot just say you think this is correct and this is incorrect. But like answering that by saying you think something is correct or incorrect is just, I don't know. It's just it's a null statement, right? Like, you can't say that. You can't say that this is right and this is wrong, because that is wrong. Does that make sense? Maybe that doesn't make sense.
I don't think it makes sense.
I think
Yeah, I can.
we suffered
Yeah, but like-
seg
but like-
font somewhere along the way.
But like I don't know, you cannot say that like it's not very logical to be like you cannot say that this is bad art and this is good art because for instance people will buy this idea that you presented is wrong because I'm saying it. You see how that's just like
I think the more important thing of like a game's success is like, was it marketed well? Does it actually look decent enough that people would be like, oh, it's actually a decent looking game, you know?
Yeah,
It's those
with
kind
all
of factors.
Coca-Cola said, I am not entirely sure Coca-Cola actually got anything I said. Like, well, he got a lot of things I said, of course, but like, I don't think he actually got what I said when I talked about beauty at all. I don't know, it didn't seem like it. Because I'm
I
saying,
mean, like, can't I disagree with you without me being wrong? Like, is that not a
Yes, you
possibility
can-
in your world? Like,
yeah,
I can disagree
it is a
with
possibility.
you. Like, you are just
can disagree
another
with
human
me.
being. Like, it is perfectly normal to disagree with you.
Yes, but like there's a difference between for instance, you could say I think the practice of programming in a certain way is better than the practice of programming in another way. As a counterpoint to me saying that some other way is better, right? That's you disagreeing with me, right? Like, oh, maybe you like procedural programming in a way that describes operations first and data as a consequence of the available operations. Whereas I believe that data comes first and the operations are a result of the available data. So let's say this is your statement. So that's a disagreement, right? There are two options that you recognize exist and you think one of them is better than the other. So that's one thing. Another thing to say is your idea is entirely wrong. What you're saying doesn't make sense. And the right way to do it, and the only way to do it, the only thing that is correct here is that you should do data first. That's not an opinion. That's invalidating what I just said as if it wasn't even an option and saying something else is right. Which is not really just disagreeing. It's basically going, all you're saying makes no sense. And I know the truth, and the truth is this, which is not entirely, it's not exactly the same as just disagreeing. You can totally disagree with me. For instance, you can say,
Thanks for
no, rather than what you're saying, I believe that technological advancement in graphics is actually the most important thing for the graphical presentation of your game, and people won't care about any other aspect at all, right? And you can disagree like that, like I don't care about that. But I don't know. I don't even know if you got my point, is what I'm saying. Because you seemed to, at some point, you seemed to be debating something I didn't even like say or try to express. So at that point, you're not even disagreeing with me. You're disagreeing with some idea you got of what I was saying, which I wasn't. Like in whatever years in the future, Dark Souls will still be seen as a game with a beautiful atmosphere and world and graphics. Like, even if it looks old or PS1 looking, whatever, in 50 years or so, people can still look at it and say it's beautiful. That's what I mean by true beauty is timeless, right? But it
Mirror's
doesn't invalidate,
Edge.
like, yeah, Mirror's Edge as well. It doesn't invalidate,
Mirror's
like, I don't know, look at Death Stranding. I think Death Stranding is one of the examples of like modern graphics. Like, not anymore, I guess, I don't know, but it's a recent game that has very good high resolution whatever graphics, right? Has water physics and all that sort of stuff, and is also beautiful, right? I'm not saying that because it's not because I say that something is beautiful, I'm saying that everything that isn't that is ugly. That doesn't work like that.
Fellas, I think we got off on the wrong foot.
Probably. at some point.
Something has
there
gone
was just a
terribly wrong
misunderstanding.
here.
Yeah.
I think all of that happened was a misunderstanding, and then us derailing into discussing like stuff that wasn't really matching. It's like one of us is trying to attack the wind, and the other one is trying to block an attack that's never coming. If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
That's what it kind of looks like to me at this point. So yeah, I'm just restating.
Yeah.
Like beauty plays a big role in why people buy games and shit. But I don't think people buy games exclusively because they have the latest graphics. And even if people are even if people don't have a high opinion on graphics and are laymen who are unaware of this sort of stuff, they can still recognize what things are beautiful and what things are not. There are things that are more subjectively beautiful than other things, right? But I'm saying that true beauty is timeless in the sense that I can have something that is not the latest generation level of graphics and is still considered beautiful by whoever looks at it and has two eyes in the brain because it is timeless, right? And so I gave an example of audio with the God of War soundtrack. Whoever listens to that at any point in time, you'll be like, yeah, that's fucking awesome. Like, I don't think there will be a point where people will listen to Beethoven and be like, oh, that's so shitty. That's so shitty. I hate that music. Clearly ugly as hell. Like, people's standards for music have changed so much from there to then. Sorry, from now to then. And even people that never listen to that kind of stuff, that think it's too slow, that think it's boring, as they would say it or whatever, can still recognize beauty. It doesn't, like, that doesn't change, right? They wouldn't point at it and say that it's ugly. It's what I'm saying. And the same thing applies for other stuff. Like, you could play an old game and it has like good mechanics and you will recognize that, even if it doesn't use something that you have now that you didn't have back then. That's what I mean. That kind of thing is what I mean, right? I think that's what adds to a game, and there is only so much you can do beyond that to try and make the game look like you put some effort into it, like catering to using resources that are newly available because of better hardware, which is the case for graphics. I give an example for audio with the channels, but that doesn't really matter nowadays. Once we got past like 30 channels, it didn't really matter, but we have 400 or whatever nowadays. And I'm saying that like the shit I listen to is is way too far from Beethoven and sonatas. All right, I listen to some crazy stuff, but I can still look at it like I won't look at Lacrimosa and say that it isn't one of the most beautiful pieces of music that has ever come to bless our ears, you know. And I don't think to be successful, you need to be the most successful. Like, of course, the prime example that I was talking about was like getting Game of the Year.
Oh, right.
Yeah. But I think everybody will agree that you don't need to get Game of the Year to get rich as fuck making games.
Yeah.
True, Unreal.
Right, like you can make
Unreal? Did someone say Unreal?
Did you say Unreal?
Oh
Unreal
my God.
mentioned.
True and Unreal.
Unreal Engine, the game of good graphics.
I know what I should name my engine now. I'll name it Real Engine.
The real
Real Engine.
for all the real ones out there.
Gross.
Even though it does like not even a tenth of what Unreal does, it's the Real Engine.
Yeah, I guess that's what happened. What I said before is we just didn't understand what we were discussing about, and we were just doing there's a name for that. I forgot it. The guy attacks the wind, the other blocks the. What's the expression? Text to win blocks the.
Goku wins.
Wait, no. Attacking the wind? You attack the wind, don't let, wait, no. I don't know.
It's
But I
another word.
definitely heard of it,
What's your? It's another word for wind. It's like the wind that comes by you. Breeze. Fuck yeah. Yeah. One strikes the wind, the other blocks the breeze. That's it.
Attack the wind block.
I believe that's it.
Okay. That does sound like something I would have heard. I'm having trouble looking it up though for some reason, but it's definitely familiar.
I'm trying to see. I'm trying to catch in my mind. I know that I saw this in a fantasy book. It's either one of tokens that I have around here, or it's Dotora Quest, which is also very good of a book series. I have the 3 volumes. Pretty good book. Actually, I don't have the last one. I need to get the last one. I think there are more than 3.
No, actually.
I'll try seeing if it's on Dotora. It may be there. Or not. I don't know if there are characters in there that would say that though. Yeah, now I don't know. At that point, I don't know. Yeah, but I guess it encompasses what I think happened.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but to answer the last question, you asked. I feel like it's not a concept, something like that. It's not a concept to me that somebody disagrees with me or something. No, it's absolutely okay. In fact, if someone disagrees with me, it gives me the opportunity of looking at viewpoints ahead and before. But if you're gonna disagree with me, you have to know what you're disagreeing with. If you didn't understand what I said, you cannot disagree with me, really.
Or disagreeing would be unproductive at that point. Yeah. Oh yeah. So I think you're saying that art, right? That art, that good art or good visual. I think it was mostly in terms of good art is that everyone would think it's timeless. I actually don't know if I agree with that either. I don't know if I agree with that either. I think some people could disagree, but I'm not sure that it actually matters. I think it can still be timeless even if everyone doesn't really agree that it's timeless. It just has to matter to a group of people.
I mean, wait. It can be timeless even if, yeah, I mean, sure. Like there's niche kind of stuff, right? Like that would not like especially things which are unconventional, right?
Yeah.
They will not strike everybody as being beautiful and stuff like that. But there will always be like someone that, like, I'll give you an example. So if you have a song from a famous person, and the song only gets famous because the person is famous.
Oh, yeah.
Like because of a recent hype.
Yes.
This will quickly die off, and in like 5 years, no one will remember it.
Yeah.
Right? So that's not timeless. But you can have stuff that is niche, and that will still live on for like years, even if it's not conventional stuff, right?
Yes.
So there are certainly things which are not timeless. That seems obvious enough to me.
Yeah.
And I agree with you that things can be timeless, and they don't need to be timeless for everybody, right? So
True.
some people nowadays, I've seen people say that like suits, blazers, the classic the way that the Peaky Blinders dress kind of thing,
Oh, yeah.
Some people think.
Oh, yeah, please.
Yeah, I've seen people say that this is ugly, right, nowadays.
Yeah.
Like they don't like that. So that can happen.
Yeah.
But I also think that style's timeless, right?
Yeah.
Like there will always be people recognizing this as stylistic, you know. So yeah, I said like true beauty is timeless.
It's timeless, right?
And something that is beautiful doesn't need to be purely beautiful, which is another important thing to understand. For instance, something may not be photorealistically beautiful, if that makes any sense, but the traces may be beautiful. For instance, the form described may be beautiful. So not the entire work is beautiful, but the part of it that is timeless.
Yeah.
And maybe in the future, people will dislike the parts of it that aren't, and still enjoy the parts of it that are. You know, like in the future, when people get crazy graphics for some reason, where they can see like the pores of the skin of all characters and bugs crawling in the wood of the ship, made of wood or whatever, they may look at God of War 1 and be like, this game is too polygonal, you know, like the character is clearly made of a polygon with a very small amount of vertices, right? They can see that clearly. But they will probably still look at the scenario and like the grandiose arenas you fight on and understand that this is beautiful. You know?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's basically what I mean.
Okay. I see. So like a particular niche that is filled for a particular game, it will still continue to fill that particular niche, like as time goes on, and it's not just gonna, you know,
Yes.
kinda fade away. Okay. Yeah. See that.
And if I talk about beliefs, I do believe that there is some of that which is contextless, timeless. Like, that is not niche, and no matter who you are or where you come from, you see and think is pretty and beautiful. Like, think, and I mean, I cannot prove what I'm saying, right? Because it's a statement of belief. The good part is I don't need to, because it's a statement of belief. So, like, basically, like, imagine you're someone that lived in, like, East Asia in the Middle Ages, and you would have been exposed to the kind of art style that was there, about the gods that existed at that moment in Asia. Like if you're around India, you would have the Indian pantheon with the elephant god and the other ones like that. You would have symbolism like the cycle of life, about karma, about the I forgot the name. It's the points of something. Like you would have that kind of stuff. And then I don't know, for some reason, like when you grow up, that's your standard of beauty, right? And that's the only beauty you've ever been exposed to in terms of like produced art by humans. And then you start traveling to Rome and you get to a palace with huge columns and the statuettes of the Greek gods, and it doesn't matter who you are or where you come from, you will most likely look at that and understand that that's beautiful. That's what I kind of mean. But that also ties to my religious belief. So again, it's not something I'll try to prove to you.
I think there's probably other things like like I can think of examples too, like maybe flowers are pretty consistently like a beautiful thing to a lot of
Yes.
different cultures and stuff like that. So I can see that definitely.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is, if Beethoven listened to breakcore, he'd probably have a seizure.
True.
If who didn't listen?
Or he would have, or he would have
Beethoven.
a very interesting idea. One of the two.
Oh, Beethoven listening to break. Yeah, that would be.
But yeah, I think so. I think that's how things work. That's what I believe. And I mean, it's also, I don't know, it's a bit hard to convince me otherwise, because this belief I have seems to have been right all the time so far. So I don't know. We can say that it may be wrong for some people, but we also have the deviants. Like asking people what they think is not enough as well, because there's people, for instance, that are trying to be unique, like more than anything, and so they will dislike things that are, well, they will quote unquote dislike things that people like, just because they don't want to be seen as equal to these people, right? Like that sort of stuff happens
I don't know if it's
too.
exactly that's the reason. I think, right, like critics can sometimes rail on what is normally considered a good thing. Maybe part of it is to be unique, but also part of it is like, I guess that acknowledges that there's like a certain consistent standard and that they might not be meeting it. That could be part of it as well.
Yeah, what I mean when I say that, it's like teenager who's 15 years old and wants to be unique, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like will object to like stuff that they clearly don't agree with, just because they want to not be standard.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. I'm not really talking about like adults. Well, sometimes adults with psychological problems.
Me. Okay.
Lol. Us.
Oh. Us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Coca-Cola been real quiet since the last Eminem AP dropped.
Yeah.
Maybe he went to sleep. He's like, yeah, maybe he's like, yeah, that guy's not worth talking to. I'ma just leave.
Base behavior.
Wouldn't blame him.
I'm going home now. Fuck this shit.
You're not home all this time?
No, I was trying to imitate Cool. I've actually been home this entire time.
Yeah, I was like, man, this guy gotta be in a good hotel. He can stream for like 12 hours.
I know, it's crazy. Look, when you're here in the Americas, we got good hotels that'll let you stream. We do not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. The good hotels, I know.
God bless America.
I just go to like the Hiltons, and there you go. It's there. I did actually kind of wanted to. It's been fun. I wanted to hop off at this time.
Same, honestly. Yeah. What time is it for you guys? For me, it's let me look. It's 2 a.m. now.
12. It was 12.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see in Coca-Cola's stream. I think it was 6.
Yeah, it's. I'm pretty sure he's somewhere like Turkey, so it's like
yeah,
extremely early.
It's I don't know. I can't read it. It's very small because his resolution is high as hell. Can anyone read it?
It says 8:03. He must be asleep right now.
I hope. I mean, I hope he is. Poor guy has been awake the entire night or something.
I was wondering that too because I knew he was like. I think he said he was in Turkey, right? So I was like, dude, this guy must be up like super early.
No, I've been like. My sleep schedule is a bit rough. That's how I'll put it.
Same.
Yeah.
I'm ruining it even more right now.
Is anyone here going to sleep like 11 p.m. today?
No.
No, right?
I mean,
no. Yeah, I thought
do
so.
That right now, anyway. Yeah.
I don't think I've done that in like a year. I've never gone to sleep before like 12 in like a year.
Yeah, all of us are probably past 11 p.m. now.
My issue
I'm always
is
asleep.
That... Yeah, go.
Yeah, I'm always asleep at like, well, usually it was like 4 or 5. I've been getting a little bit better, trying to get it better. Went to sleep at 1 a.m. last night. See, world record. Thank you guys.
Yo, let's go.
This is awesome.
Yeah, my issue is that it rotates. Like each day, I sleep 2 hours later from the yesterday compared to yesterday. So every 15 days, I think, something like that, because it isn't exactly 2 hours. It rotates. So sometimes I sleep at 11 p.m. Sometimes I sleep at 11 a.m. That's
Damn.
kind of weird. Yeah.
Don't do that. That's not good.
Not having a day job is taxing like that.
Do you guys do the thing where you're like, you go past your like the time you should go to sleep until you're like, I don't want to do that again.
Yes.
Yeah.
If I had work,
you don't want to do
yes.
that the next day, and then you just stay awake until the next night, so you're tired on purpose, and you can actually sleep on time. Do you guys do that?
I've done that so many times when I had a job still. Like, holy crap. Like, I would be doing something like all night because like they desperately wanted it done that week or something, and it's just like, oh well, it's already tomorrow, so I'm just gonna stay awake. And it's always a terrible idea, but sometimes it happens.
I actually often hear that advice from, I think it's like people in the military will be like, oh, if you complain about like sleeping late all the time, just stay up the night.
Just don't go to sleep
earlier. Yeah.
Well, it's a good lesson. You'll die. Man, it's not a good lesson, but
yeah,
an important one.
It's one of the lessons for time.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Night, y'all.
Alright. I'm probably hop off too. I gotta fix my sleep schedule.
I won't fix mine.
My sleep
I'm gonna be
schedule's
honest.
on arrival, yeah.
I'm gonna be honest, you guys. I'm gonna sleep like 4 a.m. next day. I don't fucking care.